A Belgian Christmas by Madison Julius Cawein. An hour from dawn the snow sweeps on, as it swept with sleet last night. The earth around breathes never a sound wrapped in a shroud of white. Waked crows under the snows when silence. After a while the sky grows blue, and the star looks through with kind or bitter smile. A whining dog, an axe on a log, and a muffled voice that calls, a cow's long low, and footsteps slow, stamping into the stalls. A bed of straw, where the wind blows raw through cracks of a stable door. A child's small cry, a voice nearby that says, one mouthful more. A different note in a man's rough throat as he turns at an entering treat. Satirists see, a woman she was brought last night to bed. A cry of halt, ach, ich bin kalt. A spy, no, that is clear. There's a good shake down in jail and town for her, and when my orders here. A shot, sharp rolled as the clouds unfold, a scream and a cry forlorn, clothed red with fire, like the heart's desire, look down the Christmas morn. The babe with light is a lowered bride, and it is Christmas Day, a cry of woe, when footsteps slow, and the wild guns far away. A Bit of Coast by Madison Julius Cawein. One tree storm-twisted like an evil hag, the sea wind in its hair beside a path, waves frantic arms as if in wild rage wrath at all the world. Gigantic, grey as slag, great boulders shoulder through the hills, or crack the coast of danger, monster-like, that lifts huge granite around which wheel the gulls and swifts, and at whose base the rotting seaweeds drag. Inward the hills are wooded, valley cleft, tangled with berries, vistated dark with pines, at whose far end, as 'twere within a frame some trail of water which the ocean left, gleams like a painting, where one white sail shines lit with a sunset's poppy-coloured flame. A Blown Rose by Madison Julius Cawein. Lay by the finger on that pallid petal sweet, it trembles grey and wan beneath the passing feet. But soft, a blown rose, we know a merriment of bloom, a life of sturdy glow, but no such dear perfume. As some good bard, whose page of life with beauty's fraud grace on to ripe old age, read mellowed through the thought. So when his hoary head is whipped into the tomb, the mind which is not dead sheds around its rare perfume. A Broken Rainbow in the Skies of May by Madison Julius Cawein. A broken rainbow in the skies of May, touching the dripping roses and low clouds, and in wet clouds its scattered glories lost. So in the sorrow of a soul the ghost of one great laugh of iridescent ray, spanning the roses dim of memory, against the tumult of life's rushing crowds, a broken rainbow in the skies of May. A flushing hummingbird among the flowers, deep-colored blooms, its slender tongue and bill sucking the syrup and the calyxed mirths, till, being full of sweets, away it burst. Such was his love that won a heart's rich bowers, to give to him their all, the honeyed showers, the bloom from which he drank his body's fill, a flashing hummingbird among the flowers. A moon, moth-white, that through long mists of fleece moves amber-girt into a bulk of black, and lost to vision rims the black with forth. A love that sweeps its moon like some great moth across the heaven of the south's young peace, and smoothly passing the clouds the cheese of time through which its burning light comes back. A moon moth-white that moves through mists of fleece. A bolt of living thunder downward hurled, momental blazing from the piled-up storm. That instant of the mountains and the ocean, the towering crack will blot the sight's commotion. Love, love that swiftly coming bare to the world, the deeps of life, round which fate's clouds are curled, and cheesing left all night and black alarm, a bolt of living thunder downward hurled. A Catch by Madison Julius Cawein. When roads are mirrored with ice and snow, and the air of morn is crisp with rime, and the holly hangs by the mistletoe, and bells ring in the Christmas time, it settle my heart and ride away to the sweet-faced girl with the eyes of grey, who waits with a smile for the gifts you bring, a man's strong laugh and a wedding ring. It's settle my heart and ride. When rains run off and storm winds blow, and the sun of noon is a blue o'erhead, and the holy hangs by the mistletoe, and the Christmas service is sung and said, it's come on my heart and wait a while, where the organ peals and the altar is sight, for the gifts that the church now gives to you. The woman's hand and the heart what's true, it's come on my heart and wait. When rooms gleam warm with the fire's glow, and the sleet raps sharp on the window pane, and the holy hangs by the mistletoe, and Christmas reels begin again, it's home, O my heart, and love at last. And a happy breast to your own head fast, a song to sing and a tale to tell, a good night kiss and all is well, it's home, O my heart, and love. A Dark Day by Madison Julius Cawein. Those summer walks the world today, corn-crowned hours for her guard. Her thoughts have clad themselves in grey, and wait in autumn's weedy yard. And where the larks burn, the phlox spread carpets wheresoever she pass. She seems to stand with sombre locks, bound bleak with fog-washed sinews. False terracotta-coloured flowers, whose discs the trickling wet has tinct, with dingy lustre on the bowers thin, flame-flecked leaves the frost has signed. Or with slow feet, mid gaunt gold blooms of marigolds fingers tryst, she seems to pass with thoughts perfumes, and dreams of sullen rain and mist. A daughter of estates, by Madison Julius Cawein. She has the eyes of some barbarian queen leading her wild tribes into battle, eyes wherein the unconquerable soul defies, and laughs its throned, imperious and serene. And I had thought that liberty, alone among the mountain stars, might look like her, kneeling to God, her only emperor, kindling a torch on freedom's altar stone. For in herself regal with riches of beauty and youth, again those queens seem born, Boadies meeting scorn with scorn, and Ermengarde returning love for love. A dead lily, by Madison Julius Cawein. The south had saluted the mouth, till the mouth was sweet with the south, and the north with his breathing slow made the blood in her veins like as snow, and the west with his smiles and his ardor poured his honey of life in her heart, and the east had in whisperings told the secrets more precious than gold. So she grew to a beautiful fount, which of God and of love had wrought. As strange how the power begotted is why, but to kill it and rot it. A ghost in the dream, by Madison Julius Cawein. Rain will fall on the fading flowers, winds will blow from a dripping tree, when four leads in her tattered hours, with death to keep them company. All night long in the weeping weather, all night long in the garden grey, a ghost and a dream will talk together, and sad other things will have to say. All sad things of a bow that's broken, heartbreak things of a leaf that's dead. All sad things not hand has spoken, sorrowful things no man hath said. A Ghost of Yesterday, by Madison Julius Cawein. There is a house beside a way, where dwells a ghost of yesterday. The old face of a beauty, faded, looks from its garden, and the shaded long walks of locust trees, which seem forevermore to sigh and dream, keep whispering low a word that's true, of shapes that haunt its avenue, clad as in days of bell and bew, who comes and go around its ancient portico. At first in stock and beaver hat, the flitting of a moth and bat, an old man leaning on a cane, comes slowly down the locust lane, looks at the house, then grouping goes into the garden where a rose still keeps sweet tryst with moth and moon, and humming to himself a tune. Lorena, all bent bold, will say, waits, bent and grey, for some fair ghost of yesterday. The yesterday that holds us all, more real to him than is the wall of mossy stone near which he stands, still reaching out for her his hands, for her the girl who waits somewhere, a lace-gowned phantom, dark of hair, whose loveliness still keeps those walks, and with whose memory he talks. Upon his hearty happy heat, so it is said, the girl now half a century dead. A Light in the Window, by Madison Julius Cawein. Rain and wind and candlelight, and let us pray a prayer tonight, for every soul, since life is brief, little of trouble and less of grief. And set a light at the window pane to guide love home through the night and rain. Rain and wind and candlelight, and what shall we pray again tonight? For every life whose way is dim, the grace of God and trust in Him. A word, a song till the tears be dried, and fate and hope set down beside. Rain and wind and candlelight, and one last prayer to pray tonight. For every heart in the darkened rain to know its prayer is not in vain. A door flung wide and a face aglow, love come back from the long ago. When let the rain and the wind without threaten the worst and rave and shout. For who will care though the night is black? Love to his own has wandered back. Has wandered back through the rain and night, led home again by her candle's light. A Long, Long Way, by Madison Julius Cawein. It's a long, long way to the country where I wade and splash in the creek, and a long, long way to the Ferncrack Fair, the fair where I was last week. It's a long, long way to the end of the world, where the sun blows out his beams, where the way is short and your warm bed curled to the old, old land of dreams. It's a long, long way to go upstairs when you're down in the yard below, and a long, long way where no boy cares to ever want to go. It's a long, long way to the world's far end where the stars sit down with God, but the way is short so I comprehend to a wonderful land of Nod. It's a long, long way when you have to be dressed, when you'd very much rather play, and a long, long way, let it be confessed, to leave where you'd rather stay. It's a long, long way to the end of the earth, where the night rolls dark and deep, but the way is short in your cozy berth to the far, far land of sleep. It's a short, short way when you go to school. It's a long, long way back home. And the teacher says you can find a fool no matter where you roam. It's a long, long way, so my father says, till some folks see a jest. But the longest way of all the ways is the way to the land of rest. A Melody by Madison, Julius, Cawein. There be fairies bright of eye, who the white flowers wonders are. There be fairies subtly nourished on a blossom star. Fairies tripping merrily, singing in faint echoes far. Singing fair melodies, murmured by the burly bees, by the wild brown bees. Well, I wot that fairies beware, fairies, fairies that at eve lurking in the blossom lair, and some rosebud's scanted hair from white beams of starlight weave, glinting down and shining show. I have proven sure and true, fairies beware, face of dew, lying laughing in its spark, floating in a rose hussark. Singing fairy melodies, when asleep the dusty bees cannot steal their melodies, fairy melodies. A Midsummer Day by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The locust gyres, the heat intensifies, the rain crow crooks from hot leaf tree to tree. The butterfly, a flame flag, aimlessly drops down the air and knows not where it flies. Beside the stream whose bed in places the small green heron flaps, the minnows flee. And mid the blackberry lilies, wasp and bee, droves where the cattle pant with half-closed eyes. The summer day, like some tired laborer, lays down her burden here and sinks to rest. The tan of toil upon her face and hands, she dreams, and lo, the heavens over her unfold a dream. Along the boundless west rolls gold the harvest of the sunset's lands. A Prayer for Old Age by Madison, Julius, Cawein. These are the things which I would ask of time, when I am old, never to feel in soul doped spiritual rhyme. The heart grow cold with self, but in me the which warms my time. Never to feel the joy, the drouth that kills before one dies, of mind, full flowering on thoughts' fertile hills, but in my skies the falcon, fancy that no season kills. Never to see the shadow at my door, nor fear its fall, but wait serenely, whether rich or poor, nor care at all, so love sits with me at my open door. Never to have a dream I dreamed destroyed, and towards the last live over again all that I have enjoyed. There be passed through these the dreams no time has yet destroyed. Never to lose my love for lowly things, to feel the need for simple beauty still, each bird that sings, each flower and weed, but looks its message of angst at things. Never to lose my faith in nature, God, but still to find worship in trees, religion in each zod, and in the wind sermons that breathe the universal God. Never to age in mind, much less in heart, but keep them young with song, glad song, that still shall have its part, sung or unsung, within the inmost temple of my heart. That I may lose not all my trust in man, and through it grow near to heaven and God, and softly wend me deaf and know he has no terrors for my soul. Amen. A Song for the Day by Madison, Julius, Cawein. A rollicking song for the morn, my boy, a rollicking song for the morn. It's up and out with a laugh and shout, while the bright sun circles the world about. And the dew is on the corn, my boy, and the dew is on the corn. Barefoot, brown with trousers torn, it's up and out with the morn. A jolly good song for the noon, my boy, a jolly good song for the noon. It's out and away where the wild woods sway, and the wind and the birds have a holiday, and whistle an old-time tune, my boy, and whistle an old-time tune. Healthy, happy, a heart of June, it's out in the woods of noon. A wonderful song for weave, my boy, a wonderful song for weave. The sunset sparse and a trail of stars, and the fords of a creek, a mine of spars, of a wealth of crystal weave, my boy, a wealth of crystal weave. Hungry, tired, with nothing to grieve, it's home again at eve. A lullaby song for the night, my boy, a lullaby song for the night. When crickets cry and owlets fly, and the househound bays the moon on high, and the window lamp shines bright, my boy, the window lamp shines bright, and drowsy kiss, and the bed snow white, and a lullaby song for the night. A Song for Old Age by Madison, Julius, Cawein. No nights grow cold and colder, and nor the wind rain swings, and round each tree and boulder the driving snowstorm sinks, can make my old heart older, O memory of lost things. Of hope and promise sung her, brave songs when I was young, the banquet, snow and hunger, since all youth's songs are sung. Of love walks with younger, sweethearts, with flowers and more. How well, while love holds leaf, death's cheeseless dance goes on. So let the curtains heavy about my couch be drawn, the curtains sad and heavy, where all should sleep anon. A Song in Season by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When the wind the vane turns round and round and round, and in his kennel winds the hound, when all the gable eaches are bound with icicles of red grey, glinting grey, there's little to do and much to say, and you hug your fire and pass the day with a thought of a springtime dairy. When late at night the owlet hoots and hoots and hoots, and wild winds make of keyholes flutes, when to the dawn the good man's boots dim through the snow, the light stains red, the firelight's red, there's nothing to do and all is sad, and you quaff your cider and go to bed with a dream of a summer dairy. When nearing dawn it crows and crows and crows, and from the barn the milk cow lows, and the milkmaid's cheek have each a rose, and the still skies have a star or two, or one or two. There's little to say and much to do, and the heartier done, the happier you, with a song of a winter dairy. A Song of a Road by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Whatever the path may be, my dear, let us follow it far away from here. Let us follow it back to yesteryear, whatever the path may be. Again let us dream where a land lies sunny, and live like the bees on our heart's old honey. Away from the world that slaves for money, come journey away with me. However the road may roam, my dear, through sun or rain, through green or sea, let us follow it back with hearts of cheer. However the road may roam, or while we walk in here together, we'll carry for wind and weather. When we're on the hills we'll smell the heather, and see the lights of home. Whatever the path may seem, my sweet, let us take it now with willing feet, and time our steps to our heart's glad beat, whatever the path may seem. Though the road be rough that we must follow, what care we for hill or hollow, while here in our hearts as high as a swallow we bear the same love dream. Wherever the road may roam, my sweet, let us lead us far from mart and street, out where the hills and the heavens meet, however the road may roam. So hand in hand let us go together, and care no more for wind and weather, and reach at last those hills of heather, where gleam the lights of home. A Song of the Snow by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Roaring winds that rocked the crow high in his eyrie, all night long and to and fro swung the cedar and drove the snow. Out of the north have cheese to blow, and down breaks fiery. Sing ho, a song of a windy dawn, when the air is still and the clouds are gone, and the snow lies deep on hill and lawn, and the old clock ticks, 'tis time, 'tis time, and the household rises with many a yawn. Sing ho, a song of a winter dawn, sing ho. Deep in the east a ruddy glow broadens and brightens, glints through the icicles row on row, flames in the panes of a farmhouse low, and over the miles of drifted snow silently whitens. Sing ho, a song of a winter sky, when the last star closes its icy eye, and deep in the road the snowdrifts lie, and the old clock ticks, 'tis late, 'tis late, and the flame on the hearth leaps red, leaps high. Sing ho, a song of a winter sky, sing ho. Into the heaven the sun comes low, all red and frosy. Out of a shed the muffled low of the kettles comes, and the rooster's crow sounds strangely distant beneath the snow, and dull and rosy. Sing ho, a song of a winter morn, when the snow makes ghostly waves at fawn, and hills of pearl are the shocks of corn, and the old clock ticks, tick-tock, tick-tock, and the goodman bustles about the barn. Sing ho, a song of a winter morn, sing ho. Now to their task the farm hands go, cheerily, cheerily, the maid with her pail, her cheeks aglow, and blowing his fist, the man with his hoe, to trample a path through the crunching snow, merrily, merrily. Sing ho, a song of a winter day, when ermine capped are the stacks of hay, and the wood smoke pillars the air with grey, and the old clock ticks to work, low work, and the good wife sings as she churns away. Sing ho, a song of a winter day, sing ho. A Stormy Sunset by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Soul of my body, what a death, for such a day of anguish gloom, unbroken passion of a sky, as if a pure kind-hearted breath of some soft power ever night had cleaving in the bitter sheath burst from its grave a glorious bloom. The majesty of clouds would swarm, expanding in a furious length of molten metal petals, flows unutterably, and where the warm full fire is centered, swims and glows the evening star fresh-faced with strength, a shimmering raindrop of a storm. A Street of Ghosts by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The drowsy day with half-closed eyes dreams in this quaint forgotten street, but like some old-world wreckage lies left by the sea's receding beat, far from the city's restless feet. Abandoned pavements that the trees' huge roots had wrecked, whose flagstones feel no more the sweep of draperies, and sunken curbs whereon no wheel grins nor the gallant spur-bound heel. Old houses walled with rotten brick, thick creepered, dormered, weather-bent, like withered faces, sad and sick, stare from each side, all broken-penned, with battered doors the rain has stained. And though the day be white with feet, the ancient yards are dim and cold, where now the toad makes its retreat, mid-flower pots green-caked with mould, and gnawed by noisome weeds unfold. The slow grey slug and snail have trailed where slimy silver up and down. The beds where once the moss rose wailed, rich beauty, and the mushroom brown swells where the lily tossed its crown. The shadowy scents that haunt and flit along the walls, beneath paws, seem ghosts of sweethearts here who sit, or wandered round each empty house, wrapped in the silence of dead woes. And haply when the evening drops her amber eyelids in the west, here one might hear the swish of hoops, or catch the glint or head or west, as to them lovers past and pressed. And instant as some star-slant flame that scores the swarthy cheek of night, perhaps behold colonial dame and gentleman in stately white, go glimmering down the pale moonlight. And powder patch and fur below, hat and sword, and every one toy and rig of long ago, as real as in the days long done, the courtly days of Washington. A Sunset Fancy by Madison Julius Cawein. White in the west, a leg of flame that seems to shake as if a Midgard snake deep down did breathe, an isle of purple glow where rosy rivers flow down peaks of cloudy snow with fire banners, and where the tower of night with windows all alight frowns on a burning height, wherein she sleeps, young through the years of doom, veiled with her hair's gold gloom, the pale Valkyrie whom enchantment keeps. A Thought by Madison Julius Cawein. And I a thought of youth which strains near its god to rise. What were ambitions and its pains, were life a cowardice? The grander souls that rose above thought's noblest heights to treat, found their endeavour in the love and truth behind the dead. A secret glory in the tomb, a night with doors and light, an intense presence veiled with gloom, and not an endless night. The peneth of a struggling world, woe does stay mad care, when her fury's gorge above is curled, and we see her riving hair. A Tried Friend, a True Friend by Madison Julius Cawein. A friend for you and a friend for me, a friend to understand, to cheer away and help the day, with heart as well as hand. With heart as well as hand, my dear, and share the things we've planned. A tried friend, a true friend, a friend to understand, a friend for you and a friend for me, a friend to hear our call. When wrong or right, we wage the fight, with backs against the wall. With backs against a wall, my dear, when hope is like to fall. A tried friend, a true friend, a friend to hear our call. A friend for you and a friend for me, to share with us the day when our ship comes back, and naught will lack of all for which men pray. Of all for which men pray, my dear, that long has gone astray. A tried friend, a true friend, to share with us that day. How side by side on roads untried, two souls may better speed when one who goes the road he knows, with none to give him heed. With none to give him heed, my dear, and help when where's need. A tried friend, a true friend, a friend indeed. A Valentine by Madison Julius Cawein. My life has grown a witchcraft place through gazing on thy form and face. Now't is thy smile's soft sorcery that makes my soul a melody. Now't is the frown that comes and goes that makes my heart a page of prose. Some day perhaps a world of wine will change me to thy Valentine. A Wet Day by Madison Julius Cawein. Dark, drear, and drizzly, the vapor grisly, the day goes dully into its close. Its red robe smudges each thing it touches, its fingers sully in wreck rose. Around the railing and garden paling, the dripping lily hangs low its head. A broodmare whines, and hens and guineas droop, damp and chilly beneath the sheet. And splashing mire about the byre, the cattle huddle, the farm plots, while to some neighbors wing labours through pool and puddle and clavered clods. The day, unsplendid, at last is ended, is dead, buried, night is come. Night, blind and footless, and fool and fruitless, with weeping wearied and sorrow dumb. A God for thunder, for winds to sunder, the clouds and o'er a smite rushing bars, and through white masses of storm that passes, roll calm the chorus of moon and stars. A Woodland Grave by Madison Julius Cawein. White moons may come, white moons may go. She sleeps where all her blossoms blow, knows nothing of a leafy June, that leans above her night and noon, crowned now with sunbeam, now with moon, watching the roses grow. The downy moth at twilight comes and flutters round where honey blooms. Long lazy clouds, like ivory, that eye the blue lagoons of sky, redden to molten gold and dye, the flame the pine-deep blooms. Dew dripping from wet fern and leaf, the wind that shakes the violet sheaf, the slender sound of water lone that makes a harp-string of some stone, and our wood-bird's glimmering moon seem whispering where of grief. Her garden where the lilacs grew, where on all the walls old roses blew, head heavy with their mellow musk, where when the beetle drone was husk, she lingered in the dying dusk, no more shall know that knew. Her orchard where the spring and she stood listening to each bird and bee, that from its fragrant firmament snowed blossoms on her as she went, blossom with the blossoms blend, no more a face shall see. White moons may come, white moons may go, she sleeps where early blooms blow. Around her headstone many a seed shall sow itself, and brier and weed shall grow to hide it from man's head, and none will care or know. A Yellow Rose by Madison Julius Cawein. The old gate clicks, and down the walk between clovepink and hollyhock, still young of face, though grey of lock, among a garden's flowers she goes at evening close, deep in her hair a yellow rose. The old house shows one gable peak above its trees, and sage and leek blend with a rose where scans. The creek, leaf-hidden, past the garden flows, with on its snows pale petals of a yellow rose. The cricket's pipe and dewy damps, and everywhere the fireflies' lamps flame like the lights of fairy camps, while overhead the soft sky shows one star that glows, as in grey hair a yellow rose. There's one spot she seeks for, where the roses make a fragrant lair, a spot where once he kissed her hair, and held his love as each one knows, each flower that blows, and pledged it with a yellow rose. The years have turned her dark, her grey, since that glad day, and still they say she keeps the tryst as on that day, and while the garden softly goes at evening's close, wearing for him that yellow rose. Abandoned by Madison Julius Cawein. The hornets built in plaster-dropping rooms, and on its mossy porch the lizard lies. Around its chimneys slow the swallow flies, and on its roof the locust snow there blooms. Like some sad fort that broods here or perfumes haunt its dim stairs. The cautious fire tries each gusty door, like some dead hand, then sighs with ghostly lips among the attic glooms. And now a hero, now a kingfisher, flits in the willows where the rifle seems at each faint fort to hesitate to leap, fluttering the silence with a little stir. Here summer seems a place fast asleep, and the near world figment of her dreams. Accomplishment by Madison Julius Cawein. Hold to the rapture, let it work inward till founts of being fill, and all is clear what once was murk, and beauty's self-rise, mirrored still, before the mind that shall devise new forms of earth to realize. Let it possess the heart and soul, and through the two evolve to one, and so achieve the mortal goal of something great what man has done, pouring his thought, his dream intense into the modes of performance. Within the compass of extreme science and art, where worlds have set, wherein the soul fulfills its dreams, and evermore without a let, swift, eagle-like, free, unconfined, soars to new altitudes of mind. Adventurers by Madison Julius Cawein. Seemingly over the hilltops, possible under the hills, a tireless wing that never drops, and a song that never stills. Epic hearts on the stars' lips, lyrics read in the dew, to sing a song at our fingertips, and live a world anew. Cavaliers of the court's kind, bold and stern and strong, and oh for a fine and muscular mind to sing a new world song. Sailing seas of a silver morn, winds of a balm and spice, to put the old world art to scorn at the price of any price. Danger, death, but hope high, gods if a proposal fail, into the deeds of a vaster sky, sailing at dawn to sail. After a Night of Rain by Madison Julius Cawein. The rain made ruin of a rose and frayed the lily into tatters. Now the morn looks from the hopeless east with eyes forlorn, as from an attic looks a dull-eyed maid. The carapace drips, the sunflowers fade, the garden reeks with rain, where never fawn, the toadstools crowd the rims where dim of horn, the slow snail slims the grasses gaunt and greyed. Like some pale nun in peninsula wreaths, whirl with weeping, telling sadder beats, a rosary of pots of hollyhocks, September comes, heavy of heart and head, while in her path the draggled 4 o'clocks drop all the flowers, saying, Summer's dead. After Storm by Madison Julius Cawein. Great clouds of sullen seal and gold bar bleak the tiny rest, on which all day the thunder rolled, and storm streamed crest on crest. Now silvery in its deeps of bronze, the new moon fills its sphere, and point by point the darkness dons, its pale stars where and here. But still behind the moon and stars the peace of heaven remains, suspicion of wrath at wars that nature no restrains. As lind 'neath tiger eyelids glare the wild beast eyes that sleep, so smolders in its sunset lair the rage that rent the deep. Ambition by Madison Julius Cawein. Now to my lips a lift went some opiate of black forgetfulness, while in thy gaze still lures the loveless beauty that betrays, and in thy mouth a music that is hate. No promise more hast thou to make me wait, no smile to cozen my sick heart with praise. Far, far behind we stretch laborious days, and far before we labor soon and late. Thine is the fan fire that we dream a star, flying before us, ever fugitive, by mocking policy still holds afar. And wine the voice to which our longings give, half-searing face that speaks as sweet and fair, only to lead us captives to despair. An Autumn Night by Madison Julius Cawein. Some things are good on autumn nights, when with a storm the forest fights, and in a room the heaped hard lights, old-fashioned press and rafter, plump chestnuts hissing in the heat, a mug of cider, sharp and sweet, and at your side a face betied with lips of laughter. Upon the roof the rolling rain, and tapping at the window pane, the wind that seems a witch cane that summons spells together. A hand within your own awhile, a mouth reflecting back your smile, and eyes to stars whose beams exile all thoughts of weather. And while the wind lulls, still to sit and watch a firelit needles flit, a knitting and to feel a knit, your very heartstrings in it. Then, when the old clock ticks, 'tis late to rise and at the door to wait, 2 words, or at the garden gate a kissing minute. An Incident by Madison Julius Cawein. Here's a tale for man and woman teachers. There was a girl who chose to be a maiden, who walked by night with heart like a live laden, a child of sin and a maid of preachers. She had been lovely once, but dye and scarlet on hair and face have ravaged all her beauty. Only her eyes still did her girl's sole duty, shone in the hell that hounded the poor soul. One day a fisherman from out the river fished a pale body, like a branch of willow or golden wheat, self-murdered, drowned and broken. The sight of it had made a strong man shiver, and on a poor breast as upon a pillow a picture smiled, a baby's like some token. An old song by Madison Julius Cawein. It's out for the hills where there wins someone with a vagabond foot that follows, and a cheer-up hand that he clasps upon your arm with the hearty words, "Come on, we'll soon be out of the hollows, my heart, we'll soon be out of the hollows." It's out for the songs where thou helps someone with a renegade foot that doubles, and a kindly look when he turns upon your face with a friendly laugh. "Come on, we'll soon be out of the troubles, my heart, we'll soon be out of the troubles." Apocalypse by Madison Julius Cawein. Before I found her, I had found within my heart, as in a brook, reflections of her. Now sound of imaged beauty, now a look. So when I found her, gazing in those Bibles of her eyes, above all earth, I read no word of sin, their holy chapters all were love. I read them through, I read and saw the soul impatient of a sod. I saw that through her eyes that draw mine to the higher love of God. Assumption by Madison Julius Cawein. A mile of moonlight in the whispering road, a mile of shadow and the odorous lane. One large white star above the solitude, like one sweet wish, and laughter after pain, while roses wistful in a web of rain. No star, no rose, to lessen him and lead, no woodsman compass of the skies and rocks, that hood of stars and legions, doth love need to guide him where, among the hollyhocks, a blue of moonlight gleam a sweetheart's locks. We name it beauty, that permitted part, the love-elected apotheosis of nature, which a god within the heart just touching makes immortal, but by which a star arose by memory of a kiss. At Dawn by Madison Julius Cawein. Far off I heard dark waters rush, the sky was cold, the dawn brook green, and wrapped in twilight and strange hush, the grey wind moaned between. A voice rang through the house of sleep, and through its halls the wind treat. Mysterious raiments seemed to sweep around the pallid dead. And then I knew that I had died, I who had suffered so and sinned, and 'twas myself I stood beside in the wild dawn and wind. At Last by Madison Julius Cawein. What shall be said to him now he is dead? Now that his eyes are dim, low lies his head. What shall be said to him now he is dead? One word to whisper of low in his ear, sweet, but a one word, love. Haply he'll hear, one word to whisper of low in his ear. What shall be given him now he is dead? Now that his eyes are dim, low lies his head. What shall be given him now he is dead? Hope that lifelong denied, here to his heart, sweet, lay it now beside, never to part. Hope that lifelong denied, here to his heart. At Midnight by Madison Julius Cawein. At midnight in the freezing wood I wandered by the waterside, when, soft as mist, before me stood my sweetheart who had died. But so unchanged was she, meseemed that I had only dreamed her dead. Glad in her eyes the love-light gleamed, her lips were warm and red. What woe the stars shone shadowy through her form as by my side she went, and by her feet no drop or dew was stirred, no blade was bent. What woeful wild loveliness the wildflower dimmed, the moonlight paled, real to my touch she was, no less when the earth prevailed. She took my hand, my heart beat wild, she kissed my mouth, I bowed my head. When gazing in my eyes she smiled, "When didst thou die?" she said. At Moonrise by Madison Julius Cawein. Pale faces looked up at me, up from the earth like flowers. Pale hands reached down to me out of the air like stars, as over the hills dropped on the twilight the hours. The day's last hours departed and Dusk put up her bars. Pale fingers beckoned me on, pale fingers like starlit mist. Dim voices called to me, dim as a wind's dim rune, as up from the night like a nymph from the amethyst of her waters, as silver as foam, rose the round, white breast of the moon. And I followed the pearly waving and beckoning of hands, the luring glitter and dancing glimmer of feet, and the sibilant whisper of silence that summoned the lands, remoter than legend or fairy, where myth and tradition meet. And I came to a place where the shadow of ancient night brooded our ruins, far wilder than castles of dreams. Fantastic, imagined of phantoms, where wandering right amid with a shadowy presence whose voice I had followed, it seems. And the ivy waved in the wind, and the moonlight laid like a ghostly benediction, a finger when on the face of the one from whose eyes the darkness strayed, the face of the one I had known in the years long ago. And she looked in my face, and kissed me on brow and on cheek, murmured my name, and wistfully smiled in my eyes, and the tears welled up in my heart that was wild and weak, and my bosom seemed bursting with yearning, and my soul with sighs. And where amid the ruins we sat, how strange were the words that she said, distant and dim and stranger, and hollow the looks that she gave. And I knew her when, for joy, a joy that was dead, a hope, a beautiful hope that my youth had laid in its grave. At Parting by Madison, Julius, Cawein. What is there left for us to say? Now it has come to say goodbye, and all our dreams of yesterday have vanished in the sunset sky. What is there left for us to say? Now different ways before us lie. A word of hope, a word of cheer, a word of love that still shall last when we are far to bring us near through memories of a happy past. A word of hope, a word of cheer to keep our sad hearts true and fast. What is there left for us to do? Now it has come to say farewell. And care that bade us once adieu returns again with us to dwell. What is there left for us to do? Now different ways our fates compel. Clasp hands and sigh, touch lips and smile, and look the love that shall remain when severed so by many a mile. With sweetest balm for bitterest pain. Clasp hands and sigh, touch lips and smile, and trust in God to meet again. At Sunset by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Into the sunset's decorous march, the moon dips like a pearly barge, enchantment sails through magic seas to fairyland desperities of our hills and away. Into the fields in ghost grey gown, the young-eyed Dusk comes slowly down. Urban filled with stars she stands, and one or two slip from her hands over the hills and away. Above the woods, black cauldron bends the witch-faced night, and muttering blends with dew and heat, whose bubbles make the mist and mask that haunt the break over the hills and away. Oh, come with me and let us go beyond the sunset lying low, beyond the twilight and the night, into love's kingdom of long light, over the hills and away. At the end of the road by Madison, Julius, Cawein. This is the truth as I see it, my dear, out in the wind and the rain. They who have nothing have little to fear, nothing to lose or to gain. Here by the road at the end of the year, let us sit down and drink our beer, happy-go-lucky and a cavalier, out in the wind and the rain. Now we are old, oh isn't it fine, out in the wind and the rain. Now we have nothing, why snivel and whine, what would it bring us again? When I was young, I took you like wine, held you and kissed you and fought you to wine, happy-go-lucky, the habit's still mine, out in the wind and the rain. Oh, my holy heart, what a life we have led, out in the wind and the rain. How we have drunken and how we have fed, nothing to lose or to gain. Cover the fire now, get we to bed. Long was the journey and far has it led. Come let us sleep, sleep like the dead, out in the wind and the rain. At the sign of a skull by Madison, Julius, Cawein. It's gallop and go, and slow no slow, whether the man and this life below, but the things of this world are a fleeting show. A post-chase time that all must take, as all with clay and dust, to horses strain its rusty brake, and pleasure and disgust. Our baggage totters on its roof of vanity and care, as hope the postboy spurs each hoof, or heavy-eyed despair. And now comrade with us rides, laugh hardly or remorse, and let them traveller besides count memory on a horse. And be we king or be we kern, who ride the roads of sin, no matter how the roads may turn, will lead us to that inn. And to that inn within that land of silence and of gloom, whose ghastly landlord takes our hand and leads us to our room. Let's gallop and go, and slow no slow, with every man and his life below, but the things of this world are a fleeting show. At 21 by Madison, Julius, Cawein. With rosy hills of high breasts, whereon like misty morning rests the breathing lace, auburn hair, wherein a star point sparkling, where one jewel burns, her eyes that keep recorded dreams of song and sleep. Her mouth of whose comparison riches rose the poor and one, her throat a form, what masterpiece of man can picture half of these. She comes, a classic from the hand of God, wherethrough I understand what nature means and art and love, and all the lovely myths thereof. Authorities by Madison Julius Cawein. The unpretentious flowers of the woods that rise in bride and band brotherhoods, waving us welcome, and with kisses sweet laying their lifestone underneath our feet, lessen my soul more than the tomes of men, packed with the law of ages ever can, love and truth, hope and humility, in such unselfishness as to be, lifting permissive petals dripping nard, yields every sweet up, asking no reward. The many flowers of wood and field and stream filling our hearts with wonder and with dream, and known of ceremony, yet that are attended of such reverence as that star with punctual point of flame, which to our eyes leads on the vast procession of the skies, sidereal silver gleaming in the wrist, compels assertive of heaven's loveliest. Where may one find suggestion simpler set than the radius of the violet, or more authentic loveliness that glows in the small compass of a single rose, or more of spiritual thought than perfumes from the absolute purity of a lily bloom? Be glad by Madison Julius Cawein. Be glad just for today. O heart, be glad. Cast all your cares away. Doff all that's sad. Put off your garments grey. Be glad today. Be merry while you can, for life is short. It seemeth but a span before we part. Let each maid take her man, and dance while dance she can. Life's but a little span, but merry will you go. Beauty and Art by Madison Julius Cawein. The gods are dead, but still for me lives on a wildwood brook and tree, each myth, each old divinity. For me still laughs among the rocks, the naiad and the druid's locks drop perfume on the wildflower flocks. With the Tyre's hoof still prints the loam, and whiter than the wind-blown foam the earth holds the mountain home. To him whose mind is fain to dwell with loveliness to time can quell, all things are real, imperishable. To him whatever facts may say, who sees the soul beneath the clay, is proof of a diviner day. The very stars and flowers preach a gospel old as God, and teach philosophy a child may reach. That cannot die, that shall not cease, but lives through idealities of beauties even as Rome and Greece. That lifts the soul above the clod, and, working out some period of art, is part and proof of God. Beauty by Madison Julius Cawein. High as a star, yet lowly as a flower, unknown she takes the unassuming place at earth's proud masquerade. The appointed hour strikes, and behold the marvel of her face. Before the End by Madison Julius Cawein. How does the autumn in the mind conclude that tragic masque her frosty pencil writes, broad on the pages of the days and nights, and burning lines of orchard, of wold and wood? What lonely affirms that if the years thus stood at spectral wait, the wildly wasted lights shall enter, and with melancholy wreaths inaugurate their sadder sisterhood? Saw who lifts a signal hand, and slow the green leaf feathers, falling ere it dies, regret whose pale lips summon, and gaunt woe wakes the wild wind harps with sonorous sighs, and sleep who sits with pop-eyed eyes, and sees the earth and sky grown dream accessories. Before the Rain by Madison Julius Cawein. Before the rain, lone the obscure east, reek and morose the moon hung, sickle grey. Around its disk the storm mists, cracked and creased, wove an enormous web, wherein it lay, like some white spider hungry for its prey. Vindictive looked the scowling firmament, in which each star but flashed the dagger rays seemed filled with malice of some dark intent. The marsh frog croaked, and underneath a stone the peevish cricket raised a creaking cry. Within the world resounds were heard alone, save when a ruffian wind sweep from the sky, making each tree like some sad spirit sigh, or shock the clumsy beetle from its wheat, wherein the drowsy darkness, bungling by, shared the silence with its feverish speed. Slowly the tempest gathered, hours passed before we heard the thunder's sullen drum, rumbling lights hollow, and the east at last, resting with waiting, like a woman dumb with doubting of a love that should have gloomed the casement hours ago, avowed again. Mid protestations joy already had come, and all night long I heard the heavens explain. Before the Tomb by Madison Julius Cawein. The way went under cellar gloom to moonlight, like a cactus bloom before the entrance of a tomb. I had an hour of night and thin set starlight, and I set my chin against the grating and looked in. A gleam like moonlight through square of opening I knew not where shone on the coffin resting where, and on its oval silver plate I read her name and age and date, and smiled, soft thinking on my hate. There was no insect sound to chirp, no wind to make a little stir. I stood and looked and thought on her. The gleam stole downward from my head, till at her feet it rested red on gothic gold that sadly said, God to her laugh lent a weak reed of strength, and gave her light to lead pray for a soul, for it hath need. There was no night bird's twitter near, no low vague water I might hear, to make a small sound in the ear. The gleam that made the burning mark of each dim word died to a spark, when left the tomb and coffin dark. I had a little while to wait, and prayed with hands against the grate, and heard that yearned anew too late. There was no light below, above, to point my soul the way whereof, the way of fate that lead to love. Below the sunset's range of rose, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Below the sunset's range of rose, below the heaven's deepening blue, downward ways where the balsam blows, and milkweed tufts hang, grey with dew, a Jersey hiver stops and lows, the cows come home by one, by two. There is no star yet, but the smell of hay and pennyroyal mix, the herb aromas of a dwell, where the rude hidden cricket clicks. Among the iron reeds the bell clings near the rail-fenced clover ricks. She waits upon the slope beside the wind-blessed well the plum tree's shade, the well curb at the goosebump's height. Her light hand on the bucket laid, unbonneted she waits, glad-eyed, her gown as simple as a braid. She sees fawn-colored backs among the summer snow, a tossing horn, its clashing bell of copper rung. Long shadows lean upon the corn, and slow the day dies, scarlet stung, the cloud in it a rosy fawn. Below the pleasant moon that tips the tree-tops of the hillside fly the flitting bats, the twilight slips and firefly spangles twinkling by, through which he comes, the heavy lips meet, and one star leaps in the sky. He takes a bucket, and they speak of marriage hopes, while in the grist the plum drops glowing as her cheek. The patient cows look back or pass, and in the west one golden streak burns as if God gazed through a glass. By the Summer Sea, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Sunlight and shrill cicada, and the low, slow, sleeping kissing of the sea and shore, and rumour of the wind. The morning wore a sudden face of fog that lifted slow, letting her eyes gleam through a crazed glow, wearing a look like that which once she wore when Gloucester warned from Dogtown where they bore some old witch wife with many a jibe and blow, but now the day has put off every care, and sits at place beside the smiling sea, dreaming bright dreams with lazy lidded eyes, one in a castle precipitate in air, and one a golden gallant's can it be, 'tis but the cloud world of the sunset skies. Can I forget? By Madison, Julius, Cawein. Can I forget how love once led the ways of our two lives together, joining them? Every hour was his anadem, and every day a tablet in his praise. Can I forget how in his garden place, among the purple roses, steam to steam, we heard the rumour of his robe's bright hem, and saw the aureate radiance of his face? Or behold my soul's high dreamstone hurled, and falsehood sit where truth once stood watered white, and in love's place, usurping lust and shame. For flowers be dead within the winter world, and flowers not wear, and starlets for the night, ere stars not wear, eternal and the same? Can such things be? By Madison, Julius, Cawein. Meseemed while she played, while lightly yet her fingers fell, as the roses bloom by bloom, I listened dead within the mighty room of some old palaces, where great casements let gauntlet moonlight in, that glimpses a parapet of statued marble, in the erased gloom majestic pictures towards, dim as doom, the dreams of Titan and of Tintoret. And when it seemed along a corridor, a mile of oak, a stricken footstep come, hurrying yet slower fought long centuries, past ere she entered she, I laughed of yore, for whom I died, who wildly wailed my name, and bending kissed me on the mouth and eyes. Chant before battle, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Ever since man was man, a fiend has stood outside his house of good. War with his terrible toys would win men's hearts to follow murderous arts. His spurs they've won are but of little use, except as old refuse of life, to hang and testify the thrust of deeds long won with dust. A rotting fungus on a log, a tree, a toiling worm or bee, serves God's high purpose here on earth to build more than wars maimed and killed. A habitude following still some emperor's will to kill, is that of men who give their lives for what? The privilege to be shot. Grant man more vision, Lord, to read thy words that are not guns and swords, but trees and flowers, lovely forms of earth, and all fair things of worth. So he may rise above a brute and snake, and all his reason make a world befitting as thou hast designed his greater soul and mind. So he may rid himself of worm and beast, and sit with love at feast, and make him worthy to be named thy son, as he, thy holy one. Amen. Check and counter-check, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Bend all your cowards wrath upon me so. Yes, I have crossed your path and will not go. Storm at me hate, and name me all that's vile, lust, filth, disease, and shame. I only smile. A brutal rage cannot hurt, it only flings in your own eyes blind dirt that bites and stinks. Rive it your like such wine, your fellow man, this wrath, great God and mine, what is it when? No words, no oaths, such hate as devils smile, when raw success cries, wait, and afterwhile. Woman I and ill, a courtesan your word of would kill, and you a man? You unnameable, a thing that's not too base to burn in hell, too vile to rot. Child and Father by Madison, Julius Cawein. A little child one night awoke and cried, "Oh, help me, Father, there's something wild before me, help me." Hurrying to his side, I answered, "I am here, you dreamed, my child." "A dream?" he questioned. "Oh, I could not see, it was so dark, take me into your bed." And I who loved him held him soothingly, and smiling on his terror, comforted. He nestled in my arms, I held him fast, and spoke to him, and calmed his childish fears, until he smiled again, asleep at last, upon his lashes still a trace of tears. How like a child the world, who in this night of strife beholds strange monsters threatening, and with black fear, having so little light, cries to its Father, God, for comforting. And well for it, if answering the call, the Father hear and soothe its dread asleep. How many, though, whom thoughts and dreams appall, must lie awake and in the darkness weep. Christmas Eve by Madison, Julius Cawein. Christmas Eve is here at last, and I'm happy as can be. Going to have a Christmas tree and more toys than any past Christmas saw ever had, so my mother says for me. And I'm just as glad as a little boy can be. Christmas Eve is here at last, Christmas Eve is here at last. And I'm going to bed tonight, early when it's candlelight. Christmas Day can't come too fast. I'll not go to sleep. I think by the wide awake one, right here, old Santa, with a wink, down the chimney comes tonight. Christmas Eve is here at last. Christmas Eve is here at last. And the dining room and hall, parlor too, I guess, and wall, all are hung with holly, masked with old mistletoe. It smells sniffs of cedar over all. Every minute goes the parcels back and pile the hall. Christmas Eve is here at last. Christmas Eve is here at last. And it has begun to snow. Oh, I'm so excited, oh. Windows rattle and the blast shakes and mutters at the door. But that's not the wind, I know. I have heard him there before. Santa Claus all fired with snow. Christmas Eve is here at last. Christmas Eve is here at last. Oh, the folks go hurrying by. I can see the snowflakes fly by my window, whirling past everywhere, and our front yards covered white, and oh my, hear the bells that jingle hard. Must be Santa's lying by. Christmas Eve is here at last. Christmas Eve is here at last. Tell you what I'm going to do, hang my stockings up, yes, too. My 2 stockings, for I asked Mother and she said I might, when I'll watch him cry, with you, Santa, when he comes tonight. Hello, Santa, howdy do, Christmas Eve is here at last. Clearing by Madison, Julius Cawein. Before the wind with rain-drowned stalks, the bleeding crimson hollyhocks are bending, and smouldering in the breaking brown above the hills that edge the town, the day's ending. The air's heavy with the damp, and one by one each cottage lamp is lighted. Infrequent passers of the street stroll on or stop to talk or greet, benighted. I look beyond my city yard and watch the white moon struggling hard, cloud-buried. The wind is driving toward the east, and wreck of pearl, all cracked and creased and serried. At times the moon, erupting, strikes some long cloud like Andean peaks, that double horizon vast volcano chains, the earthquake scars with leather veins that bubble. The wind that blows from out the hills is like a woman's touch that stills his sorrow. The moon sits high with many a star in the deep calm, and fair and far abides tomorrow. Clouds of the Autumn Night by Madison, Julius Cawein. Clouds of the autumn night under the hunter's moon, ghostly and windy, wide, whither, like leaves white strewn, take ye your stormy flight? Out of the west, where dusk from a rich window-sill leaned with a wand of tusk, witch-like, and wooded hill phantom with mist and musk. In the east, where morn sleeps in a shadowy close, shut with a gate of thorn, round which her dreams she knows flutter of rose and fawn. Blow from the west, oh blow, clouds where the tempest steers, and with your rain and snow bear of my heart the tears, and of my soul the woe. Into the east then pass clouds that the night winds sweep, and on a grave sere grass, where the lies asleep, there let them fall, alas. Compensation by Madison, Julius Cawein. Ye whom he loves, the Lord God chasteneth with disappointments, so that beside death, through suffering and failure, they know hell to make worthy and with heaven to dwell of love's attainment, where they come to be parts of its beauty and divinity. Conclusion by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The songs love sang to us are dead, yet shall he sing to us again when the dull days are wrapped in lead and the red woodland drips with rain. The lily of our love is gone, but touched our spring with golden skin. Now in the garden low upon, the wind stripped away its stalk is bent. Our rose of dreams is passed away, the lily of summer with sweet fire. The storm beats bare each thorny spray, and its dead leaves are trod in mire. The songs love sang to us are dead, yet shall he sing to us again, when the dull days are wrapped in lead and the red woodland drips with rain. The marigold of memory shall fill our autumn wind with glow. Haply its bitterness will be sweeter than love of long ago. The cypress of forgetfulness shall haunt our winter with its hue, the apathy to us not less dear than the dreams our summer knew. Conscious by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Within the soul are throned two powers, one love, one hate. Begot of these and well between, a presence towers, the shadowy keeper of the keys. With wild command or calm persuasion, with one may argue that compel, vainer concealment and evasion, for each he opens heaven and hell. Dawn by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Mist on the mountain height, silver creeping, incarnate beads of light, bloom cradles sleeping, dripping from the brow of night. Shadows and winds that rise over the mountain, stars in the spar that lies cold in the fountain, pale as the quickened skies. Sheep in the wedded folds dreamily bleating, dim on the festal woods, where, glad with meeting, mourn with the night and foes. Sleep on the moaning sea, hushing his trouble, rest on the cares that be hued in life's bubble, calm on the woes of me. Mist from the mountain height, hurriedly fleeting, stand the locks of night, throbbing and beating, thrilled with the coming light. Flocks on the musky strips, pearl in the fountain, winds from the forest lips, red on the mountain, dawn from the orient trips. Days and days by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The days that clothed white limbs with feet, and rocket red rose on their breast, have passed with ember-sandaled feet into the ruby-gated west. These were the days that filled the heart with overflowing riches of life, and whose soul no dream shall start but have its origin in love. Now come the days grey huddled in the haze whose foggy footsteps drip, who pin beneath a gypsy chin the frosty marigold and hip. The days whose forms fall shadowy athwart the heart, whose misty breath shapes saddest sweets of memory out of the bitterness of death. Days and Dreams by Madison, Julius, Cawein. He dreamed of hills so deep with woods, storm barriers on a summer sky are not more dark, when plunged out floods down rocks of sullen dye. Flat wasteways where sparsely grew gnarled iron-colored oaks, with rifts between dead moss of Eden blue, ways where the speedwell lifts its shy appeal, and spreading far the fallen gold of dawn, staying each blossom's bud and star, hundreds of cowslips one. Where round the feet the lady smoker, pearl-pale lady slipper creep, white butterflies upon the rock, or seal-brown suckers sleep. At eve the westshot's crooked fire furled a half-moon leaning low, while one wide airy star drops higher in curled honey-glow. Was it some elfin orphecy that purged his spirit so that rare blue harebells by those ways that be seemed summoning the prayer? For all the depth within my praise, not he, his higher self, whose love fire filled the flesh, its light still stays touched by the soul above. We found him dead, his songs beside, 6 stairs above the din and dust of life, and that for which he died denied him even a crust. Days come and go by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Leaves fall and flowers fade, days come and go. Now a sweet summer late, low in the leafy glade, low like a fragrant maid, low, low are low. Tears fall and eyelids ache, hearts overflow. Here for our dead love's sake, let us our farewells make, will ye again wake? Ah, no, no, no. Winds sigh and skies are grey, days come and go. Wild birds have flown away, where are the blooms of May? Dead, dead with many a day under the snow. Lips sigh and cheeks are pale, hearts overflow. Will not some song or tale, kiss or flower frail, will our dead love avail? Ah, no, no, no. Dead and gone by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I wot well o' his going to think it flowers fair, his right kind heart, my dear, to give a grass such hair. I wot well I was lying such nights out in the cold, to list the crickets crick, my sweet to see the glow-worms gold. And mine eyes be laugherful, well may they laugh, I froze, since to that eyes yesternight gazed in them sad and no. And my heart make moan and ache, well may it dree, I'm sure, he's dead and gone, my love, and it is beggar poor. Dead Man's Run by Madison Julius Cawein. He rode down the autumn wood, a man dark-eyed and brown, a mountain girl before him stood, clad in a homespun gown. The riders road is death for you, my father waits for you, my father and my brother too, you know the oath I swore. He holds her by one berry brown wrist and by one berry brown hand, and he half laughed at her and kissed her cheek with sun half tanned. The void is to the deaf, sweetheart, but forward I will ride, and if you ride to death, sweetheart, my place is at your side. Low half he laughed again, and kissed and helped her with his hand, and they have ridden into the mist that beds the autumn land. And they had passed by Devil's Den, and come to Dead Man's Run, when in the brush rose up two men, each with a levelled gun. Down, down, my sister, cries the one, she gives the reins a twirl. The other shouts, he shot my son, and now he steals my girl. Drive a crack, she will not reel, he will not cease to ride, but oh, her face is pale, and the red blood stains his side. Sit fast by me, sweetheart, the road is rough by gulf and bluff, and her hair blows wild and right. Sit fast by me, sweetheart, the bank is steep to ride, the bank is steep for a strong man's leap, and her eyes are staring right. Sit fast by me, sweetheart, the run is swift to ride, the run is swift of mountain drift, and she sways from side to side. Is it a wash of the yellow moss, or drift of the autumn's gold? The mountain torrent foams across, for the dead pin's roots to hold. Is it the bark of a skewmore, or peel of a white birch tree, the mountain near the other shore, half followed and still can see? The mountain moss or leaves, dead hard, no bark or birch and grey, young hair of gold, and a face, deaf cold, the white stream sweeps away. Dead Sea Fruit by Madison Julius Cawein. All things have power to hold us back, our very hopes build up a wall of doubt, whose shadow stretches black o'er all. The dreams that helped us once become, and dread disappointments that oppose dead eyes to ours, and lips made dumb with woes. The thoughts that opened doors before within the mind's house hide away. Discouragement half locked each door, for I come loss more frequently when gain, and failure when success, until the spirit struggle to attain is still. Death and the Fool by Madison Julius Cawein. Here's a tale for any man or woman. A fool saw death and braved him with his bauble among the graves. At last he heard a hobble, and something passed him, monstrous, superhuman, and by a tomb that reared a broken column he heard it stop. And then gargantuan laughter shattered the hush. Deep silence followed after, filled with a stir of bones, cadaverous solemn. Then said the fool, Come, show thyself, old prancer, I'll have a bout with thee. I too can clatter my wand and model. Come now, deaf and fooly, see who's the better man. There was no answer, only his bauble broke, a serious matter of a poor fool who died of melancholy. Death in Life by Madison Julius Cawein. Within my ways it beats and burns within my brain, for when the years set and see I dream the dream again. How over young am I, God knows, yet in his sleep more pain and woe and woman know, I know, and doubly deep. 7 towers of shaggy rock rise red to the wrecked skies, built in a marsh where the black and harsh to dead horizons lies. Eternal sunset pours around its warlock towers, a glowing urn where garnets burn, the fire dripping flowers. All a bed like turret sighs, stretched in a scarlet line, the crimson cranes, the rosy rains drop like a ruby rime. Once in the banquet hall these scarlet stalks are heard, I sit at board with men of the sword and knights of noble word. Cased all in silver mail, but he, I love and fear, in glittering gold beside me both sits like a lover near. Wild music echoes in the hollow towers where, behind bright bars oaths wiser, stars beam in his eyes and glare. Wild music ozons from arched ceilings, caked with white-grown pearl, and floors like mutic shores that sink to seas of light. Wild music in the feast, and once beloved near, and burning mail, why am I pale, so pale with grief and fear? Red heavens and slaughtered red, the march to west and east, 7 slits of sky, 7 casements high, flaring with blood-feed feast. Our torches, tall are we, our revel torches 7, that spill from goats of splendor old, the hour of night 11. No word, the sparkle ages, in cups of diamond spar, that prison the light of ruddy white in the royal wines of war. No word, which plague that race, splashed of splitting fires, of burial brims, wild sobs and swims, enchantment of lost lyres. I lean to him, I laugh, and in the silence say, Would my dear Grace reveal thy face, if love should crave and pray? Grave silence like a king, at that strange feast is set, grave silence still as the soul's will that roots a reason yet. But when I speak, behold, the charm is snipped, for lo speaks out the Moscow's golden cask. At midnight be it so, and silence waits severe till once around a tower, old swarm that looms and glad glooms, sounds low the midnight hour. 3 strokes, the knights arise, the pointy from them flung, to me what mock, like some horror's rock, when red graves give tongue. 6 strokes, and wailing out, the music hoots away, the fire glimmer of eye dies dimmer, the red grows ghostly grey. 9 strokes, and dropping mold, the crumbling hall is lead, the plate is rust, the feast is dust, the banqueteers are dead. 12 strokes pound out and roll, the huge walls rive and shake, o'er hissing things with total rings. Jesus Christ, let me wake! When rattling in the night his iron razor sleeps, and rotting mail a death's head pale, kissing my loathing lips. To hell fierce lust, its eyes, sharp-pointed like a knife, the flaming seemed to say, now dream the truth of life. Death, by Madison, Julius Cawein. Through some strange sense of sigh or touch, I find what all have found before, the presence I have feared so much, the unknown's immaterial door. I seek not, and it comes to me. I do not know the thing I find. The fillet of fatality drops from my brows that made me blind. Point forward no backward light. The way I take I may not choose. Out of the night into the night, and in the night no certain clues. But on the future, dim and vast, dark with dust and sacrifice, death's towering ruin of the past makes black the land that round me lies. Despair, by Madison, Julius Cawein. Shut in the phantoms of life's hollow hopes, and shadows of old sins saintly sloop, and the young ghosts of the dead dreams love knew, out of the day into the night she gropes. Behind her high the silvery summit slopes of strength and fate she will not turn to view, but towards the cave of weakness harsh of hue she goes, where all the dropes horror ropes. Where is the voice of waters in her ears, and on her brow a wind that never dies. One in the anguish of desire tears, one in the sorrow of unuttered sighs, and burdened with the immemorial years, downward she goes with never lifted eyes. Despondency, by Madison, Julius Cawein. Not all the bravery where day puts on of gold and azure, ardent or austery, shall ease my soul of sorrow, grown more dear than all the joy that heavenly hope may done. For up the skies the rumour of a dawn may run, and eve like some white torch appear. We shall not change the darkness gathered here, or fort that rusts like an old sword undrawn. Or for a place deep sunken from the sun, a wilderwood, a cave of primitive rocks and moss, where sleep and silence, breast to married breast, lie with their child, a night-eyed oblivion, where, freed from all the trouble of my cross, I might forget and rest. Discovery, by Madison, Julius Cawein. What is it now that I shall seek where woods dip downward in the hills, a mossy nook, a ferny creek, and May among the daffodils? Or, in the valley's visted glow, past rocks of terraced trumpet wines, shall I behold her coming slow, sweet May among the columbines? With red-mud cheeks and blued eyes, big eyes, the homes of happiness, to meet me with the old surprise, her wild rose hair all bonnetless. Who waits for me, where note for note the birds make glad the forest trees, a dogwood blossom at the throat, my May among the anemones? As sweet-haired breezes kiss the blooms, and dew scares the moon's pale beams, her shoals shall drink her lips' perfumes, and know the magic of her dreams. Distance, by Madison, Julius Cawein. I dreamed last night once more I stood knee-deep in purple clover leaves. Your old home glimmered through the wood of dark and melancholy trees, where every sudden summer breeze that wandered over a solitude the water's melody pursued, and sleepy hummings of the bees. And ankle-deep in violet blooms, methought I saw you standing there, a lone light among the glooms, a crown of sunlight on your hair. Wild songsters singing everywhere, made lightning with her glossy plums, about you clung with wild perfumes, and swooned along the shining air. And when you called me, my ears grew flattered with the music, led in fancy back to sweeter years, far sweeter years that now are dead. And at your summons fast I sped, buoyant as one the gold who nears. I lost, dead love, I woke in tears, for as I neared, you farther fled. Dogtown, by Madison, Julius Cawein. Far as the eye can see the land is grey, and desolation sits among the stones, looking in ruin who, from rocks like bones, stars with a dead face at the dying day. Mounds where the Barbary and Bayhood sway, show where homes arose once, where the village crones gossiped, and men with many sighs and groans laboured and laughed and went his daily way. Only the croner like a hag returned, crooks on a common that its horror's voice mocks. Meseems that here the soul of the earth has lost herself, and with the past concern sits with the ghosts of dreams that haunt these rocks, and old despairs to which man's soul gave birth. Dusk in the Woods, by Madison, Julius Cawein. 3 miles of trees it is, and I come through the woods with weighted dump for the cool summer dusk to come, and lingered there to watch the sky up which the gradual splendor clomb. A tree-toad quavered in a tree, and when a sudden whippoorwill called overhead so wildly shrill, the sleeping wood, it seemed to me, cried out, and then again was still. When through dark boughs its stealthy flight an owl took, and at drowsy strife a cricket tunes its fairy fife, and like a ghost flower's silent ride the wood moth glimmered into life. And in the dead wood everywhere the insects ticked or bored below the rotten bark, and glow the lambent fireflies here and there lit up their jack-o'-lantern show. I heard the vesper sparrows sing, withdrawn, it seemed, into the far slow sunset's tranquil cinnabar, the crimson softly smouldering behind the trees with its one star. A dog barked, and down ways that gleamed through dew and clover, faint the noise of kobolds moved. And when a voice that sang a milking, so it seemed it made glad my heart as some glad boys. And then the lane, and full in view, a farmhouse with its rose-grown gate, and honeysuckle paths, who wait for night, the moon, and laugh and you, these are the things that made me late. Dusk, by Madison Julius Cawein. Corn-colored clouds upon a sky of gold, and mid their sheaves, where like a daisy bloom left by the reapers to the gathering gloom, the star of twilight glows, as a roof is told, dreamed homesick with the harvest fields of old. The dusk glows gleaming color and perfume from Bible's slopes of heaven, that illume a pensive beauty deep in shadows stowed. Hushed is the forest, and blue vale and hill are still, save for the brooklet, sleepily stumbling the stone with one foam-fluttered foot. Stay for the note of one far whippoorwill, and in my heart her name, like some sweet bee within a rose, blowing a fairy flute. Earth and Moon, by Madison Julius Cawein. I saw the day like some great monarch die, gold couched behind the clouds' rich tapestries. Then, purple-sandaled, clad in silences of sleep, through halls of sky I lazily, the twilight, like a morning queen, trailed by, dim pages of dreams and shadowy mysteries. And now the night, the star-warped child of these, in meditative loveliness draws nigh. Earth, like to Romeo, deep in dew and scant, then of heaven's window, watching till the light, like some white blossom in its square beset, lifts a faint face unto the firmament, where the moon grows gradually bright, bidding him climb and clasp his Juliet. Encouragement, by Madison Julius Cawein. To help our tired hope to toil, lo have we not the counsel here of trees, where to all hope appear as sermons of the soil? To help our flagging fate to rise, lo have we not the high advice of stars, that for all fates suffice as gospels of the skies? Sustain us, Lord, and help us climb with hope and faith made strong and great, the rock-rough pathway of our fate, the care-dark way of time. Evening on the Farm, by Madison Julius Cawein. From out the hills where twilight stands, above the shadowy pasture lands, with strained and strident cry, beneath pale skies with sunset bands, the bull-bats fly. And cloud hangs over, strange of shape, and color like the half-ripe grape, seems some uneven stain on heaven's azure, thin as crape, and blue as rain. By ways with sunsets soda knocks over flare, and gates the farm boy clicks, through which the cattle came, the mullein stalks seem giant wicks of downy flame. From woods no glimmer enters in above the streams, but wandering wind to where the wood pools bids, those haunters of the dusk begin the katydids. Adorn the dark the firefly marks its flight in gold and emerald sparks, and loosen from his chain the shaggy mastiff bounds and barks again. Each breeze brings scant of hill-heaped hay, and now an owlet far away cries thrice or thrice to woo, and cool the moths of mottled grey flit through the dew. The silence sounds its frog bosom, where on the woodland creek's lagoon, pale as a ghost, a girl, lost mid the trees, looks down the moon with face of pearl. Within the shed where logs, late-hued, smell forest sweet, and chips of wood make blues of white and brown, the bruton cuddles the warm blood of tattering down. The clattering guineas in the tree din for time, and quietly the hen-house near the fence sleeps safe for some brief rivalry of hens. A cowbell tinkles by the rails, where streaming white and foaming pails, milk makes an artery sound, while overhead the black bat trails around and round. The night is still, the slow coast through a drowsy cut. The bird that flew and sang is in its nest. It is the time of falling dew, of dreams and rest. The beehives sleep, and around the walk, the garden path from stalk to stalk, the bungling beetle booms, where two soft shadows stand and talk among the blooms. The stars are thick, the light is dead, the dyed the west and rosy head, tuning his cricket pipe. Nuts and some apple, round and red, drops overripe. Now down the road, that shameless by a window, shining like an eye for climbing rose and gourd, shows age and young rusticity seated at board. Experience by Madison Julius Cawein. Free memories hold us ever, with longing and with pain. Free memories time has never been able to restrain, but in each life remain a part of heart and brain. The first of it which taught us to follow beauty still, who to the fountain brought us of ancient good and ill, and bade us drink our fill in life's wide running rill. The second one, writs driven of anguish and delight, holds that which showed us heaven through love's triumphant might, and deep beneath its height, hell sighing in the night. The third none follows after. Its form is veiled and dim, its eyes are tears and laughter, that look beyond the rim of earth and point to him who rules the seraphim. Face to Face by Madison Julius Cawein. Dead and all the haughty fate, fair on throat and face of wax, white come hands crossed still and legs cold and passionate. Dead and no word whispered low at the dull ear, no could wake one responsive chord or make one temple glow. Dead and no hot tear would stir, all but woman's sweet and fair, woman's soul from feet to hair, which was once of her. God and thus to die, and I must live, though life be but one long, hard, monotonous rut, where to plod and die. Creeds are well in such a case, but no sermon could have brought more fate when you have told with your pale, dead face. And I see it as you see, when mistakes, very small, had so great and mangled all, left you with and me. Oft I pondered, saying, sure she could never live such life, and the truth stepped like a knife, and I found you pure. Pure, so pure, and me bemollied, loathless, low vermin, just as weak souls are left of lust, loveless, low and soiled. Nay, I love you, when in love, grand great eyes, I see them yet, set like luminous gems of jet and wax lids above. Lips are poor, dumb, chitless lips, once as red as life could make, moist as one wild rose's wake when the wild dew drips. Hair imperial, full and warm as a grace's, where once stone precious lay ensnared and shone like a star in a storm. Eyes at parting big with pain. God, I see them and the tear in them, big as eyes of deer led by lights and slain. Life so true, I falsely cursed, lips that curled with scorn and pride, hurt me though, I said they lied, while the true heart burst. Rest my heart has suffered too, and this life had woe enough for the little dole of love given to me and you. Can you hear me? Can you know what I am and how I came you? Beyond me like a flame you, before me like the snow. Dead and on my heart a cup, hollowed for sad, bitter tears, bitter in the bitter years, slowly brimming up. Sleep 'tis well, but might have been better. Yes, God knows it might. Better for me in his sight, and my soul more clean. Sleep in very peace, but I with earth's other fools will stay. Live mid laughter day by day, mocking laugh and die. You will know me now. I know but in life had never known how indeed I was alone, but 'tis better so. And I know you what you were, faithful, and I were no use, only to yourself abused. I shall tell you where. Where beyond the lightning and the long clouds and the skies, moons and suns and stars and rise, where we'll understand. Fall by Madison Julius Cawein. Sad-hearted spirit of the solitudes, who comes through the ruin-redded woods, grey-gowned with fog, gold-girdled with the gloom of 20 twilights, burdened with perfume of rain-red uplands, chilly with the mist, and all the beauty of a fire-kissed cold forest crimsoning by idle way, or doors of death and rosy with decay. I think of thee seated mid the showers of languid leaves that cover up the flowers, the little flower sisterhoods whom June once gave wild sweetness to, as to a tune a singer gives a soul's wild melody, watching the squirrel store his granary, or mid old orchards I have pictured thee. Thy hair's profusion blown about thy back, one lovely shoulder bathed with gypsy black. Upon the palm one nestling cheek, and sweet rosy russets tumbled at thy feet. Was it a voice lamenting for the flowers, a heartsick bird that sang of happier hours, a cricket dirging days that soon must die, or did the ghost of summer wander by? Field and Forest Call by Madison Julius Cawein. There is a field that leans upon 2 hills, foamed o'er of flowers and twinkling with clear rills, but in its girdle of white aqueous beers the anodyne of rest that cures all cares, when soft wind and sun and sound are blent with fragrance, as in some old instrument sweet chords, calm things that nature's magic spell distills from heaven's azure crucible, and pours on earth to make the sick mind well. There lies a path, I say, come away, come away. There's a forest lying twixt two streams, sung through of birds and haunted of dim dreams, that in its league-long hand of trunk and leaf lifts a green wand that charms away all grief. Wrought of quaint silence and the stealth of things, vague whispering touches, gleams and treacherings, dews and cool shadows, the mystic soul of nature permeates with soulful control, and raves o'er earth to make the sad heart whole. There lies a road, they say, come away, come away. Final, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. So let it be. I will not say 'twas I. Here in life's temple where the soul may see, look how the beauty of our love doth lie, shattered in shards, a dead divinity. Approach, kneel down, ye render up one sigh. This is the end, what need to tell it we? So let it be. So let it be, care who have stood with him, and sorrow who sat by him defeat, for whom his face made comfort low. A dim they heap his altar, which I cannot hide, while memory's lamp swings o'er it, burning slim. This is the end, what shall be said beside? So let it be, so let it be. Did we not drain the wine, red of love's sacramental chalice, when we laid sweet sanction on thy lips and mine? Dash at the sight, now who will fill again? Now it is empty of a God divine. This is the end, here let us say amen, so let it be. Flowers, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Oh, why for us the blood to bloom, the blossom that lies withering, the master of life's changeless loom, hath wrought for us no changeless thing. A grows a rose of fadeless grace, where through the spirit manifests the face of an immortal race, the dream on which religion rests. There buds the lily of our fate, which grows for us an unknown wise, out of the barren dust of death, the pregnant bloom of paradise. In heaven, so near with flowers now, with flowers see how near, and thus reflect the knowledge here below of love and life unknown to us. For the Ode, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. These are the things that pray heaven send us still, to blow the ashes of the years away, or keep a glow forever neath their grey, the fire that warms when life's old house grows chill. First fate that gazes into our youth-spread eyes, courage that helps us onward rain or sun, then hope who captained all our deeds well done, and last the dream of love that never dies. Forerunners, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. 'Tisn't long till Christmas now. First thing that you'll know, it's here. Nurse can tell it, I don't know how, by the smell of the atmosphere, shivery and never clear. 'Tisn't long till Christmas now, 'tisn't long till Christmas now. Boy next door, he says he knows by the ice at morning, wow, and the way the old wind blows, and the way it snows and snows. 'Tisn't long till Christmas now, 'tisn't long till Christmas now. Cook, she knows it by her ashes, so she says, or anyhow, by the many cakes she bakes, fruitcakes, nut and pepper cakes. 'Tisn't long till Christmas now, 'tisn't long till Christmas now. And I know it, yes, I do, by the rooms they won't allow me to go in, the closets too, they keep locked, I don't know who. 'Tisn't long till Christmas now, 'tisn't long till Christmas now. Father says he knows it by money and his purse, and how much it takes for things, oh my. Little boys come mighty high, 'tisn't long till Christmas now, 'tisn't long till Christmas now. Mother knows it, she declares, by the sounds at night, the roan, the paler on the stairs, Santa carrying in his wares. 'Tisn't long till Christmas now. Forevermore, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Our heart that vainly follows the flight of summer swallows, far over holes and hollows, over frozen buds and flowers, to violent leaves and levels, where love times locks dishevels with merry mimes and revels of aphrodisiac hours. Our love who dreaming bowers, dead laugh from sad tomorrows, a broken heart that soars, the blighted hopes that weep, pale faces pale with sleeping, red eyelids red with weeping, dead lips, dead secrets keeping, that shakes the deeps of sleep. Our memory that showers about the vivid hours, white ruins on flowers, dead dust and bitter rain, dead laughs with faces tarry, dead passions worn and dreary, the very dead heartache and the pain. Oh, give us back the blisses, lost madness of moist kisses, the youth, the joy, the tresses, the fragrant limbs of white, the high heart like a jewel, life of supple fuel, lips beautiful and cruel, eyes incarnated light. Instead of tears, while laughter, the old hot passions after, the hoary sweets that after, made flesh and soul a slave. Enough of tearful sorrows, enough of rank tomorrows, the life that winds and bowers but memories of a grave that breaks no netting of care or spins fretting, no long sweet forgetting, for those who would forget, and those who stammer by it, hope of an endless quiet within the voices riot when they and it have met. And God we pray beseeching, but life a finger reading, stone-hearted remaineth teaching, our hearts to turn to stone, when fain are we to follow the last, lorn sawing swallow, past bournes of hold and hollow, forevermore alone. Friends, by Madison Julius Cawein. Down through the woods, along the way that fords the stream, by rock and tree, wherein the brimble bell, the bee swings, and through twilights green and grey, where red flashes suddenly, my thoughts went wandering today. I found the fields where, row and row, the blackberries hang dark with fruit, where nesting on the elder's root, the partridge whistles soft and low, the fields that billow to the foot of those old hills we used to know. Where lay the pond, all willow-boned, on whose bright face, when noon were hot, we marked the bubbles rise, applaud to lure us in, while all around our heads, like fairy fences, shot the dragonflies without a sound. The pond, above which evening bent, to gaze upon a gypsy face, where in the twinkling night would trace a vague inverted firmament, in which the green frogs tuned their best, and firefly sparkles came and went. The old-time place we often ranged, when we were playmates, you and I, the old-time fields where boyhood's sky still blew above them, naught was changed, nothing, alas, when tell me why should we be, whom the years estranged? Frogs at Night, by Madison Julius Cawein. I heard the toads and frogs last night, when snug and bed and all was still. I lay and listened there until it seemed a church where one, with might, was preaching high and very shrill, the will of God, the will of God. To which a voice below the hill buzzed profound and deep, the will of God, the will of God, the will. They croaked and chorused horrors or shrill. It made me sleepy, sleepier than any sermon ever heard. And so I turned upon my ear and went to sleep and never stirred. But in my sleep I seemed to hear the word of God, the word of God. Chanted and quivered, chirped and purred, to which one deep voice croaked, the word of God, the word of God, the word. And I slept on and never stirred. From unbelief to belief, by Madison Julius Cawein. Why come ye here to sigh that I, who with crossed wrists so peaceless lie before ye, am at rest, or that the pistons of my blood no more in this missionary tut, and on these eyes that once were blessed with magnetism of fire, are pressed thin, damp, pale eyelids for chef, whereon the bony claw of death hath set his coins of unseen lead, stamped with the image of his head? Why come ye here to weep for one who is forgotten when he's gone from ye and burthened with his rest? Your God hath given him, unsought of any prayers, whilst yet he wrought, and with what sacrifices bought? Low sweet communion, mouth to mouth, of thoughts that duty eternal draught, of life's born bareness. A jest and iron half-grown confessed, when he's at rest, Why come ye fools, ye lie, rashly, the grave for such as I, hath not that lies as near this rest, as your high heaven lies near your hell. I see why now that it is well, that man but now the husk like shell, which like a fruit the being kept, that swinkened and sported, woke and slept, on which that stern essential stepped, that I covenant inhabitant, who makes me all myself and all my moods that I, original, that holds one orbit like a star, distinct, which is similar, I never was, and be where can't. And as it is the best, the death hath my poor body dressed in such fair semblance of rest, which soothes the hearts of those distressed. But God unto the dead the jest, of this his rest. Frost in May, by Madison Julius Cawein. March set heel upon the flowers, trod and trampled them for hours, but when April's bulges ring, up their stable legions spring, radiant with sun-hot showers. April went her frolic ways, arm in arm with happy days. Wind from hills that rim the west, the bare of head and bare of breast, May, the maiden, showed her face. When it seemed again returned March, the iron-heeled returned from his northward path and caught May about the waist, who fought and his fierce advances spurned. What a strength and her disdain to the madness in his brain! He must kiss her, though he kill, when he had his will, goes roaring away again. Icy grew her finger-tips, and the wild rose of her lips pale with frost. When loud he laughed, left her like a moonbeam shaft, shattered where the forest trips. Mourn for her, O honeybees, mourn, O buds upon the trees. Birds and blossoms, mourn for May, mourn for her, and come away, leave her where the flowers freeze. Leave her, nothing more may save, leave her in a wildwood grave. Nothing now will waken her, loved and lost, and lovelier for the kiss that wild March gave. Fulfillment, by Madison Julius Cawein. Yes, there are some who may look on these essential peoples of the earth and air, that have the stars and flowers in their care, and all their souls suggest secrecies. Hard intimates and comrades of the trees, who from them learn what no known schools declare, God's knowledge, and from winds that discourse swear God's gospel of diviner mysteries, to whom the waters shall divulge a word of fuller fate, the sunset and the dawn preach sermons more inspired even than the tongues of Pentecost, as, distant heard, in forms of change through nature upward drawn, God doth address the immortal soul of man. Ghost Stories by Madison Julius Cawein. When the hoot of the owl comes up of a hill at 12 o'clock, when the night is still, and pale on the pools where the creek frogs croon, glimmering grey is the light of the moon, and under the willows where waters lie, the torch of a firefly wanders by. They say that the miller walks here, all covered with chaff, with his crooked staff, and his horrible howl and hideous laugh. The old lame miller hung many a year. When the hoot of the owl comes over the hill, he walks alone by the rotting mill. When the bark of a fox comes over the hill at 12 o'clock, when the night is shrill and faint on the way where the crickets creep, the starlight fails and the shadows sleep, and under the willows that toss and moan, the glow-worm kindles its love alone. They say that a woman floats dead, in the weedy space where the lilacs lace, a curse in her eyes and a smile on her face, the miller's young wife with a gash in her head. When the bark of a fox comes over the hill, she floats alone by the rotting mill. And the howl of a hound comes over the hill at 12 o'clock, when the night is ill, and the thunder mutters and forests sob, and the foxfire glows like the lamp of a lob, and under the willows that gloom and glance, the will-o'-the-wisp hold the devil's dance. They say that crime is re-acted again, at each cranny and chink of a mild of wing, with a light, oh hell, or the lightning's blink, and a woman's shriek come wild through the rain, when the howl of a hound comes over the hill, that murder returns to the rotting mill. Ghosts by Madison Julius Cawein. In soft sad nights, when all the still lagoon lolls in a wealth of golden radiance, I sit like one enchanted in a trance, and see them twixt the haunted mist and moon. The chivious eyes, 'neath snow-pale sensual brows, flashing hot, killing lust, and tresses light, loose set in streaming purple as the night when the storm sinks the forest bows. And then meseems along the wide fierce hills a whisper and a rustle of fleet feet, as if tempest troops of madness meet the rangy bones and showed and have their wills. And once I see a large, lustrous limbs revealed, moth-white and lawny, twixt sonorous trees, and when a song, faint as of fairy seas, lulls all my senses till my eyes are sealed. God's Green Book by Madison Julius Cawein. Out in the open fields, where the great green book of God, the book where its wisdom yields to each soul that is not a clod, thus white for the world to read, I would go, and flower and weed, where ladder the lines of the grass would read of the better creed, when that which the town world has. Too long in the city streets, the alleys of crime and sin, have I heard the iron beats of a heart of toil, whose din and the throb of whose wild unrest have stunned the song in my breast, have marred its music and slain the bird that was once its guest, and my soul would find it again. Out where the great green book, whose leaves are the grass and trees, lies open, where each may look, may muse and read as he please, the book that is gilt with gleams, whose pages are written with streams, that says what our souls would say of beauty that's a road of dreams and buds and blossoms of May. Going for the Coast by Madison Julius Cawein. The juicy big apples sullen gold, like lazy sultans, laughed and lolled, mid heavy maids of leaves that lay green flattered gainst the glaring day, and here a pear of rusty brown, and peaches on whose brows the dawn waxed furious with years of pen, and like Diana's cheeks whose tan burnt tender secrecies of fire, or one as psyches with desire of lips that laugh to kiss or taste, voluptuous ripeness where sweet placed. And down the orchard vistas he, barefooted, trousers out at knee, face shadowing from the sloping sun, a hat of straw, brim sedging broad, came lowly whistling some vague tune upon the sunbeam-sprinkled road. Lank in his hand, a twig with which in boyish thoughtlessness he crushed where pennyroyal myriads rich, in pungent souls that warmly gushed. Before him whirled in rattling fear the saffron-bellied grasshopper, and ringing from the musky dales came faint the coast's melodious bells, where whimpering like a fretful hound the fountain bubbled up in sound. Yellow as sunset skies and pale as fairy clouds that stay or sail through azure vaults of summer, blue as summer's heavens where violets grew, and mosses on which spurts of light fell laughing like the lips one might feign for a hep or a girl, whose mouth yet lightens up with pearl. Limbs fern and murmuring shadows shrunk, and silent as if stunned or drunk, with moist aromas of a wood, dry rustling of a quietude. On silver fronts thin tresses new cold limpid blisters of a dew. Across a rambling fence she leaned, and gingham gown to ankles bare. Her artless beauty bonnet screened tempestuous with its stormy hair. A rain crow gurgled in the wine, she heard it not, and stepped with fierce. The wild rose smelled like delicate wine, she knew it not. 'Tis he that nears, with smiles of greeting all face grew musical. With rustic grace he leaned beside her, and they had some parley. With light laughter glad, I know not what, I know but wis, its final period was a kiss. Grey November by Madison Julius Cawein. Dull, dimly gleaming, the dawn looks downward, where, flowing downward, the river, steaming with mist, is hidden. Each bush that huddles beside the road, the rain is pooled with puddles, seems in the fog a hack or thing hack-ridden. Where leaves hang tattered in forest tangles, and woodway angels are corn scattered, coughing and yawning, the woodsman slouches, or stands as still as the hornet crouches, beside them ghostly in the mist-drenched dawning. Through roses rotting within the garden, with blooms that harden, of marigolds nodding, each one an ember, dull, dead and dripping, a brow from which their faded wreath is slipping, mantled in frost and fog, comes in November. Grey Skies by Madison Julius Cawein. It is not well for me to dwell on what upon that day befell, or that dark day or befell, when through the landscape, bowed and bent, with love and death I slowly went, and wild rain swept the firmament. I laughed that sighed, I joy that died, and heart that humbled all its pride, and vain that humbled all its pride. Roses ruin and rot array upon your grave, where grasses sway, and all is dim, and all is grey. Halloween by Madison Julius Cawein. It was down in a woodland on last Halloween, where silence and darkness had built them a lair, but I felt the dim presence of her, the unseen, and heard her still step on the ghost-haunted air. It was last Halloween in the glimmer and swoon of mist and of moonlight that thickened and thinned, when I saw the grey gleam of her eyes in the moon, and hair like a raven blown wild in the wind. It was last Halloween, where starlight and dew made musical marriage on flower and leaf, that she led me with looks of a love that I knew, and lured with a voice of a heart-buried grief. It was last Halloween, in forest of dreams, where trees are idleness and shadows have eyes, that I saw her pale face like the foam of vast streams, and heard, like the leaf slip, her tears and her sighs. It was last Halloween, the haunted, the dread, and the wind-tattered wood by the storm-twisted pine, but I, who am living, keep tryst with the dead, and clasp her moment and dream she was mine. Happy-go-lucky by Madison Julius Cawein. I can't get up with the chickens, I can't get up at dark, and who do I care for the early warm, and who do I care for the lark? I can't do this or that thing, I can't do things like you, and the thing that I do most frequent is the thing I never do. I can't go where I would go, though I go for morn to leave, but some place I go wherever I go, whenever a place I leave. For the law of the road is this law, and the law is right and good. Just go your ways, and take no heed of how you get your foot. And the law of the road is the law, and the law is one to keep. It never matters wherever you are, so you have a place to sleep. And the law of the road is the law, and the law may it grow and grow. Wherever you go and whatever you do, let no one ever know. He Who Laughs by Madison Julius Cawein. For him God's birds each merry morn make of wild throats melodious flutes, thrill such love from brush and thorn as might brim eyes of brutes. Who would believe of such a thing, that 'tis her heart which makes them sing? For him the faultless skies of noon grow farther in eternal blue, as heavens when buoy the balanced moon, and so the stars and dew. Who would believe that such deep skies are miracles only through her eyes? For him amid sylphs adorn doomed nights, stud-golden globulous radiant, or glass-green transient trails of light spin from the orbs and slant. Who would believe a soul by hears to make for him a universe? Heart of My Heart by Madison Julius Cawein. Here where the season turns the land to gold, among the fields our feet have known of old, when we were children who were laugh and run, glad little playmates of a wind and sun, before came toil and care, and years went ill, and one forgot and one remembered still. Heart of my heart, among the old fields here, give me your hands and let me draw you near, heart of my heart. Stars are not truer when your soul is true, what need I more of heaven when you? Flowers are not sweeter when your face is sweet, what need I more to make my world complete? O woman nature, love that still endures, what strength has ours that is not born of yours? Heart of my heart, to you would ever come, to you the lead, whose love hath led me home, heart of my heart. Heart's Encouragement by Madison Julius Cawein. Nor time nor his minions of sorrow or of pain shall dash with vulture pinions the cup she fills again within the dream dominions of life a sheet of rain. Clothed on with bright desire and hope that makes her strong, with limbs of frost and fire she sits above all wrong. Her heart a living lyre, her love its only song. And in the waking pauses of weariness and care, and when the dark hour draws its black weapon of despair, above effects and causes we hear its music wear. The longings life hath neared, of love we yearn to see, the dreams it doth inherit of immortality, are callings of spirit to something yet to be. Helen, by Madison Julius Cawein. Heaped in raven loops and masses of a temple smooth and fair, have you marked it as she passes, gleam and shadow mingled where, braided strands of midnight air, Helen's hair? Deep with dreams and staring mazes of a fort within them lies, have you seen them as she rises, with gladness of surprise, through grey gleams of daybreak skies, Helen's eyes? Moist with dew and honeyed wafters of a music sweet that slips, have you marked them, brimmed with laughter, song and sunshine to their tips, rosebuds whence the fragrance drips, Helen's lips? He who sees her needs must love her, but beware, the world laughs dart. He who loves her must discover nature overlooked one part, in this masterpiece of art, Helen's heart. Her eyes and mouth, by Madison Julius Cawein. There is no paradise like that which lies deep in the heavens of her azure eyes. There is no Eden here on earth that glows like that which smiles rich in the mouth's red rose. Her eyes, by Madison Julius Cawein. In her dark eyes dreams poetize, the soul sits lost in love. There is no thing in all the skies to gladden all the world her prize, like the deep love in her dark eyes, or once we dream of. In her dark eyes, where thoughts arise, her soul's soft moods I see, of hope and fate that makes life rise, and charity whose foot is sighs, not truer when her own true eyes is truth's divinity. In her dark eyes the knowledge lies of an immortal Zod. Her soul once trod in angel guise, nor can forget its heavenly ties, since there in heaven upon her eyes once gazed the eyes of God. Her face, by Madison Julius Cawein. The gladness of our southern spring, the grace of summer and the dreaminess of fall are part of her sweet nature. Such a face was Ruth's, methinks divinely spiritual. Her prayer, by Madison Julius Cawein. She kneels of haggard eyes and hair unto the Christ upon the cross. Her gown is torn, her feet are bare. What is this thing she begs of him, the gentle Christ upon the cross? Her hands are clasped, her face is dim. Is it forgiveness for her sin she asks of Christ upon the cross, and mercy for the soul within? With anguished face, so sad and sweet, she kneels to Christ upon the cross. Her arms embrace his nail-pierced feet. Her tears run slowly down her face of the piteous Christ upon the cross, and through her tears she sighs and says, "The thing that I would crave of thee, O Christ, upon the cruel cross, is not a thing to comfort me. Thou who hast taught us to forgive, O tender Christ upon the cross, help for my love for him to live. Or let the love that was my fall, O loving Christ upon the cross, still to my life be all in all. With love for him who loves no more, O patient Christ upon the cross, make thou my punishment full sore." She kneels with haggard eyes and hair to the Christ upon the cross. Her gown is torn, her feet are bare. Her soul, by Madison Julius Cawein. To me not only does the soul suggest palms and the peace of tropic shore and wood, but ocean far beyond the golden west, the fortune island of true womanhood. High on a hill, by Madison Julius Cawein. There's a place among the Cape and hills where it looks from fire-dark summits on the sea, whose surging sapphire changes constantly beneath deep heavens, morning window-sills with golden calm, or sunset citadels with storm, whose towers the wind's confederacy and bandit thunderhold and rebel fee, swooping upon the ill-shore sail that swells. A place where sorrow cease to complain and life's old cares put all the burdens by, and weariness forgets itself in rest. What would all life, were like it, might obtain, its pure repose, its outlook, strong and high, that sees beyond the islands of the blest. Home again, by Madison Julius Cawein. Far down the lane, a window pane gleams mid the trees through night and rain. Her weeds are dense, through which a fence of picket rambles none sees whence. Before a porch all indistinct of line, o'ergrown and mattered with wisteria wine. No thing is heard, no beast or bird, only the rain by which are stirred the draining leaves and trickling eaves of crib and barn one sake perceives, and garden beds where old-time flowers hang wet, the flocks, the candy-tuft and mignonette. The hour is late, at any rate, she has not heard him at the gate. Upon the roof a rain was proof against his horse-galloping hoof, and when the old gate with its weight and chain creaked, she imagined was the wind and rain. Along he steals with cautious heels, and by the lamplit window kneels, and where she sits, and rocks and knits, within the shadowy light that flits on face and hair, so sweetly sad and grey, dreaming of him she thinks is far away. Upon his cheeks is it the streaks of rain, as now the old porch creaks beneath his stride, when warm and white the door flings, and she's at his side. Mother! And he, back from the war, her boy, kisses her face, all streaming wet with joy. Hope by Madison Julius Cawein. Within the world of every man's desire, two things have power to lift the soul above. The first is work, who dons the mean attire, the other love, whose raiment is of fire. Their child is hope, and we the hers whereof. Hope on by Madison Julius Cawein. Hope on, dear heart, and you will see the walls of all fade and flee. And sane of soul and sound of mind, you will go your way of life and find the paths once barren suddenly in blossom. And from Arcady the summer wind blows sweet and kind. Hope on, dear heart. Think what it mean to you and me, this life of hope should cease to be. If hope should die, what doubts would blind, what black despairs go unconfined, what sorrows wait us utterly. Hope on, dear heart. Imperfection by Madison Julius Cawein. Not as thy eye have seen, shall we behold romance and beauty when we've passed away, and drop the dull facts of the intimate day, and wild's wild raiment of the unusual gold. Not as the ear hath heard shall we be told, hereafter myth and legend once that lay warm at the heart of nature, cloven clay and attribute of no material mode. These were imperfect of necessity, withdrawn through imperfection for far ends of perfectness, as calm philosophy teaching a child from his high heaven descends to earth's familiar things, informingly vesting his thoughts with that it comprehends. In a Garden by Madison Julius Cawein. The pink rose drops its petals on the moonlit lawn, the moonlit lawn. The moon, like some white rose of white, drops down with summer night. No rose there is, as sweet as this, my mouth that greets me with a kiss. The letters of a casement twines with jasmine wines, The stars, like jasmine blossoms, lie about a glimmering sky. The jasmine trees can so caress, like their white arms of loveliness. About thy door magnolia blooms, make sweet the glooms, The moon magnolia is the tusk, close in a dewy husk. However much, no bloom gives such soft fragrance as thy bosom's touch. The flowers blooming now will pass, and strew the grass, The night, like some frail flower dawn, will soon make grey and wan. Still above the flower of true love shall live forever, love. In Ages Past by Madison Julius Cawein. I stood upon a height and listened to the solemn psalmody of many pines, and with a sound I seemed to see long lines of mountains rise, blue peak on cloudy blue, and hear the roar of torrents hurling through riven ravines, or from the crags gaunt spines pouring wild hair, whereas an eyeball shines a mountain pool shone, clear and cold of hue. And in my soul remembered felt, how once, in ages past, 'twas here that I, a fawn, startled and aureate at her morning bath, who stood revealed, her beauty like the sun's veiled in her hair, heavy with dews of dawn, through which like stars burned blue her eyes' bright wrath. In an Old Garden by Madison Julius Cawein. The autumn pines and fades upon the withered trees, and overwhere at shocked despair you hear the morning breeze. The violets are dead the tall hollyhocks, that hang like wrecks on the wind-crushed flags, and the lilies' livid stalks. The wild god clambers free where the clematis was wont, where numerous wax thick as stars rank weeds stagnate with font. Yet in my dreams I hear a tinkling mandolin, in the dark blue light of a fragrant night float in and out and in. And the dewy vine that climbs to my lady's lattice waist, and behind the vine there come to shine to pleasant eyes and gaze. And now perfume comes, a swift Forevermore guest, and the shrinking grass wetted off past bows slave-like to the dust. In dreams I see her drift, a mist of drapery, and a jewelled shavel divinely tall, a Dian deity. The moon broods high and full of a broken psyche cold, and where she stands the dainty hands, and thin wrists warm with gold. But lovers now are dead, the air is stung with frosts, and naught may you find save a homeless wind, dead violets, ghosts and ghosts. In Autumn by Madison Julius Cawein. Sunflowers wither and lilies die, poppies are pots of seeds, the first red leaves of the path they lie like blood of a heart that bleeds. Very alway will it be today, very and wan and wet. Dawn at noon will the clouds hang grey, and the autumn wind will sigh and say, it comes not yet, very alway, alway. hollyhocks bend all tattered and torn, marigolds all are gone. The last pale rose lies all forlorn, like love that is trampled on. Bury, ah me, tonight will be bury and wild and hoar. Rain and mist will blow from the sea, and the wind will sob in the autumn tree. He comes no more, no more, bury, ah me, ah me. In Black and Red by Madison, Julius Cawein. The hush of death is on the night. The cormorant laughs to whisper to the wind. The leaves that dance with it are silent. One perceives no motion mid the fields, as dry as horn. What light is red? It cannot be the morn. Yet in the east it seems its witchcraft weaves the fiery rose. Look how it grows! It heaves and flames and tosses. 'Tis a burning barn, and now the night is rent with shouts and shots. Dark forms and faces hurry past. The gloom gallops of riders. Homes are less than straw before this madness. Human lives, merlots, flung in and juggled from the cap of doom. Where crime stands yelling on the face of law. In Clay by Madison, Julius Cawein. Here went a horse with heavy labouring stride along the woodland side. Deep in the clay his iron hoof-marks show, patient and slow, where with his human burden yesterday he passed this way. Wood wet with wind that travels around me here, among the sad and sere of winter-weary forest, where a steed mighty indeed, and tameless as the tempest of its pace, upon whom man might place the boundless burden of his mortal cares, life's griefs, despairs, and ruined dreams that bow the spirit so. And let him go, bearing them far from the sad world, ah me, leaving it free, as in that age of gold, of which men tell, when earth was glad and gods came here to dwell. In June by Madison, Julius Cawein. Deep in the west a berry-coloured bar of sunset gleams, against which one tall fire is outlined dark, above which, carrier of dew and dreams, burns Dusk-appointed star. And flesh on flesh, as when the elves wage war in goblin land, the fireflies bombard the stillness, and, like spirits of a sort, the glimmering winds bring fragrance from afar. And now withdrawn into the hill-wood belts the whippoorwill, while with attendant states, purple and silver, slow the great moon melts into the night. To show me where she waits, like some slim moonbeam by the old beech tree, keeps her lips fresh as a flower for me. In late fall by Madison, Julius Cawein. Such days as break the wild bird's heart, such days as kill it and its songs, and death which knows a sweeter part of days to which such death belongs. And no old eyes are filled with tears, as with a range of frozen flowers. Time moves so slowly, one but fears the burden on his wasted powers. And so he stopped, and thou art dead, and that is found which once was feared. A farewell to the grey haired, a good night to the goodly beard. In May by Madison, Julius Cawein. When you and I in the hills were maying, you and I in the bright May weather, the birds that sang on the boughs together, there in the green of the woods kept saying all that my heart was saying low. I love you, soft and low. And did you know, when you and I in the hills went maying, where were the brooks on its rocks went winking, where by its banks the May had led us, flowers that bloomed in the woods and meadows, azure and gold at our feet, kept thinking, all that my soul was thinking, where I love you, softly where, and did you care, where were the brooks on its rocks went winking. Whatever befell through fates compelling, should our paths unite or pathways ever, in the Mays to come I shall feel forever the wildflowers thinking, the wild birds telling, and words as soft as a falling dew, the love that I keep here still for you, both deep and true, whatever befalls through fates compelling. In Middle Spring by Madison, Julius Cawein. When the fields are rolled into naked gold, and a ripple of fire and pearl is blend with the emerald surges of wood and wold, like a flower from bursting violet, when the dingled and deeps of the woodlands old are glad with a sibilant life new scent, to dare to be told of the manifold sweet fancies that quicken we dolent in the heart when no longer is cold. How it knows of the wings of a hawk that swings from the rippled drew skinty land scene, of the redbird heights where it sings and sings in melodious quiverings of green. How wind of a redbird and dogwood brings big pearls of worth and corals of sheen, whilst he lisps to the springs of a lute that rings of love in the south, whose queen the fountain of poesy springs. Go seek in the ray for a sworded fay, the chestnuts bud and the blooms that drips, and look in the brook that runs laughing gay, for the nymph with the laughing lips, and the brake for the dryad whose eyes are grey, from whose bosom the perfume drips. The fawn hid away where grasses sway, thick ivy low down on his hips, pursed lips on the syrinx at play. So ho for the rose, the Romeo rose, and the lyric he hides in his heart, and ho for the epic, the oak tree knows, sonorous and mighty in art. The lily with foes, with her white face shows, half a satire she yearns to impart, but none of foes so hates, and foes, for half it sings but for sport, and shifts where the song wind blows. In November by Madison, Julius Cawein. No windy white of wind-blown clouds' wine, no windy white, but low and sodden grey, that holds the melancholy skies, and kills the white song and wild bird, yet I me. By melancholy skies and mournful woods, brown sighing forest dying that I love. My long thick leaves deep, deep about my feet, slow, weary feet that halt or falter on. My long, sweet, reddened leaves that burn and die with silver feather of a sickened wood. I love to hear in all thy windy oceans, rain-red and shocked, with bleached and rotting weeds, the baby babble of the many leaves that fallen on barren ways, like fallen hopes once held so high on all the summer's heart of strong, majestic trees. Now come to such, would faintly gossip in hushed undertones, sad, weak, yet sweet as nature that have known through tears and hot and bleak, remorseless days, of all the whilom glory vanished so. In Pearl and Gold by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When pearl and gold o'er deeps of musk the moon curves silvering the dusk, as in a garden dreaming a lily slips its dewy husk, a fly in its gleaming, I of my garden am a guest. My garden that in beauty dressed, of simple shrubs and old-time flowers, chats with me of the perished hours when she companioned me in life, living remote from care and strife. I say to me, how sad and slow the hours of daylight come and go, until the night walks here again, with moon and starlight in her train, and she and I with perfumed birds of winds and waters, dreaming birds and flowers and crickets and the moon, for hour on hour and so commune. And you sit here and listen with you, for her the love you used to know, often walked here long ago, a young sweet love you used to know long ago, whom oft I watched with violet eye, or I of you, as she passed by. And I reply with half a sigh, you knew her too as well as I, that young sweet love of long ago, that young sweet love who walked here slow, or speak no more for days gone by, dear days gone by, lest I lay me down on your heart and die. In Summer by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When in dry hollows hail the fay, the vesper sparrow sings afar, and golden grey dusk dies away beneath the ember evening star. Where a warm and shadowy arm the woodland lays around the farm, to meet you where we kissed at the heart, to kiss you at the frist The clover fields smell cool with dew, and crickets cry, and roads are still, and faint in view the fireflies strew, the dark where calls the whippoorwill. There in the lane where sweet again the petals of the wild rose rain, to stroll with head to head, dear heart, and say the words oft said, dear heart, and say the words oft said. In the Beech Woods by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Amber and emerald cairngormans propace stream through the autumn woods, scatter the beechwood ways where the hoo-bush brightens with scarlet, and where the aster stalk lifts its last starlet. Ways where the bee burns, poplar drop one by one, leaves that seem beaten gold, each like a splash of sun. Round which the beeches rise, tree upon golden tree, that with each wind that blows sound like a summer sea. Ways where the paypool leans, great-leaved and barely green, like some grand forester one in romance have seen, and like some Indian queen sung of in story, flaming the gum tree stands, crowned with its glory. Ways where the bittersweet, cleaving its pods of gold, brightens the brake with flame, torches the danger load, and where the dogwood to crimsons with ruby seeds, spicewood and backbush band ruddy with rosy beads. These are the woods of gold, forests our childhood knew, where the enchanted vale she with the eyes of blue. She of her raven locks and of her lovely looks, she who oft gazed at us out of her storybooks. And with that prince again, striding a snow-white steed, to her deliverance through the gold wood we speed, and through the wood of flame to the dark tower, where like a light she gleams high in a bower. In the Forest of Love by Madison, Julius, Cawein. What siled with forest to the nest, so young, so old, love, help me to mould this life I hold. What said the bird that harked and heard? Below, above love is best. Take heed, my life, and quiet thy quest. The meaning of love is rest. So spake the bird. What cried the night wind to the trees? The dream of earth, love, make me of worth and death and birth. What said the wood, stark still that stood? Below, above, give me increase. Take heed, my heart, thy sighings cease. The meaning of love is peace. So spake the wood. What's up at the earth, in deep and height? O song of songs, love, unloose my thongs, and right my wrongs. What said the clod that dreamed of God? Below, above, prisoner of night, spirit life high, thy taper light. The meaning of love is might. So spake the clod. In the Mountains by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Landmarks. The ways rock and rubbish to a road that leans through woods of stunned oaks and thorns, and a valley that no flower adorns, one mass of blackened bree. overflowed with desolation, whence a mighty load of lynched limbs like two colossal horns to dead trees lift, trees which the fool earth scorns to wind with poison, spotted like the toad. Here one gaunt paws, unclean, red-beatened, and bald, the buzzard saddle, roost since that fierce night when torched with pine knots, grim and shadowy, Judge Lynch held court here, and the dark appealed hard words of hollow justice, and the light saw on these trees dread fruit swing suddenly. The oak's team. An oak's team, its lean oaks and slow tree to waited with an old-time joke, creaking heavily along the mountain road. Beside the tree walked with no word a woman with bowed head, a young girl, all before her youth had fled, hugging a sleeping baby. Near her knee a gaunt horn treaded. Anyone could see the wagon held there all, from box to bed. Slowly we creaked into the mountain town and asked her way. The men had all been killed, father and brother, at some mountain ball. This girl the cause, a man had shot them down, the father of the infant. As God willed, we sought another state, and that was all. In the shadow of the beeches, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. In the shadow of the beeches where the fragile white flowers bloom, where the pensive silence bleaches green a roof of cool perfume, have you felt an awe imperious as when in a church mysterious windows paint with God the gloom? In the shadow of the beeches where the rock-ledge waters flow, where the sun's slant splendor bleaches every wave to foaming snow, have you felt a music solemn as the minster arch and column each organ washer blow? In the shadow of the beeches, where the light and shade are blent, where the forest bird beseeches and the breezes brim with scant, is it joy or melancholy that overwhelms us partly, wholly, to our spirit's betterment? In the shadow of the beeches lay me where no eye perceives, where, like the great arm that reaches, gently as a love that grieves, our lineal root may clasp me kindly, while the long years, working blindly, slowly change my dust to leaves. In the Storm, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Over heaven clouds are drifted, and the trees a wind which cries. By sea the rain is sifted, and the clouds at times are rifted by a mad broom as she flies. Love as lightning in the sky swift, as in your face uplifted, leaps the hard thought to your eyes. Little face where I can trace dreams for which those eyes are pages, whose young magic here assuage all the heart storm and alarm. Now the thunder trembles slowly like a king down heaven's arc, and the clouds like armies holy vanquished break, and white as moly sweeps the green moon on the dark. Love, the bird wakes, it's the lark, sweet as in your bosom holy sings the heart that now I hark. All my soul that song makes whole, that young song I heard it singing, calm and peace for ever bringing to my heart's storm and alarm. In the Wood, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. A waterfall deep in the wood talked drowsily with solitude, a soft, insistent sound of foam that filled with sleep the forest dome, where like some dream of dust she stood, accentuating solitude. The crickets' tinkling chips of sound strewed dim the twilight twinkling ground. A whippoorwill began to cry, and glimmering through the sober sky, a bat went on its drunken round, its shadows following on the ground. And from a bush an elder copse that spiced the dark with musky tops, what seemed at first a shadow came and took her hand and spoke her name, and kissed her where in stale drops the dew orbed on the elder tops. The glaucous glow of fireflies flickered the dusk, and fox-like eyes peered from the shadows, and the hush murmured a word of wind and rush of fluttering waters, fragrant sighs and dreams unseen of mortal eyes. The beetle flung its whir of sound against the hush and clung where wound the night's deep main, when in a tree a crick began deliberately to fill the stillness. All around a wire of shrillness seemed unwound. I looked for woes to lovers where, his ardent eyes a passionate hair. The moon looked down, slow climbing one, heaven's slope of azure. They were gone, but where we passed I hear the air sigh, faint with sweetness of a hair. In Winter, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When black frosts pluck the acorn down, and in the lane the waters freeze, and toward red skies the wild fowl flies, and death sits grimly mid the trees, when homelights glitter in the brown of dust like shaggy ice, before the door his feet, sweetheart, and two white arms that greet, sweetheart, and two white arms that greet. And ways are drifted with the leaves, and winds make music in the thorns, and lone and lost above the frost, the new moon shows its silver horns, and underneath the lamplit eaves the open door is crossed, a happy heart and light, sweetheart, and lips to kiss good night, sweetheart, and lips to kiss good night. Indifference, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. She is so near, the wildflowers near, each path she passes by, and I were fain to kiss again her feet and then to die. She is so fair the wild birds wear that sing upon the bough, have learned the step on her sweet laugh, and sing no other now. Alas, that she should never see, should never care to know, the wildflowers laugh the birds above, and hiss or laughs her so. Inspiration, by Madison Julius Cawein. All who have toiled for art, who've won or lost, set equal price at a high Pentecost, on the chrism and sacrament of flame, anointing all, inspired not all the same. Joy, by Madison Julius Cawein. What were this life without her, Joy, whose young face is sweet with dreams that filled about her and rapture wild of feet, with hope that knows no languor, and love that knows no sighs, and mirth like some rich anger, high sparkling in her eyes. Come bid adieu to sorrow, and arm in arm with joy we'll journey towards the world, and let no care decoy our souls from all clean pleasures that take from time's lean hand the hourglassy treasures and change to gold its sand. Joy's magic, by Madison Julius Cawein. Joyce is the magic sweet that makes youth's pulses beat, with music in young feet. The old heart hears, the sad heart hears that's near it, and joys the pleasant pain that holds us heart and brain, when old age sound and sane, with memories nears, long memories nears the spirit. Joyce is the witchery rare that on the face of care puts smiles and rapture where love holds the breath, her heart's wild breath to still her. And joy it is that plays on time's old lute of days, as life goes on her ways, with thoughts of death, grey thoughts of death that chill her. Joy speaks, by Madison Julius Cawein. One with the heaven above am I its bliss, part of its truth and love and what God is. I hear the soul and mind, I work by cures, not grief that rends mankind, but joy endures. July, by Madison Julius Cawein. Now 'tis the time when tall the long-blue torches of a bellflower gleam among the trees, and by the wooded stream in many a fragrant ball blooms of the buttonbush fall. Let us go forth and seek woods where the wild plums redden and the beech plums its beckett burst, and swelling just in reach the pawpaw emeralds leak ribbons along the creek. Now 'tis the time and ways of glimmering green ford, white the misty plums of a black cahoosh, and through bramble glooms a blue of orange rays the butterfly blossoms blaze. Let us go forth and hear the sparrow music that the locust beat, and that small spray of sounds, a grassy sweet, dear to a country ear, the cricket's summer cheer. No golden celandine is hairy hung with silvery sacks of seeds, and buckle o'er the fragile gold, like beads bend the foxgrape wine, the jugo-weed's blossoms shine. Let us go forth and see the dragon and the butterfly like gems spangling the sunbeams, and the clover stems weighted down by many a bee nodding mellifluously. Now morns are full of song, the catbird and the redbird and the jay upon the hilltops rose the rosy day, who dewy, blithe and strong lures their white wings along. Now noons are full of dreams, the clouds of heaven and the wandering breeze follow a vision, and the flowers and trees, the hills and fields and streams are lapping in mystic gleams. The nights are full of love, the stars and moon take up the golden tale of the sunk sun, and passionate and pale mixing the fires above, grow eloquent whereof. Such days are like a sigh that beauty heaves from a full heart of bliss. Such nights are like the sweetness of a kiss on lips that half deny the warm lips of July. Last Days, by Madison Julius Cawein. I heartbreak of the tattered hills and mourning of a raining sky. Heartbreak and mourning since God wills are mine, and God knows why. The brutal wind that hurts the storm, and hail clouds that freeze along, as this grey heart are double warm that fries the joy of song. I held one dear when each day of life God sets in limpid gold. What thief have stole that gem away to leave me poor and old? The heartbreak of the hills be mine, of trampled trick and no relief, of rain that sobs through thorn and pine, and unavailing grief. The soar of the childless skies, good nights, long sad yet never sad, as when I kissed my child's blue eyes and lips ice-dumb and dead. Late October Woods, by Madison Julius Cawein. Clumped in the shadow of the beech, in whose brown top the crows are loud, where every side great bears reach and cling like hands, the beech-tops crowd the mosaic cirque, with mottled tints of grey and deep, with berries bowed, the buckbush riddens mid the mines. Overhead the forest scarcely stirs, the wind is laid, the sky is blue. Bush clover with its links of blue, and summer's blooms, few pink of hue, makes wide the way, and everywhere slim white ribbed cones of fungi strew, the grass that's like a wild man's hair. The jewels weeds whose pots bombard, the hush the fairy batteries of seeds, grow dense here, pattering hard, where sex explode, persuade the eyes to search the heaven for showers. One seems to walk where old enchantment plies her shuttle of lost days and dreams. And lo, yon rock of fern and flower, that heaves its height from bramble deeps, and all on a sudden seems the tower wherein the sleeping beauty sleeps, and that red wine, the fire drake, the flaming dragon, seems that keeps the world from her no man may wake. Life's Seasons, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When all the world was Mayday and all the skies were blue, young innocence made playday among the flowers and dew. When all of life was Mayday and clouds were none of hue. When all the world was summer and morn shone overhead, love was the sweet newcomer who led you forth to weed. When all of life was summer and clouds were golden red. When earth was all October and days were grave with mist, and woodways sad and sober grave memory kept their tryst. When life was all October and clouds were twilight kissed. Now all the world's December and night is all alarm. Above the last dim ember grief bends to keep him warm. Now all of life's December and clouds are driven storm. Light and Wind by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Wherefore the myriad leaves of forest trees, the daylight falls, burial and Kaiser praise, the glimmer and the glimmer of its rays seem visible music, tangible melodies, light that is music, music that one sees, Vangarian music, where forever sways the spirit of romance and gods that face take form, clad on with dreams and mysteries. And now the wind's transmute necromance touches the light and makes it fall and rise, vocal harp of multitudinous waves that speaks as ocean speaks, on utterance of far-off whispers, mermaid murmuring sighs, Pelagian vast, deep down in coral caves. Little Boy Bad and Little Girl Rude by Madison, Julius, Cawein. My nurse she tells me stories to make me good, she says, but she scares me so, I want to cry, and if my father were new, I guess he'd make things pretty hot and show her that she'd better not. Last night I couldn't sleep because she scared me with a story, yes, because I had been bad, I guess, and said I hated Santa Claus and everything, and when she told the story it just made me cold. Little Boy Bad, a way he had of making his father and mother mad, until one day he ran away to a wood where the cats of the witches stay, and where he tarried a while to play for a little while in the witches' way. When night drew nigh he heard a cry, and in every bush he saw an eye. Then free by free from every tree, big coal-black cats came stealthily, with great green eyes that seemed to be as big as the moon and a graveyard tree. Upon the ground they ringed him round, and glared at him without a sound, and with a glare he felt his hair rise slowly, slowly in despair, while hearty shock from feet to hair. Then down the gloom, upon a broom, an old hag-witch come shrieking, room, when snarled, howled hail your mind tonight, and gripped and risked him out of sight, and no one's seen him since that night. Little Girl Rude was never good, and never did the thing she should, and so one day she ran away to a wood where the odes of the goblins stay, and where for a while she stopped to play, for a little while in the goblins' way. When night drew near she seemed to hear a noise of wings in the eye of seer, then a hooting cry went shuddering by, and in every tree she saw an eye, a great round eye in each tree near by. Then, two by two, from the ivy fly gaunt ghost grey owls with eyes steel blue, and wing to wing within a ring around her they began to swing, and made the woods with hootings ring. And as the brood to wit to wooed, oh how she wished she had been good. Her hair arose from head to toes, her marrow slowly, slowly froze, while hard she shivered, teeth and toes. And when she saw a hair, a claw, reach for bend and clutch and draw, till in the ground the feet she found where goblin larvae circled round, and since that night she's not been found. Longing by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When a rough wind flowers many peer, all rain-filled at blue April skies, as on one smiles one's lady dear, with the big teardrops in her eyes. Then budded May-apples, I wis, be hidden by lone greenwood creeks, be bashful as the cheeks we kiss, be waxen as the dimpled cheeks. When do I pine for happier skies, she wildflowers, fair by hill and burn, as one for one sweet lady's eyes, and her white cheeks might pine and yearn. Lords of the Visionary Eye by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I came upon a pool that shone, clear emerald-like, among the hills, that meseemed all drizzles around a stone of magic that a vision thrills. And as I leaned and looked, it seemed vague shadows gathered there and here, a dream perhaps, the water dream, of some wild past, some long dead year. A temple of a race unblessed rose huge within a hollow land, where on an altar bare of breast one lay a man bound foot and hand. A priest who served some hideous god stood near him on the altar's stair, clothed on with gold, and at his nod a multitude meseemed gathered where. I saw a sword discant, and when the priest before the altar turned, he was not formed like mortal man, but like a beast whose eye was burnt. A Morpheus strangely old, he glared above the victim he had slain, or lay with bleeding bosom bared, from which dripped slow a crimson rain. When turned to me a face of stone, and mocked above the murdered dead, that fixed its cold eyes on his own, and cursed him with a look of dread. And when it seemed I knew the place, and how his sacrifice befell, I knew the god, the priest's white face, I knew the dead man knew him well. And as I stopped again to look, I heard the dark hills sigh and laugh, and in the pool the water shook, as if one stirred it with a staff. And all was still again and clear, the pool lay crystal as before. Temple and priest were gone, the mirror had closed again its magic door. A face was there, it seemed to shine, as round it died the sunset's flame, the victim's face, or was it mine? They were to me the very same. And yet could this thing be? And in my soul I seemed to know at once this was the memory of some past life, lived long ago. Recorded by some secret sense in forms that we as dreams retain, some moment as experience projects and pictures on the brain. Love and Loss by Madison Julius Cawein. Loss molds our lives in many ways and fills our souls with guesses. Upon our hearts set hands it lays, like some grave prize that blesses. Far better than the love we win, that earthly passions leaven, is love we lose, that knows no sin, that points the path to heaven. Love whose soft shadow brightens earth, through whom our dreams are nearest, and loss through whom we see the worth of all that we held dearest. Not joy it is, but misery, that chastens us and sorrow, perhaps to make us all that we accept beyond tomorrow. Within that life a time and fate and not, that knows no seeming, but a world to which death keeps the gate, where love and loss sit dreaming. Love and the Sea by Madison Julius Cawein. Love one day in childish anger, tired of his divinity, sick of rapture, sick of languor, threw his arrows in the sea. Since then ocean like a woman variable of nature seems, smiling, cruel, kind, inhuman, gloomed with grief and drowned in dreams. Love and the Wind by Madison Julius Cawein. All were in league to capture love, the rock the stream the tree. The very month was the leader of a whole conspiracy. And laid love where white waters met, and tree hugged close the trees, and where the dew and sunbeam let the lips meet rapturously. And when it showed it, here is a wild wind in the tree. Come clasp him now and kiss, and call the flowers to see. And where on every side the wood rushed out in flower and tree. And that is how I've understood the springtime came to be. Love Despised by Madison Julius Cawein. Can one resolve and hunt it from one's heart? This love is God and fiend that makes a hell of many a life, in ways no tongue can tell, no mind divine, nor any word impart. One on one finger's lights that make hearts smart, the eyes of love's disdain, the wintry will of love's disfavor, love's on fire would quell, or school its nature to its own art. Why will men cringe and cry forever here, for that which, once obtained, may prove accursed? Why not remember that, however fair they say is the wed to beauty, but that each year takes somewhat from the riches of a purse, until at last her house of pride stands bare? Love's Calendar by Madison Julius Cawein. The spring may come in a pomp and splendor, and summer follow with rain and rose, or fall lead in that old offender, winter, close huddled up in snows. Ever as south the love and blows into the heart like a vein astray from face to face of girls it knows, but which is the fairest it's hard to say. If really a smile or more look tender, straight in your bosom a gladness glows. But scared at the sight are you all surrender, when Gertrude sings where the garden grows. In your heart is a bloom with the blossoming rose, for hand together and toss away, or burn a breast, as the fancy goes, but which is the fairest is hard to say. Let Helen pass as a sapling slender, her cheek a berry, her mouth a rose, or Blanche and Laura to each you render, to worship you to the charms she shows. It roofs a poem when we prose, low at the feet your life you lay, all of devotion to her it owes, but which is the fairest it's hard to say. How can a man of his heart dispose, when Bess and Clara and Kate and May, in form and feature nor flaunt disclose, and which is the fairest it's hard to say. Love, the Interpreter by Madison Julius Cawein. What the music that I hear in sleep, the poetry that lures me on in dreams, the magic though that holds my thoughts with themes of young romance and revelry's mystic keep. The lily's aura in the damask deep, that closer rose, the whispering soul that seems to haunt the wind, the rainbow light that streams like some wild spirit, toward the cataract's leap, a glimmering of thee and thy loveliness, pervading all my world, interpreting the marvel and the wonder we disclose. For lacking we, to me were meaningless, life, love and hope, the joy of everything, and all the beauty that the wide world knows. Love, the Song of Songs by Madison Julius Cawein. Over the roar of cities, over the hush of the hills, moans ever a song that never stops, a voice that never stills. Epic aloud as the sea is, lyric low as the dew. It sings and sings the soul into things, and builds the world anew. Dauntless, deathless, stern but kind, bold and free and strong. It sweeps with mastery man's mind, and rules the world alone. From soul to soul it wings its words, and lo the darkness flies. And all who heed that song of songs view earth with other eyes. new eyes, new thoughts which will go on seeing as beauty sings, until the light of the farthest dawn shall fold its rainbow wings. Loyalty by Madison Julius Cawein. To friendship drink, and when to love, and last to loyalty. The first of these were not enough without the last, through whom we prove that love is love, and right enough what friendship's self may be. So here's to loyalty. A sword he wears, but never a mask, so all the world may see. Let friendship set him any task, or love no question though we ask, but draws a sword and does his task, and never takes a fee. So here's to loyalty. March by Madison Julius Cawein. This is the tomboy month of all the year March, who comes shouting over the winter hills, waking the world with laughter as she wills, or wild her loose, a wind flower in her ear. She stops a moment by the half-wont myrrh, and whistles to the wind, and straightway shrills the hiller song, and hoods of the foldies crowd golden round her, leaning their heads to hear. When through the woods that drip of all the eaves, her mad hair blown about her, loud she goes singing and calling to the naked trees, and straight the eyelids of the little leaves open their eyes in wonder, rose on rose, and the first bluebird buggles to the breeze. May by Madison Julius Cawein. The golden disk of a rattlesnake weed that spangle the woods and dance, nor gleam of gold that the twilight's hold is strong as Vanic romance. For under the oaks where the wood paths lead, the golden disk of a rattlesnake weed are the May's own utterance. The azure stars of the blued bloom that sprinkle the woodland's trance, nor blink of blue that the clouds it through is sweet as a continuance. For over the knolls where the woods perfume, the azure star of the blued bloom are the light of the May's own glance. With her wondering words and her look she comes in the sunbeam of a gown. She needs but think, and the blossoms wink, but look, and they show her down by orchard ways, the wild bee hums. With her wondering words and her look she comes, like a little maid to town. Meeting and Parting by Madison Julius Cawein. When from the tower, like some sweet flower, the bell drops petals of the hour, which says the world is homing, my heart full of its cup of care, and clothes itself in golden wear, and hurries forth to meet her where within the purple gloaming. It's oh, how slow the hours go, how dull the moments move, till soft and clear the bells are here, that says like music in my ear, go meet the one you love. When curved and white, the bucket bright, the moonbows gleam through the night, that sets the world a-dreaming, my heart, where gladness late was guessed, but of its joy is to my breast, at parting her dear form is pressed within the moon's faint gleaming. It's oh, how fast the hours passed, were not slow enough, too soon, the singing moon says to my soul like some sad tune, come, part from her you love. Meeting in Summer by Madison Julius Cawein. A tranquil bar of rosy twilight under dusk's first star, a glimmering sound of whispering waters o'er grassy ground, a sun-sweet smell of fresh repeat hay from dewy field and dell, a lazy breeze joisting the ripeness from the apple trees, a vibrant cry passing when gone of bullbats in the sky, a faintly now vacated upon a shadowy bough, and far off in the little owl within the lonely glen, and soon, full soon, the silvery arrival of the moon. And to your door the path of roses I have trod before, and sweetheart you, among the roses in the moonlit dew. Meeting in the Woods by Madison Julius Cawein. Through ferns and moss the path wound to a hollow, where the touch mannots swung horns of honey filled with dew, and where like footprints violets blew, and bluets made sweet sapphire blots, 'twas where which she had passed he knew. The grass, the very wilderness on either side, breathed the rapture of her passage. 'Twas a hand that dress that touched some tree, a slight caress that made the wood-birds sing above, her step that made the flowers uppress. He hurried till across his way, foam-footed, bounding through the wood, a brook like some white girl at play, when laughing alone its round lay, and whereupon its bank she stood, a sunbeam-clad and woodland grey. And when she saw him, all her face grew like a wild rose by the stream, and to his breast a moment's space he gathered her, and all the place seemed conscious of some happy dream come true, to add to earth its grace, some joy on which heaven was intent, for which God made the world the bliss, the laugh that raised her innocent pure face to this bed smiling, meant the sealed confession of a kiss. Life needs no other testament. Memories by Madison Julius Cawein. Here where love lies perished, look not in upon the dead, lest the shadowy curtains shaken in my heart's dark chamber waken ghosts beneath whose garb of sorrow whilom gladness bows his head. When you come at morn tomorrow, look not in upon the dead, here where love lies perished, here where love lies cold and terrored, let no syllable be heard, lest the hollow echoes housing in my soul's deep tomb, arousing like a voice of woe, once laughter, clean and clothed in joy's own word. When you come at dusk or after, let no syllable be heard, here where love lies cold and terrible. Midwinter by Madison, Julius, Cawein. All day the clouds hung ashen with the cold, and through the snow the muffled waters fell. The days seemed drowning, grief too deep to tell, like some old hermit whose last beat is told. At eve the wind woke, and the snow clouds rolled aside to leave the fiery sky visible. Harsh as an iron landscape of one hill, the dark hills hung framed in with gloomy gold. And when towards night the wind seemed someone at my window wailing, now a little child crying outside my door, and now the long howl of some stuffed beast down the flue, I said and knew 'twas winter with his madman's song of miseries on which he starred and smiled. Midwinter by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The dew drop from the rosebuds' lips half not the sparkle of her lips, my lady's lips. When her long braids of yellow hold, Dandelion half not more gold, her braids like gold. The bluebell hints not more of skies than do the flowers in her eyes, my lady's eyes. The sweet pea blossom doth not wear more dainty pinkness than her ear, my lady's ear. So hi-ho, then, though skies be grey, my heart's a garden that is gay this sorry day. Minions of the Moon by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Through leafy windows of the trees the full moon shows a wrinkled face, and trailing dim her draperies of mist from place to place, the twilight leads the breeze. And now far off beside the pool, dusk blows a reed, guttural note, and sows the air around her full of twinkling disk and mote, and moth shapes soft as wool. And from a glen where lights glow by, through hollowed hands she sends a call, and solitude with owlet cry answers, and even fall steps swiftly from the sky. And mystery in hodden grey steals forth to meet her, and the dark before him slowly makes to sway a jack-o'-lantern spark to light him on his way. The grasshopper its violin tunes up, the katydid its fife, the beetle drums, the grig makes din, and forming elfin life, night's revels now begin. And from each side along the way old witchcraft waves a bat-like hand, and summons forth the toadstool grey, to point the path to fairyland, where all men's longings stray. The snail puts forth two staring horns, and down the toadstool slides, the wind sits whispering in the thorns of one unseen who hides. Of him the spirit with glow-warm light, who watchman's secrets of the night. The bee sleeps in the berry bloom, the bird dreams on its nest. The moon moth swoons through rose perfume upon a fragrant crest. It seeks for him the pixie's limb, who tags with wet each wildflower's rim. The milkwort leans an ear of pink, and listens for the dew. The fireflies in the violet's ring, it seems to listen too. For her, the fay, with sword-like ray, who opens buds at close of day. The moon that dares not come too near, keeps to the highest hill, where it brook it seems, for fear of something strange is still the mystery it well may be that talks to it the fairy. Moonrise at Sea by Madison, Julius, Cawein. With lips that were horrors with a fury of foam and of winds weather strewn, of storm and of turbulent hurry, the ocean roared, heralding soon a birth of miraculous glory, of madness, affection, the moon. And soon from her waist, with a slipping and shudder and clinching of light, with a loosen and pushing and ripping of the raven-laced bodies of night, with a silence of feet and a dripping, the goddess came, virginal white. In the air was alive with a twinkle and tumult of silver-shod feet, the hurling of stars and the sprinkle of loose, lawny limbs, and the sweet murmur and whisper and tinkle of beam-weaponed moon spirits fleet. Morning and Night by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Fresh from bathing in orient fountains and wells of rock water and snow, comes the dawn with her pearl-brimming fingers of the thumb and the pines of yon mountain, where the steps young blossoms fresh blow. And sweet as the starbeams and fountains, and soft as the fawn of the dew, wet as the hues of the rain-arch to me was the dawn, when on mountains pearl-capped are the Hylian blue, saint-fair and pure through the blue, her spirit and dimples comes dancing, in dimples of light and of fire, planting her footprints in roses on the floss of the snowdrifts, where glancing large on her brow is heard higher, gammed with a morning star's fire. But sweet as the incense from altars, and warm as the light on a cloud, sad as the veil of bleak woodlands, to me was the night when she falters in the sorrowful folds of her shroud, and the far-blowing back of her shroud. Of a flower stream beer of her lover, the day lying faded and fair, in red-curtained chambers of air. When this he-world I've seen her uncover a gold-girt raven of hair, all hooped with the gold of the even, and for the sad burial prepare. The spirit of night in the heaven to me was most wondrous fair, so fair that I wished it were given to die in the race of her hair, die wrapped in a gold-girdled hair. Mother, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Oh, I am going home again, back to the old house in the lane, and mother, who still sits and sews with cheeks each one a winter rose, and watching for a boy, you know, who left so many years ago, to face the world, its stress and strain. Oh, I am going home again. Yes, I am going home once more, and mother I'll meet at the door, with smiles and rainbow tears of joy, and arms that reach out for her boy, and draw him to a happy breast, on which a while his head he'll rest, and care no more, if rich or poor, at home with her, at home once more. Yes, I'm going home to her, whose welcome evermore sure. I've been thinking night and day how tired I am of being away, how homesick for a gentle face, and welcome of the old time place, and memories of the days that were. Oh, I am going home to her. Oh, just to see her face again, smiling at the window pane, to see her standing at the door and offering her arms once more, as oft she did when, just a child, she took me to her heart and smiled, and hushed my cry and cured my pain. I am going home to her again. Moths and Fireflies by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Since fancy taught me in a school of spells and our tricks, these are not moths at all, nor fireflies, but masking elfin bells, whose link boys torch them to Titania's ball. Mrs. Browning by Madison, Julius, Cawein. A voice of ecstasy and lyric pain, divinely throated and divinely heard, among old England's songsters, spirit of bird haunting the woods of song with raptured strain, in whose wild music love is born and slain, and young desire cries ever a battle word, and passion goes ready with kiss or sword to make us captive or set free again. Above the floral meads of English song, enchantment sweet, the golden numbers pour, commanding and compelling like desire. Our nightingale and lark, however throng of all thy sister singers thou dost soar, filled with seraphic love and sapphic fire. Music and Moonlight by Madison, Julius, Cawein. White roses like a mist upon a terraced height, amid a rose's opal moonbeam kissed, a fountain failing white. And as the full moon flows, orbed fire into a cloud, there's a fragrant sound as if a rose had sighed its soul aloud. There's a whisper pale as if a rose awoke, and having heard in sleep a nightingale still dreaming of it spoke. Now as from some vast shell a giant pearl rolls white from the dividing cloud, where the winds compel, the moon sweeps big and bright. Moon mists and pale perfumes, wind waved through the dusk. There's a sound as if unfolding blooms voiced with sweet thoughts and musk. A spirit is abroad of music and of sleep. The moon and mists have made for it a road adown the violet deep. It breathes a tale to me, a tale of ancient day, and like a dream again I seem to see those towers old and grey, that castle by the foam where once our hearts made moan, and through the night again you seem to come down statute stairs of stone. Again I feel your hair, dark, fragrant, deep and cool. You lift your face up, pale with its despair, and wildly beautiful. Again your form I strain, again unto my heart. Again your lips, again and yet again I press, and when we part. As centuries ago we did in Camelot, once you lived that life of bless and woe, but you remember not. When you were Guinevere and I was Lancelot, I have remembered many and many a year, and you have forgot. Music and Sleep by Madison, Julius, Cawein. These have a life that have no part in death. We circumscribe the soul and make it strong, between the breathing of dream and song, building a world of beauty in a breath. Unto the heart the voice of this one said, ideals its emotions live among. Unto the mind the other speaks a ton of visions that the guess we Christian fate may face the fact of immortality, as may rose its unembodied skin, or star its own reflected radiance. We do not know, we save unconsciously, to whose mystery shadows God hath lent in a certain shape, in a certain continence. Mysteries by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Soft and silken and silvery brown, in shoes of lichen and leafy gown, little blue butterflies fluttering around her, deep in the forest or far from town. There, where a stream came trickling down, I met with Silence, who wove a crown of sleep whose mystery bound her. I gazed in her eyes, with a mossy green, as rain that pools in a hollow between the twisted roots of a tree that towers. And I saw the things that none has seen, that mean far more than facts may mean, the dreams that are true of an age that has been, that God has fought into flowers. I gazed on her lips that were dewy grey as the mist that clings at the close of day to the wet hillside when the winds she's blowing, and I heard the things that none may say, that wholly afar from the prayers we pray, the murmured music God breathes alway to the hearts of all things growing. soft and subtle and vapour white, in shoes of shadow and gown of light, crimson poppies asleep around her, far in the forest, beneath a height. I came on slumber, who woke from night, the wrath of silence, the darkly bright, with its mystic beauty bound her. I looked in her face that was pale and still, as the moon that rises above the hill, where the pines loom sombre as sorrow. And the things that all have known and will, I knew for a moment, the myths that fill and peep with the past of a soul, and thrill its hope with the far tomorrow. I heard a voice that was strange with pain, as the wind that whispers of wreck and rain to the leaves of the autumn rustling lonely. And I felt the things that I felt in vain by all the longings that haunt the brain of man, that come and depart again, and are part of his dreamings only. Myth and Romance by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When I go forth to greet the glad-faced spring, just at the time of opening apple buds, when brooks are laughing, winds are whispering, on babbling hillsides or on warbling woods, there's an unseen presence that eludes, perhaps the dryad in whose tresses cling the lonely odours of old solitudes, who from a beechen doorway calls and leads my soul to follow, now with dimpling words and leaves, and now with syllables of birds, while here and where is it her limbs would swing, or restless sunlight on the moss and weeds? Or haply it is a naiad in whose lips, like some white lily from a fountain's glass, while from her dripping hair and breast and hips the moisture rains cool music on the grass. Ye have heard and followed, yet alas, I have seen no more than the wet ray that dips the shivering waters, wrinkling where I pass, but in the liquid light where she doth hide, I have beheld the azure of her gaze, smiling, and where the orbing riper place among the minnows, I have heard her lips bubbling, make merry by the waterside. Or no, it is an Oread, whose eyes a constellated dusk, who stands confessed as naked as a flower, her heart surprised, like morning's rose, mantling her brow and breast. She, shrinking from her presence, all distressed, stands for a startled moment ere she flies, her deep hair blowing, up the mountain crest, white as a mist that trails along the dawn. And is't her footfalls lure me, or the sound of airs that stir the crisp leaf on the ground? Or is't her body glimmers on yon rise, or dogwood blossoms snowing on the lawn? Now it is a sight here, piping serenades on a slim reed, no pan and fawn at once, beneath green-hollowed roofs of forest glades, their feet gone mad with music, no perchance a sylvan sleeping on whose leafy trance, the nymphs stand gazing in dim cans of sun-embodied perfume. Myth, romance, whenever I turn, reach out their withering arms, compelling me to follow. Day and night I hear their voices and behold the light of their divinity that still awaits, and still allures me in a thousand forms. Nearing Christmas by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The season of the rose and peace is past, it could not last. There's heartbreak in the hills and stormy sighs of sorrow in the rainless plains and skies, while earth regards against the last red leaf that flies. The world is cringing in the darkness where war left his lair, and everything takes on a lupine look, bearing gaunt teeth at every peaceful knock, and sharing torrent hair at every little brook. Cancers of her ludicrous flameless eyes, and hark there in the dark the ponderous stir of metal, iron feet, and with it heard around the world the beat of battle, sounds that mark his hard advance retreat. With sharp-nailed pipes he goes his monstrous ways, and screeching plays the hellborn music havoc dances to, and following with a skeleton-heated crew of raving nights and days, horror invades the blue. Against the heaven he lifts a mailed fist and writes a list of beautiful cities on the ghastly land, and underneath them, with no reason why, in blood and tears and mist, the postscript, "These must die." Change is the portion and chief heritage of every age. The Spirit of God still waits its time, and war may brew his message for a while, and marvel writing on his page, to this our sorrowful star. But where above the conflict often race is drawn the face of peace, at last who comes into her own, peace from whose tomb the world shall roll the stone, and give the highest place in the human heart alone. Never, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Love hath no place in her, though on her bosom be love thoughts and dreams that stir, longings that know not me. Love hath no place in her, no place for me. Never within her eyes do I the love light see, never her soul replies to the sad soul in me, never with soul and eyes speaks she to me. She's a star, a rose, I but a moth, a bee. High in her heaven she glows, blooms far away from me. She's a star, a rose, never for me. Why will I think of her to my heart's misery, dreaming how sweet it were had she a thought of me? Why will I think of her? Why, ah me? Night and Rain by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The night has set her outposts there of wind and rain, and to and fro with ragged hair at intervals they search for pain. The fire trees creep has redly climb, that seem to bleat like old conspirators in crime, drip whispering of some desperate deed. It is all of wild skirts flying fast besieged the house, where withered grass bent to the blast winds as if witches hailed carouse. And now dark feet steal to the door, and tip, shuffle it, and then go on once more, the eaves keep a persistent drip. And then the scurry and the boned, while feet again, a wind-wrecked tree that to the ground sweeps instantly its weight of rain. What is it? Finger on its lip at up and down trees, with dark raiment all adrip, trailing a tattered leaf of gown? Oh, father, I am frightened. See, there the pain. Hush, hush, my child, 'tis but a tree that tosses in the wind and rain. A rumble, as it were, of hoofs, and hollow call. A father that rolls on the roofs, that sounds like some dark funeral. Hush, hush, my child, it is the storm, the autumn wind. But father, see, what is that form there, wild against the window blind? It is the firelight in the room, the father sighed. And then the child, 'twas dark as doom, and at the face of her who died. Night and Storm at Gloucester, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I heard the wind last night that cried and wept like some old skipper's ghost outside my door, and on the roof the rain that trembled and tore like feet of seamen on a deck storm-swept. Against the pane the night with shuddering crept and crouched were wailing, mooning evermore its tale of terror of a wrath on shore, a rage at sea, bidding all awake who slept. And then I heard a voice as old as time, the calling of a mother of the world, Ocean, who thundered on the granite cracks, foaming with fury, meditation, crime. And then far off wild minute guns, and heard through the roaring surf the rush of sails and rage. Night, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Out of the east, as from an unknown shore, there comes with thy children in thy arms, slumber and dream, whom mortals all adore, their flowing raiment sculptured to their charms. Soft on their breast the lovely children rest, laid like twin roses in one balmy nest. Silent thou comest, swiftly to and slow. There is no other presence like to wine, when thou approached with thy babes wine, thy shadowy face above them bending low, blowing the ringlets from the brows of snow. Oft have I taken sleep from thy dark arms, and fondled her fair head with poppies wretched within my bosom's depths, until it storms with her were hushed, and I but faintly breathed. And when a sister dreamed the frolic art arose from rest, and on my sleeping heart blew bubbles of dreams where elfin worlds were lost. Worlds where my stranger soul sang songs to me, and talked with spirits by a rainbowed sea, or smiled in unfamiliar shape of frost, floating on gales of breathless melody. Day comes to us in garish glory garbed, but thou bringest to the tired heart rest and deep silence, in which are absorbed all in vain tumults of mind and mart. Whenever thou comest with hands full of stars so clothed in storm and clouds, the lightning bars are rolling with thunder like some mighty dress. God moves with thee, we seem to hear his feet, wind-like, along the floors of heaven beat, to see his face revealed in awfulness through we, or night to ban us or to bliss. Nightfall, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Our days so sickly at the hour of night, our dreadful fruit of fallen dusk, our cirque orange golden bright of hoar neath its husk. And I who gave a promised seed that made life's tempting surface fair, have I not eaten to the seed its ashes of despair? O silence of a drifted grass, an immemorial eloquence of stars and winds and waves that pass, and God's indifference. Leave me alone with sleep that knows not anything that life may keep, not even the pulse that comes and goes, and germs that climb and creep. Often an aspiration pale must quicken where, or let the spot grow weeds, that the dose may sup a whale where spirit runs could not. No more, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The slanted storm tossed at their feet the frost-nipped autumn leaves. The parkside pines were caded with sleet, and ice spears armed the eaves. They strode adown the pillared pines to part the wet and twisted vines about the gateposts flapped and beat. She watched him diming in the rain along the river's misty shore, and laughed with lips that sneered disdain, to meet no more. Among heavy roses weighted with dew, the chirping crickets hid. Down the honeysuckle avenue creaked the green katydid. The scattered stars smiled through the pines, through stately windows draped with wines, the rising moonlight silver blue. He started lips proud, white and dead, and chiseled calm with war. Despair moaned on the lips that said, to meet no more. November, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The shivering wind sits in the oaks, whose limbs twisted and tortured and nevermore are still. Grief and desay sit withered, away whose chill autumnal touch makes hectic red rims of all the oak leaves. Desolating dims the ageratum blue that banks the rill, and splits the milkweed's pot upon the hill, and shakes it free of the last seed that swims. Down goes the day despondent to its close, and now the sunset's hands of copper build a tower of brass, behind whose burning bars the day in fierce, barbarian repose, like some imprisoned Inca sits, hate-filled, crowned with the gold corymbus of the stars. Where is the booming in the forest boughs? Tremendous feet seem trampling through the trees. The storm is at his wild man reveries, and earth and heaven echo his carouse. Night reels with tumult, and from out her house of cloud the moon looks like a face one sees in nightmare, hurrying with pale eyes that freeze, stooping above with white malignant brows. The isolate oak upon the hill that seemed its sunset in terrific lands, a titan heat black in a sea of blood. There seems the monster harp whose white strings thrill to the vast fingering of innumerable hands, spirits of tempest and of solitude. O Maytime Woods by Madison, Julius, Cawein. O Maytime woods, O Maytime lanes and hours, and stars that knew often where at night beside the path, the woodbine odors blew between the rosy eyelids of the dusk, when like a great white pearl moth the moon hung silvering long windows of your room. I stood among the shrubs, the dark house slept. I watched and waited for, I know not what, some tremor of your going, a velvet leaves unfolding to caresses of a spring, the rustle of your footsteps, of a dew syllabling a vowel on a tulip's lips of odorous scarlet, or the whispered word of something lovelier than new leaf or rose, the word young lips half murmur in a dream. Serene with sleep, light visions sway her eyes, and underneath the window blooms a quince. The night is sultana, who both rise and slip at caution, to admit a prince, love, who her nooks and her lord defies. Are these her dreams, or is it that the breeze pales me with petals of quince, and lifts the balm of gilded buds, and seems to squeeze aroma on aroma through sweet rifts of Eden, dripping through the rainy trees? Along the path the buckeye trees begin to heap the hills of blossoms, and whether were Romeo ladders, whereby I might win a chamber's sanctity, where dreams must pray about a soul, that I might enter in. A dream, and see the balsam's scant erase and dim intrusion, and the starry night conclude majestic pomp, the virgin grace of every bud abashed before the white, pure passion flower of her sleeping face. Old Ghosts by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Clove spicy pinks and blocks that fill a sense with drowsy indolence, and in the evening sky's interior splendor, pregnant with surprise, as if in some new wise the full moon soon would rise. Hung with the crimson aigrettes of its seats, the purple monk sheds bleeds, the dewy crickets cheer, and everywhere are lights of lavender, and scents of musk and myrrh to guide the foot of her. She passes like a misty glimmer on to where the rose blooms won, a twilight moth in flight, as in the west its streak of chrysolite the dusk erases quiet and ushers in the night. And now another shadow passes slow, the firefly light aglow, the scent of a cigar, and two a kiss beneath the evening star, where in a moonbeam bar a whippoorwill cries afar. Again the tale is told that has been told so often year of old. Ghosts of dead lovers' way, or memories only of some perished day. Old ghosts no time shall lay, but haunt the place alway. Old Homes by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Old homes among the hills, I love their gardens, where old rock fences that our day inherits, where doors, round which the great trees stand like wardens, where paths down which the shadows march like spirits, broad doors and paths that reach bird-haunted gardens. I see them grey among their ancient acres, severe of front, their gables Elysian sprinkled like gentle-hearted solitary crackers, grave and religious, with kind faces wrinkled, serene among their memory-hollowed acres. Their gardens banked with roses and with lilies, those sweet aristocrats of all the flowers, where springtime winds are gold in the foliage, and autumn coins the marigolds in showers, and all the hours are toilless as the lilies. I love the orchards where the gay woodpecker flits, flashing over you like a winged jewel, where woods whose floors of moss the squirrels checker with half-hulled nuts, and where in cool renewal the wild brooks laugh and raps the red woodpecker. Old homes, old hearts, upon my soul forever where peace and gladness lie like tears and laughter. Like love they touch me through the years that severe with simple fate. Like friendship draw me after the dreamy patience that is theirs forever. Old Jack Frost by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Last night we were kept awake, couldn't sleep, for old Jack Frost, wandering round like some old ghost, gave the door an awful shake, knocked against my bed's breast-post. Last night we were kept awake, couldn't sleep, he made such noise, rapped and tapped and prowled around. Once he made a snapping sound, just like that of breaking toys. You'd be scared too, I'll be bound. Couldn't sleep, he made such noise. All was dark and very still, then right at the window, bing, came a rap that made me sing. Mother, I'm afraid. Until mother fussed, like everything. All was dark and very still. Old Jack Frost is raising it, and tomorrow wish to state we'll get even sure as fate, cure him of his tricks, she said. Start a fire in the grate, old Jack Frost is raising it. When I heard my father's voice, you just let Jack Frost alone. He's good friends, you should have known with old Santa. Little boys are not scared of him, my son. When I heard my father's voice, so I went to sleep again. Let him bang the furniture all he cared to. I was sure I'd get even, that was plain. Old man Fire would be his cure, so I went to sleep again. Once he rattled at my mug where was water, when he crept round the room and softly stepped here and there upon the rug. Felt his breath, but I just slept. Once he rattled at my mug. Well, you should have seen the things that he painted on the panes. When 'twas morgan, towns and trains, flowers and fairies, ropes and rings, stars and ribbon, the weather wanes. Well, you should have seen the things. I just shouted when I saw, called the father. Just look here, old Jack Frost is such a dear. Wished he'd show me how to draw. I'd be good for one whole year. I just shouted when I saw. Old Man Rain by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Old Man Rain at the window pane knocks and fumbles and knocks again. His long-nailed fingers slip and strain. Old Man Rain at the window pane knocks all night but knocks in vain. Old Man Rain. Old Man Rain at the window pane reels and shambles along the lane. His old grey whiskers drip and drain. Old Man Rain with fuddled brain reels and staggers like one insane. Old Man Rain. Old Man Rain is back again, with old Miss Wind at the window pane, dancing there with a tattered train. Her old shovel flaps as she whirls again, and the wilder man dance is torn and train. Old Miss Wind and Old Man Rain. Old Sir John by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Bald, with old eyes, a bloodshot blue, he comes into the boar's head inn. The hot sweet streaks his full with his face, and all his raiment reeks of all the stews and all the East sheep's lumps. Upon the battered board again he drums in crooks for sack, that sits, his harsh haired cheeks sunk in his hands rough with a cream of weeks. Around the tap one great blue bottle hums. They who made his roof world merry, of them all not one is left. Old, toothless now, and grey, alone he waits, the swagger of that day gone from his bulk departed, even his doll and he, his hall, who broke his heart, they say. On rereading certain German poets, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. They hold their own, they have no peers, and gloom and glow, and hopes and fears, and laugh and terror, hovering round the love that enchanted ground. That mystic region where one hears the banded towers, the 100 years, the through heralds, the demon cheers of Hecklenburg, as horn and hound they hold their own. Dark Wallenstein, and down the years the Lorelei increased with sneers. Fused Margaret, the Sabbath sound, which whirling of a broken, droned and storm, through which the fistoliers they hold their own. On the Farm by Madison, Julius, Cawein. He sang a song as he sowed the field at break of day. In the pursed up leaves are his lips that yield balm and balsam, and spring concealed in the earth's green as a revealed. Hello and oh, hello for the woods and the far away. He read a song as he mowed the mead as noon began. And the hills are gold with ripened seed, as the sunset stairs that loom and lead to the sky where summer knows naught of need. Hello and oh, hello for the hills and the harvest sun. He hummed a song as he swung the flail in the afternoon. And the idle fields are a wrecker's tale, that the autumn tails to the twilight pale, as the year turns seaward a crimson sail. Hello and oh, hello for the fields and the hunter's moon. He whistled a song as he shouldered his axe in the evening storm. When the snow of the road shows the rabbit's tracks, and the wind is a whip where the winter cracks, with the herdsman cry of the clouds' black backs. Hello and oh, hello for home and a heart to warm. On the hilltop by Madison, Julius, Cawein. There's no inspiration in the view, for where this corn drops its fibrils brown, the landscape stretched like a shaggy foe. At wrinkled hills hang haggard and harsh of hue, above them hollows the heaven's stony blue, like a dull fort that haunts some sleep-day's clown, plodding his homeward way, and whispering down where dead leaves dance, a sea and shelterless crew. Let the sick day stagger unto it close, morose and mumbling, like a hoary crone beneath the faggot's huddled fox, that soon shall flare the windy west of ashen glows, like some deep dying hearth, and let the lone night come at last night and its vivid moon. On the road by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Let us bid the world goodbye, nor while sun enclosed to both us, while we've nothing to deny, nothing but ourselves to laugh us. Let us fancy, I and you, all the dreams we dreamed come true. We have gone but half a road, rugged road of root and boulder, made the best of life's dark load, cares but helps us to grow older. We, my dear, have done our best, let us stop a while and rest. Let us by with half a style put away the world's desire, and sit down a little while with our hearts and light a fire. Sing the songs that once we sang in the days when we were young. Hardly will we bring again from the lands of song and story to our sides the elfin train of the dreams we dreamed of glory, but are one now with the crew of the deeds we did not do. Here upon the road of life let us rest us, take our pleasure, free from care and safe from strife, count again our only treasure, love, that helped us on our way, our companion night and day. One Who Died Young by Madison Julius Cawein. With her it is well now, she died young, with all her hope and fate unmarred, nor lived to see the pearls love strung without regard, cast lost among the disillusions that make life so hard. Time on her body now can lay, nor soiling hand and spoil what's fair, he shall not turn the gold hair grey, nor bring crabbed care day after day to line the white brow with the heart's despair. Far better thus, yea even so, to die before fate turns to dust, before the heart has learned to know, as learn it must, of love and woe, and of all human life a deep disgust. Opportunity by Madison Julius Cawein. Behold a hag whom life denies a kiss, as he rides questward in night air and rise. Only when he hath passed her is it his to know, to lay the fairy in disguise. Our dreams by Madison Julius Cawein. Spare us our dreams, O God. The dream we dreamed when we were children, and dwelt near the land of fairy, which our childhood often planned to reach, beholding where its towers gleamed. To dream our youth put seaward with, which streamed with love's white hair, or beckoned with the hand of stout adventure. Then the dream which spanned our manhood skies with fame, that shone, it seemed, the one fixed star of purpose, fair and far the dream of great achievement, and the heaven of our desire, and gave a soul strong wings. When that last dream, through which we others are made true, the dream that holds us at life's even, immortal hope of far immortal things. Paths by Madison Julius Cawein. What words of mine can tell the spell of garden ways I know so well? The path that takes me in the spring past quince trees where the bluebirds sing, and peons are blossoming under a porch, wistaria hung around whose steps May lilies blow, and fair girl reach down among her arm on a white one where sweet snow. What words of mine can tell the spell of garden ways I know so well? Another path that lead me when the summer time is here again, past hollyhocks that shame the west, when the red sun is sunk to rest, roses bowering a nest, a lettuce, neath which mignonette, a deep geranium surge itself, when the twilight starless yet, a fair girl's eyes are stars enough. What words of mine can tell the spell of garden ways I know so well? A path that takes me when the days of autumn river hills and haze, bend the piping belting tree, mid-flitting butterfly and bee, unto a doorway a fiery creeper climbs, and garnet hue the comb and the dahlia flare, and in the door where shades intrude gleams bright a fair girl's sunbeam hair. What words of mine can tell the spell of garden ways I know so well? A path that brings me through the frost of winter, and the moon is tossed, and clouds bend great cedar weak with shaggy snow, past shrubs blown bleak with shivering leaves, to eaves that leak the tattered ice, where under is a fire flickering window space, and in the light with lips to kiss a fair girl's welcome smiling face. Pause by Madison Julius Cawein. So sick of dreams, the dreams that stain the exile, along which life must pass with use of mystic-colored glass that fills the windows of the brain. So sick of thoughts, the thoughts that carve a house of days with arabesque and gargoyles, with the mind grotesque and mass of hope and fate who starve. Here lay thy over very head upon my bosom, do not weep. He giveth his beloved sleep, heart of my heart, be comforted. Phantoms by Madison Julius Cawein. This was her home, on mossy gable thrust above the cedars and the locust trees. This was her home, whose beauty now is dust, a lonely memory for melodies. The wild birds sing, the wild birds and the bees. Here every evening is a prayer, no boast of ruin, of sunset makes a one world roof. Here through the twilight like a pale flower's ghost, a drowsy flutter flies the tiger moth, a dust spears darkness like a dewy cloth. In vagabond velvet on the placid day, a stain of crimson lulls the butterfly. The sound wind sows with ripple and with ray the pleasant waters, and the gentle sky looks on the homestead like a quiet eye. The melancholy quaver lone and low, when day is done, the grey tree-tops repeat. The whippoorwills find the afterglow complain to silence, and the lightning's beat, and whence they gloat glimmers of golden heat. He comes not yet, not till the dusk is dead, nor the western glow is far withdrawn, not till a sleepy mouth love's kiss makes red, the baby bud opens in a rosy yawn, breathing sweet guesses at the dream of dawn. And in the shadows, like a rain of gold, the fireflies stream steadily, and bright along the moss the glow-worm, as of old, a crawling sparkle like a crooked light, and smouldering vellum scrawls a square at night. When will he come, and she will lean to him, she, the sweet phantom, memory of that place between the starlight and his eyes, so dim with dew of control and self-compelling grace, he cannot help but speak her face to face. Pictured by Madison Julius Cawein. this is the face of her I've dreamed of long. Hear my heart's despair, this is the face of her pictured in song. Look on the eyelids, the eyes of dawn, deep as an iris swimming with dewy lids and waters worn. Look on the brows of snow, the looks brown bright, only young sleep can show such brows of placid snow, such looks of night. The cheeks like rosy moons, the lips of fire, laughing the sweeter tunes under enchanted moons when we are desire. Loved lips and eyes and hair, lo, this is she who sits smiling there over my heart's despair, never for me. Poetry and Philosophy by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Out of the past the dim leaves spoke to me, the thoughts of Pindar with a voice so sweet, Hybel and bees seemed swarming my retreat around the reedy well of poesy. I closed the book, where knee to neighbor knee sat with a soul of Plato to repeat doctrines, till mine seemed some Socratic seed high on the summit of philosophy. Around the wave of one religion taught her first root children, of the stars that burned above the mountain other, science learned the first vague lessons of the work she wrought, daughters of God, in whom she still behold the age of iron and the age of gold. Poetry by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Who hath beheld the goddess face to face, blind with her beauty all his days shall go, climbing lone mountains towards her temple place, weighted with song's sweet inexorable woe. Preparation by Madison, Julius, Cawein. How often hope's fair flower blooms richest where the soul was fertilized with black despair. Questionings by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Now when one winter sunset's peak canary-colored down the sky, when nights are starless utterly and sleeted winds cut moaning by, one's memory keeps one company and conscious puts his when and why. Such inquisitions, when alone, wake superstition in the head. A goggle face of hueless stone with staring eyes to terror red, stampled on a brogod's word, unknown, behind the dead. And over that weariness of soul that leans upon our dead, the clod and air have taken as a whole through some mysterious period. Life with her questions of control, death with her unguessed laws of God. Quiet by Madison, Julius, Cawein. A log hut in the solitude, a clippered roof to rest beneath. This side the shadow-haunted wood, that side the sunlight-haunted heath. A daybreak morn shall come to me, in raiment of a white wind spun, slim in a rosy hand the key that opens the gateway of the sun. A smile shall help my heart enough of love to labor all the day, and cheer the road whose rocks are rough with her smooth footprints, each array. At dusk a voice shall call afar, a lone voice like a whirlwind's, and on a shimmering brow one star, night shall descend the western hills. She at my door till dawn shall stand, with Gothic eyes that dark and deep are mirrors of a mystic land, fantastic with the towns of sleep. Quo Vadis by Madison, Julius, Cawein. It is as if imperial trumpets broke against the silence on war's iron height, and Caesar's armored legions marched to fight, while Rome, blood-red upon a mountain yoke, blazed like an awful sunset. At a stroke again I see the living torches light, the horrible revels, and the bloated, white-baked brow of Nero smiling through the smoke. And here and there a little band of slaves among dark ruins, in the form of Paul, bearded and gaunt, expoiling still the world. And towards the north the tottering architraves of empire, and wild-raving over all, the flaming figure of a Gothic sword. Rain and Wind by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I hear the hoofs of horses galloping over the hill, galloping on and galloping on, and all the night is shrill with wind and rain that beats the pain, and my soul with awe is still. For every dripping window of a headlong rush makes bone, galloping up and galloping by, then back again and round till the gusty roofs ring with the hoofs and the draughty cellars sound. And when I hear black horsemen hallooing in the night, hallooing and hallooing, they ride o'er vale and height, and the branches snap and the shutters clap with the fury of a flight. When at each door horseman with burly battered lip, hallooing through the keyhole, pauses with cloak adrip, and the doorknob shakes and the panel cracks neath the anger of his whip. All night I hear they gallop, and where wild halloos alarm, the treetops sound and rains go round in forest and on farm. But never a hair of a thing is bare, only the wind and storm. Rain in the Woods by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When in the leaves the rain persists, and every gust brings shower down, when all the woodland smokes with mists, I take the old road out of town into the hills through which it trysts. I find the vale where catnip grows, where boneset blooms with moisture bowed, vale through which a red creek flows, turbid with hill-washed clay, and loud as some wild horn a hunter blows. Around the root the beetle glides, a living burial, and the end, a large, agate red, a garnet, slides banner of rock, and every plant is a roof for some frail thing that hides. Like knots against the trunks of trees, the lesion-colored moths are pressed, enriched in hollow blooms. The bees seem clods of pollen in its nest, the wasp has crawled and lies at ease. The locust harsh that sharply saw the silence of a summer noon, a katydid that finely draws its fine file with the bars of moon, a grasshopper that drills each pause. The mantis, long-clawed, furtive, lean fierce feline of the insect hordes and dragonfly, gores the winged and green band of the wild grapes, leaves and gourds, have housed themselves and rest unseen. The butterfly and the forest bird are huddled on the same gnarled bough, which, like some rainbowed word, the dampness hoarsely utters now, the tree-toad's voice is vaguely heard. I crouch and listen, and again the woods are filled with phantom forms, with shapes, grotesque and mystic train, that rise and reach to me cool arms of mist, the wandering wraiths of rain. I see them come, fantastic fair, shell mushroom-colored, sky and earth grow ghostly with a floating hair, and trailing limbs that have a birth in wetness funery of the air. Our wraiths of rain, our ghosts of mist, still fold me, hold me in pursuit. Still let my lips by yours be kissed, still draw me with your hands of dew unto thy frist, thy dripping frist. Rain, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Around the stillness deepened, and the grain went wild with wind, and every briar lane was swept with dust. And when, tempestuous black, hillward the tempest heaved the monster back, that on the thunder leaned as on a cane, and on huge shoulders bore a cloudy pack with gilded gold for many a lightning crack. One big drop splashed and wrinkled down the pane, and when field, hill, and wood were lost in rain. At last through clouds, as from a cavern hew into a night's heart, a sunburst angry ruin, and every cedar with its weight of wet against the sunset's fiery splendor set, frightened to beauty, seeming with the ruby strewn. Then in drenched gardens like sweet phantoms met, dim odors rose of pink and mignonette, in the east a confidence that soon grew to the calm assurance of the moon. Rainless, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The locust veils its hour of sound and tops it with a spire. The roadside leaves pant to the ground with dust from hoof and tire. The insects, day and night, make din, and with the heat grow shriller, and everywhere great spiders spin in cords the caterpillar. The wells are dry, the creeks are pools. Weeds tramp the beds with bristles, and when a wind breathes, naught it cools, the air grows white with thistles. For months the drought has burned and baked the wood and field and garden. The flower plots are dead, and raked or mown the meadows harden. The summer sunk in godlessness from quarter unto quarter, nor tracks, nor lifts a dusty tress that shows the sloven garter. The child of spring, it now appears, has turned in drab a harlot, Death's doxy, Death's who near her leers in rags of gold and scarlet. Reasons, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Yea, while I love thee, let my heart repeat, I look upon thy face, and then divine how man could die for beauty such as wine. Deeming it sweet to lay my life and manhood at thy feet, and for a word, a glance the deeds of old Romans. Yea, while I love thee, let my heart unfold. I look into thy heart, and then I know the wondrous poetry of long ago, the age of gold, that speaks strange music that is old, so old yet young, as when it was born with all the youth of morn. Yea, while I love thee, let my heart conclude. I look into thy soul and realize the undiscovered meaning of the skies, that long have fooled the world of the far ideals that elude, out of whose dreams maybe God shapes reality. Response, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. There's a music of immaculate love that beats within the virgin veins of spring, and trillium blossoms like the stars that cling to various wands, and strung on sprays above white hearts and mandrake blooms that look enough like the elves washing white with laundering of May moon dews, and all pale opening white flowers of the woods are born whereof. There's no such spring's white foot brushes, but must feel the music that vibrates within, and thrill to the communication touch responsive harmonies that must unshut the heart of beauty, for song's concrete kin emotions that their flowers born of such. Rest, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Under the breadlike beech, deep in the mottled shade, where the rocks hang in reach, flower and ferny blade, let him be laid. Here where the brooks that droop under the mossy trees, grieve with the music of underworld melodies, let him in peace. Here will the winds that blow out of the haunted west, gold with the dreams that glow where on the heaven's breast, lull him to rest. Here will the stars and moon, silent and far and deep, old with the music rune of the slow years that creep, charm him with sleep. And the ancient beech deep in the mossy shade, where the hill moods may reach, where the hill dreams may aid, let him be laid. Robert Browning, by Madison Julius Cawein. Master of human harmonies, where gong and harp and violin and flute accord, each instrument confessing you its lord within the deathless orchestra of song. Albeit at times your music may sound wrong to our dulled senses, and its meaning buried to earth's slow understanding, never marred your message brave, clear, and of trumpet tongue. Poet revealer, who both soon and late within an age of dope keep clean your fate, crying your cry off with a word odds well. How shall we greet you from our low estate, keys on the keyboard but as life and death, the organ whence we hear your music swell? Rome, by Madison Julius Cawein. Above the circus of a world she sat, beautiful and base, a harlot crowned with pride. Fierce nations, upon whom she sneered and spat, shrieked at the feet and for a pastime died. Rose and Redbird, by Madison Julius Cawein. I had the strangest dream last night. I dreamed the poppies red and right went overrun the flower bed, changed to wee woman, white and red, who, jeweled with a twinkling wet, joined hands and danced a minuet. And where beside the garden walk I thought a red rose stood at talk with a black cricket, and I heard the cricket say, "You are the bird, red-crested, who comes every day to sing us a lyric roundelay." The rose replied, "Nay, you must know that bird and I laughed long ago. I am a princess, he a prince, and we were parted ever since a word of signs made us don the new disguises we have on." And then the rose put off disguise and stood revealed before my eyes, a fairy princess, and in black his tiny fiddle on his back, an elfin fiddler long of nose the cricket bowed before the rose. A house of moss and a firefly light now seemed to rise within the night. Beside the tree, where bending low, the flowers stood a second row around the rose, a fairy band before the queen of fairyland. And suddenly I saw the side of a great beech tree open wide, and where behold, where wondrous things, slim flower-like people, bright with wings, who bowed before a throne of state, whereon the rose and redbird sate. And when I woke, and where behold, was naught except the moonlight's gold, on tree and garden, and the flowers safe snuggled in the beds and bowers. The rose was gone, but where she'd stood lay scattered crimson of the hood. The cricket still was at his tune, somewhere between the dawn and moon, and I'd have sworn it was a dream, had I not glimpsed the glow-worm gleam, and heard a chuckling in the tree, and see the dewdrop wink at me. Santa Claus, by Madison Julius Cawein. When my mother isn't here, and I just won't go to bed, and it's cold outside and near Christmas, and the kitchen shed's covered thick with frost and snow, then my nurse, she says, "Oh, better get to bed, my laws, think I hear old Santa Claus." In a hurry, never kick, scream or cry or anything, but jump into bed right quick, afraid to look around and clinch fast on nurse, close my eyes tight, she looking just as wise, scared too, don't you know, because she fast heard old Santa Claus. Why in goodness, I'm afraid I don't know, for Santa's good, so they say, and brings much aid to all folks, has understood, especially to girls and boys, Christmas trees and cakes and toys. But there must be some good cause makes one afraid of Santa Claus. It's his whiskers, I suppose, grey and big about his chin, where you just can see his nose and his eyes, each like a pin, and his clothes all made of hair, twinkling thick with frost. Declare if I saw him, I'd have cause to be scared of Santa Claus. One night, a week from Christmas, I looked out through a window pane, and right in our backyard, why someone walked in wind and rain, swishing, splashing with a whip. Didn't I just hop and skip into bed? Because guess it was old Santa Claus. And I'm all shivery when I wake up winter nights, and it's dark and I can't see, and the black wind fights and fights from the chimney. When I crick under cover my head, I stick a crying, "Mother, wake up!" 'cause think I hear old Santa Claus. Science, by Madison Julius Cawein. Miranda-like above the world she waves, the wand of Prospero, and the beautiful Ariel the airy, Caliban the dull, lightning and steam are our unwilling slaves. Sea Dreams, by Madison Julius Cawein. How to see in the night in the May moon's light a nymph from Cyrus Cawein, with a crown of pearls, sea gems in each curl, dance down white, star-stained waves. How to list in the gloam by the pearly foam of a sad, fast-sounding shore, the strain of a shell of an ocean bell from caves where waters roar. With a hollow shell drift up in the moon, to sigh in my ears the ocean tune. Wilt follow to caverns hollow, that echo the fumbling spry? Wilt follow thy queen to islands green, vague islands of witchery? Or follow to grotesque horrors and isles under purple sea, rich roses twine and the lush woodbine weaves the musky canopy. How to float in the gloom on the bubbly foam with her lily face above, how to lie in the bark and white song hark and the billow nymph to laugh. I'd lie at her feet and my heart should beat her music of her sighs, but the stars in her face my passion should trace, unseen are the stars of the skies. a wave of a witch of spray to aid in islands far, and the blue above, drunk mad with laugh, danced down each singing star. Leave to the heaven its morning star in a cloud of bolted snow, to laugh at the world and herald for a wedlock and joy below. Seasons by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I heard the forest green heart beat, as if it heard the happy feet of one who came, like young desire, and whose fair coming birds and flowers sprang up, and beauty filled the fire, touched lips with song amid the bowers, and love led on the dancing hours. And when I heard a voice that rang, and to the leaves and blossoms sang, "My child is life, I dwell with truth, I am the spirit, the glad of birth, I bring to all things joy and youth, for I am a rapture of the earth. Come look on me, and know my worth." And when the woodland heaved a sigh, as if it saw a shape go by, a shape of sorrow or of dread, that seemed to move as moves the mist, and leave the leaves and flowers dead, and with cold lips my forehead kissed, where phantoms all around held tryst. And when I heard a voice that spoke unto the fading beech and oak, "I am the spirit of these say, whose child is death, that means relief. I breathe and all things pass by, I am earth's glory and its grief. Come look on me, my time is brief." Second Sight by Madison, Julius, Cawein. They lean their faces to me through green windows of the woods, the white throats sweet with honeydew beneath low leafy woods. No dream they dream, but half been true, here in the solitudes. Star trillium in the underbrush, in whom spring bears a face, sun agate that breathes the blush of summer's quiet grace, moon mellow, in whom lies the hush of autumn's tragic pace. For one hath heard the dryad sighs behind the covering bark, and one hath felt the satyr's eyes gleam in the bosky dark, and one hath seen the naiad rise and waters all his bark. I bid my soul unto them, stilled and worship man hath lost. The old world's myths that science killed are living things almost to me through these whose forms are filled with beauty's paging ghost. And through new eyes I seem to see the world we still live within, a shuttered world of mystery, where in unreal forms begin the real of ideality, those has no unreal kin. Self by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Sufi debatteur of dreams spake with, from Sodomite to parrot of tables us, we live under man's own long commentary. Is one beget in Basora, one lies in Damietta lying, the plausibilities of God, all possibles of a lie. But burns the lust within the flesh, held by the homely to heaven, put when the individual first, and of thyself be shriven. Neither an adamant nor brass, the scrutinizing eye records it. The arm is rooted in the heart that rules and lords it. Be that it is, and thou art all, and what thou art, so thou hast written, we of the Luthanists of love, or of the torture smitten. Shadows by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Ha! Help! 'Twas palpable, a ghost that thronged up from the mind or hell of one I wronged. 'Tis past and silence naught, vision born of a scared mind overwrought with dreams forlorn. The brood of death, and sleep it wakes, grim fancies with its breath, and reason shakes. Would that the grave could rot like flesh with soul, gnaw through with worms, and not leave it was whole. More than it was on earth beyond the grave, much more in death and birth to a conscious slave. Shadows on the shore by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The doubtful dawn come diamond one, and dimmer grew the day. The keeley whistled among the weeds, the blue crane clanged in the river reeds, and the mist fell wild and grey. At dawn she stood, a heavy hood flung back in the ferry boat, to watch a rebel raider's right, a rebel laugh with his man beside, his kiss on the mouth and throat. Like some dark spell the tempest fell, like some wild curse night came. For she heard the warring dead, whose batteries opened overhead, thunder and the flame. And now again in wind and rain she toiled at the creaking oar. Or what had she heard in the night and storm, whose voice was wet, and whose the form had galloped to the shore? Across the stream in the tempest gleam, who sent that wild halo, and the lightning's glare, who was it where the wind and rain and his tossing hair, and his grey cloak torn in two? The rain and blast pull fast, or down the rushing tide. Look where he rides in the lightning's glow, and hearken now to his fair hello. But only his horse, with head hung low, a blur of blood on the saddle bow, comes whinnying to his side. She is so much by Madison, Julius, Cawein. She is so much to me, and oh, I love her so. I look into my soul and see how comfort keeps me company, and hope she, too, may know. I love her, this I know. So dear she is to me, so dear, and oh, I love her so. I listen in my heart and hear the voice of gladness singing me in thoughts, so she, too, may know. I love her, this I know. So much as she is to me, so much, and our love is so. In heart and soul I feel the touch of angel callers, that as such dreams as she too may know. I love her, I love her, I love her, this I know. Sin by Madison Julius Cawein. There's a legend of an old herd's tower that tells of one, a noble, who had sold his soul unto the fiend, who grew not old on this condition. With a demon's power chased every midnight for a single hour, and in that hour his body should be cold, as the limbs grow shriveled, and his face, behold, become a death's head, the tapers galore. So unto sin life gives his best. Her arts make all his outward seeming beautiful before the world, but in his heart of hearts abides an hour when his strength is null, when he should feel the death through all his parts strike, and his countenance become a skull. Since when? By Madison Julius Cawein. I found myself among the trees, what time reapers ceased to reap, and in the sunflower blooms the bees huddled brown heats and went to sleep, rocked by the balsam breathing breeze. I saw the red fox leave his lair, a shaggy shadow on the knoll, and tunneling his throughfare beneath the soil. I watched the mole, still his own self could not take more care. I heard the death moth tick and stir, slow honeycombing through the bark. I heard the cricket's drowsy chirp, and one lone beetle burr the dark. The sleeping woodlands seemed to pure. And when the moon rose, and one white low bow of blossoms grown almost where'er you died, 'twas a delight to meet dear heart. I thought your ghost the wood is haunted since that night. Sleep is a spirit by Madison Julius Cawein. Sleep is a spirit who beside us sits, or through our frames like some dim glamour flits. From out her form a pearly light is shed, as from a lily in a lily bed, a firefly's gleam. Her face is pale as stone, and languid as a cloud that drifts alone in starry heaven, and her diaphanous feet are easy as the dew or opaline heat of summer. Love of ears aurora pink, as dawns she leans and listens on the brink of being, dark with dreadfulness and doubt, wherein vague lights and shadows move about, and palpitations beat like some huge heart of earth, the surging pulse of which we are part. One hand that hollows the divining eyes glows like the curved moon over twilight skies, and with a gaze she fathoms life and death gulfs, where man's conscience like a restless breath of wind goes wandering, whispering love of things the irremediable where sorrow clings. Around her limbs a veil of woven mist wavers and turns from vibrant amethyst to textured crystal, through which the symboled bars of silver burn and cabalistic stars of nebulous gold. Shrouded her feet and hair, the thin with the woof, fantastic everywhere, dreams come and go, the instant images of things she sees and thinks, realities, shadows with which her heart and fancy swarm. Take in the veil, take momentary form, now picturing heaven and celestial fire, and now the hell of every soul's desire, hinting of words, God wraps in mystery beyond the world we know and touch and see. Snow and Fire by Madison Julius Cawein. Deep-hearted roses of a purple dusk, and lilies of the morn, and cactus holding up a slender tusk of fragrance on the thorn. All heavy flowers sultry with her musk, her presence puts to scorn. For she is like the pale snowdrop bear, scandalous and chaste of heart. The moonflower, making spiritual the air like some pure work of art, divinely and holy, exquisitely fair, and virtue's counterpart. Yet when her eyes gaze into mine, and when her lips to mine are pressed, why are my veins all fire when? And when why should her soul suggest voluptuous perfumes, maddening unto man and prurient with unrest? Snow by Madison Julius Cawein. The moon, like a round device on a shadowy shield of war, hangs white in a heaven of ice with a solitary star. The wind is sunk to a sigh, and the waters are stern with frost, grey in the eastern sky. The last snow cloud is lost. White fields that are winter-starved, black woods that are winter-fraught, cold, harsh as a face death carved with the iron of some black fort. So much to do by Madison Julius Cawein. The face of the world is a homely face, and the look of the world unkind, and harsh on your arm a hand is laid, and bids you into the grind. That's a little to your mind, my dear, that's a little to your mind. But it's the work that counts in the world, you see, not what we dream, but to do. For the dreamers of dreams, whatever he be, if he'd have his dreams come true, must be a workman too, my dear, must be a workman too. So much to do, so much to do, so much that life would shriek, but each is one of a heath below, the world's great heath of irk, where each must do his work, my dear, each one must do his work. A song, a look, a word of cheer will help more than a sigh. For this is the law of the heath, my dear, that every bee must try, my dear, and all the drones must die, my dear, that all the drones must die. Ofttimes it seems that the end is far, and the work we do in vain, that night will never reveal a star, and day bring only rain to trouble our hearts again, my dear, to trouble our hearts again. Whatever the stars are shining there, with ever the old regard, and be it foul or be it fair, however long depart, all work has its reward, my dear, all work has its reward. Cloud summer come without a rose, or morn without a sun, and what shall toil bring souls repose to each and every one, whose work at last is done, my dear, whose work at last is done. For the face of the world is a homely face, but the look in its eyes is kind, and to him who sets the heart's brisk pace to the world he has in mind, and turns not with the wind, my dear, and turns not with the wind. Spirit of Dreams by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Where hast thou folded thy pinions, spirit of dreams, hidden elusive garments woven of gleams? In what divine dominions, brighter when day fathom the world's dark torments? Dost thou stay, dost thou stay? When shall my yearnings reach thee again? Not in vain let my soul beseech thee, not in vain, not in vain. I have longed for thee as a lover for her, the one as a brother for a sister, long dead and gone. I have called thee over and over, names sweet to hear, with words the music tryst and phrases dear. How long must my sad heart woe thee, yet fail? How long must my soul pursue thee, nor avail, nor avail? All night hath thy loving mother, beautiful sleep, lying beside me, listened and heard me weep. But ever thou soughtest another who sought thee not. For him thy soft smile glistened, I was forgot. And shall my soul behold thee as before, and shall my heart enfold thee, nevermore, nevermore? Spring Twilight by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The sunset late, and left along west the belt of hues ruby, of which snows of clouds unrolled, each cloud a mighty breast blooming with almond rose. The sunset late, and wefts of wind beat down, and cut the blossoms for blossoming quince, scattered the pollen from the lily's crown, and made the clover wince. By dusky forest, through whose fretful boughs in flying fragments shot the evening's flame, and down the tangled lane the quiet coast with dreamy tinklings came. The sunset late, but hardly had he gone, when o'er the moon's gold-litten crescent where clean phosphor polished as precious stone burned in fair depths of air. As from faint stars the glory wand and wand, the crickets made the old-time garden shrill, and past the luminous pasture lands complained the first far whippoorwill. Stars by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The fields of space gleam bright, as if some ancient giant, old as the moon and her extinguished mountains, had dipped his fingers huge into the twilight sea of cold, and sprinkled all the heavens from these fountains. Storm by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I looked into the night and saw God writing with tumultuous flame upon the thunder's front of awe, as on sonorous brass the law, terrific of his judgment name. Weary of all life's best and worst, of hands of hate, I who had prayed for death at first, and had not died, nor stood and cursed God, yet he would not strike me dead. Sun and Flowers by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The spring is coming, hear it blow, the rain and wind have cleared the snow, and I am going to play my fill with sunlight on a windy hill, and I am going to laugh and run and be the comrade of a sun, and like a wildflower wink my eyes at him and at the springtime skies. I'm going to leap and shout, and toss my hair and arms about, and fill myself with sunshine as the blossoms do on the waving grass. And I'm going to dance and sing, and match the swallow on the wing, and put my arms about each tree, and kiss it as the sun does me. And I'm going to lie face down upon the hillside far from town, and hug it as the sunlight does, and watch the willows fuss. I wish I was as big and bright as the sunlight, then I might hold all the hillside in my joy, but I'm just a little boy. And I'm only sweet and small, as are the wildflowers, that is all. So mother says, and thus you see, the sun can get ahead of me. Blow wind and rain, and sweep away the snow and sleet of yesterday, and bring the sunlight and the flowers and all the laughing springtime hours. Sunset and Storm by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Deep with divine tautology, the sunset's mighty mystery again is traced with scroll-like west of hieroglyphs of burning gold. Forever new, forever old, its miracle is manifest. Time lays the scroll away, and now both hills a giant brow of cloud night lifts, and from his arm barbaric black upon the world with thunder, wind and fire, is heard his awful argument of storm. What part, O man, is yours in such, whose awe and wonder are in touch with nature, speaking rapture to your soul, yet leaving in your reach no human word or thought or speech commensurate with the thing you view? Sunset Clouds by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Low clouds, the lightning wanes and cleaves, torn from the forest of a storm, sweep westward like enormous leaves over field and farm. And in the west, on burning skies, where wrath is quenched, where hate is hushed, and deep where drift thunder lies with splendor flushed. The black turns grey, the grey turns gold, and seated in depths of radiant rose, amidst of fire manifold we know repose. What dreams they bring, what thoughts reveal, that have a source and loveliness, through which the doubts often feel grow less and less. For which I see that other night, that cloud called death, transformed of love to flame, and pointing with its light to life above. Sunset Dreams by Madison Julius Cawein. The moth and beetle wing about the garden ways of other days. Above the hills, a fire shout of gold, the day dies slowly out. Like some wild blast a huntsman blows, and over the hills my fancy goes, following the sunset's golden call unto a wine-hung garden wall, where she awaits me in the gloom between the lily and the rose, with arms and lips of warm perfume, the dream of love my fancy knows. The glowworm and the firefly glow among the ways of bygone days. A golden shaft shot from a bow of silver, star and moon swing low above the hills where twilight lies, and over the hills my longing flies, following the stars' far arrowed gold, unto a gate where, as of old, she waits amid the rose and rue, with star-bright hair and night-dark eyes, the dream to whom my heart is true, my dream of love that never dies. Sunset in Autumn by Madison Julius Cawein. Blood-colored oaks that stand against a sky of golden brass, gaunt slopes on which the bleak leaves glow of brie and sassafras, and broom-sedge strips of smoky pink, and pearl-grey clumps of grass in which, beneath a wrecked sky, the rain pool gleams like glass. From west to east, from wood to wood, along the forest side, the winds, the sours of the Lord, the thunderous footsteps stride. Their stormy hands rain a cornstone, and mad leaves, widely dyed, like tatters of their rushing cloaks, stream round them far and wide. The frail-leaf cricket in the weeds rings a faint fairy bell, like a torch of phantom ray the milkweed's windy shell glimmers, while wrapped in river dreams, the wet autumnal smell of loom and leaf, like some sad ghost steals over field and dell. The oaks against the copper sky, or which, like some black lake of this bronze clouds, like surges fringed with sullen fire, break a loom sombre of doom's citadel, above the whales that make a pathway to a land of mist, the moon's pale feet shall take. Now dyed with burning carbuncle, a lumber-litten pane within its walls of storm, the west opens to hill and plain, on which the wild geese ink themselves, a fair tringled train, and when the shuddering clouds close down and night is here again. Sunset on the River by Madison Julius Cawein. A sea of onyx are the skies, cloud islands with fire, such nacre-colored flame as dies a seashell's rosy spire, and at its edge one star sinks low, burning into the overglow. Save for the cricket and the grass, or passing bird that twitters, the world is hushed. Like liquid glass, the soundless river glitters between the hills that hug and hold its beauty like a hop of gold. The glory deepens, and meseems a vasty canvas, painted with revelations of God's dreams and visions symbol-sainted. The west is, but each night cold hill kneels down before and worships still. There is no thing to wake unrest, no sight or sound to jangle the peace that evening and regret brings, smoothing out the tangle of gnarls and knots of care and strife that snarl that colored cord of life. Take Heart by Madison Julius Cawein. Take heart again. Joy may be lost a while. It is not always spring, and even now from some far summer isle hither the birds may wing. The Age of Gold by Madison Julius Cawein. The clouds that tower in storm, that beat ethereal thunder in their wings, the wildflowers lifting shyly sweet their perfect faces from the plains, all high, all lowly things of earth, for no vague end have had their birth. Low strips of mist that mesh the moon above a foaming waterfall, and mountains that God's hand have hewn, and forests where the great winds call, within the grasp of such a sea, are parts of a conspiracy. To seize the soul with beauty, hold the heart with love, and thus fulfill within ourselves the age of gold that never died and never will, as long as one true nature feels the wonders that the world reveals. The Angel with the Book by Madison Julius Cawein. When to that house I came, which long ago my heart had builded of its joy and woe, upon its threshold low, I paused again, dreading to enter, fearing to behold the place wherein my love had lived of old, and where my other self lay dead and slain. I feared to see some shape, some hope once dear, behind the arrows dead, some face of fear, with eyes accusing, which would sear my soul, taking away my manhood and my strength, with heartbreak memories, and yet at length again I stood within that house of dough. Sombre and beautiful with stately things, the long hall lay, by the stairs the wings of life and love rose marble and unmarred, and all the walls hung grave with tapestry, gesticulated sorrow, gazed at me, strange speculation in their dark regard. Through one tall oriel the close of day glared with its crimson face and laid a ray, a burning finger on the stairway where a trail of tears as of a wounded heart led to a passage with a room apart, a room where love had perished of despair. Now all was empty, silent even of sighs, and yet I felt within that room were eyes, unearthly eyes, I dared not look upon, but had seen God, within them hell and heaven of all the past. I dared not look, yet even as I drew back my feet were slowly drawn. Into that room lit with those eyes, I saw an angel standing with a book of law, his raiment lightning from head to feet, and swords of flame and darkness in his eyes. He stood, the great book, open as the skies, like some great heart throbbing with rosy heat. One moment blazed the vision, then I heard, not with my ears, but with my soul whispered, I am the law through which love is. Each one through me must win unto his heaven or hell. I build the house in which all memories dwell. My house is finished, and my task is done. And where the vision burned was nothing. Fear bowed me to earth, for flaming very near, I failed that angel's presence, like a spell that turned my eyesight inward, where I saw, where the wish was love, whose other name is law, by whom was built my house of heaven and hell. The Ape, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Here's a tale for maidens and for mothers. There was an ape, the very prince of monkeys, who captured in a world of fools and flunkies, the envy of the set and of all others. He was the handbook of all social manners, the bureau of beer and Simeon glass of fashion, to whom all folly functioned, played a passion, and matrimony waved belugering banners. A girl of girls, one God had given graces of beauty, more than oft he granted to human, captured the creature and ray were united, and strange to say she loved him, saw no traces of ape in him, and like a very woman reformed her companions and was delighted. The Artist, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. In storybooks, when I was very young, I knew you first to one of a fairy race, and when it was your picture took its place, framed in with love's deep gold, and dripped and hung high in my heart's red room. No song was sung, no tale of passion told. I did not grace with your associated form and face, and intimated charm of touch and tongue. As years went on, you grew to more and more, until each thing symbolic to my heart of beauty, such as honor, truth, and fame, within the studio of my soul's fond war, your lineaments, whom I with all my art strove to embody and to give a name. The Bagpipe, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Here's a tale for poets and for players. There was a bagpipe once that wheezed and whistled and droned while discords, notes that fairly bristled, nasal and harsh, outbraying all the prayers. And when a thing assumed another bearing, boasted itself an organ of God's making, a world-enduring instrument, earth-shaking, greater than any organ, more sky-daring. To prove which, low upon an elevation it pranced and blew to its own satisfaction, and it was heard from Key West far as Fundy. But while it piped, some schoolboy took occasion, where was a blow, a sudden sharp impaction, the winterberg burst, sic transit gloria mundi. The Ballad of a Rose, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Booted and spurred he rode toward the west, a rose from the woman who loved him best, lay warm with her kisses were in his breast, and the battle beacons were burning. As out of the draw he galloping went, she from the gateway's battlement, with a wafted kiss and a warning bent, beware of a ford at the turning. An instant only he turned in his seal, and lightly fingered his petronel, when settled his sword in its belt as well, and the horns to battle were sounding. She watched till he reached the beacon where, and saw its gleam on his helm and hair, then turned and murmured, God keep thee, Clara, from that wolf of the hills and his hounding. And on he rode till he come to the hill, where the road turned off by ruined mill, where the stream flowed shallow and broad and still, and the battle beacon was burning. Into the river with a little heat, down from the hill he galloped his steed. The water whispered on rock and reed, death hides by the ford at the turning. And out of the night, on the other side, the helms and corselets dim descried, he saw 10 bandit troopers ride, and the horns to battle were blaring. When he reined his steed in the middle ford, and glanced behind him and drew his sword, and laughed as he shouted his battle word, Clara, Clara, and my steer needs airing. When down from the hills at his back there came 10 troopers more, with a face of flame, red huge of the heads, led on the same, and the glare of the beacons burning. Again the cavalier turned and gazed, when quick to his lips the rose he raised and kissed it, crying, No God be praised, and help her wear when morning. Then arose in his stirrups and loosened rein, and shouting his cries spurred on amain, into the troopers to slay and be slain, as the horns to battle were blowing. with 10 behind him and 10 before, with battle beacon to light the shore. Small doubt of the end in his mind he bore, with a rose in his bosom glowing. One trooper he slew with his petronel, and one with his sword when his good steed fell. And they hailed him fighting from horse and cell, in the light of the beacons burning. Quoth huge of the hills, to yonder hill now hang him high where she may see, and be his rose and message from me, the ravens feast at the turning. The Battle by Madison Julius Cawein. Black clouds hung low and heavy above the sunset glare, and in the garden dimly we wandered here and there. So full of strife, of trouble, the night was dark, afraid like our own love, so merrily for tears and sighings made. But when it came to parting, and I must mount and go, with all my soul I wished it that God would lay me low. The Beast by Madison Julius Cawein. Here's the tale for sportsmen when at table there was a boar, like that Atalanta hunted, who gawked and snored and unmolested grunted his fat way for the world as such able. Huge jowled and paunched and porcelain-limbed and marrowed, a king of his kind, deep in his lair he squatted, and around him fames of many maidens rotted, where license whelped and lust the monsters furrowed. There came a damsel like a one in Spenser, a Britomart, a sorceress as Circe, who pierced him with a tract, a spear, and ended the beast's career, made him a man, a censor of public morals, arbiter of mercy, and let him have a nose and called him splendid. The Best of Life by Madison Julius Cawein. With souls left blind, don't struggle on merely at last to find the best of life, the dream is left behind. Why desperately struggle and strive, after long years to see substance only has no reality? To find alas the stale glitter in the mountain pass, the light you climb for is no star but glass. Help one and all, dreamers we need, not workmen for the wall, the tower of beauty which shall never fall. The Better Lot by Madison Julius Cawein. Her life was bound to crutches, pale and bent, but smiling ever, she would go and come, for of her soul God made an instrument of strength and comfort to an humble home. Bitter life of toil and slow disease, that love companions through patient years, when one whose heritage is a loveless ease, but never knows the blessedness of tears. The Birthday Party by Madison Julius Cawein. I had a birthday yesterday, first and for, I think, a year. Won't have one again, we say, till another year's here. Funny, don't you think so? I can't just understand now why. Anyhow, my birthday came and I had, lots of things. Birthday gifts I just can't name, even count them. Toys and rings, hobs and books and hats. Indeed, everything that I don't need. What I wanted wasn't suits, wooden toys and wonderland, but how to dig up roots and a spade to shovel sand, rake to rake where father said he's made a flower bed. But I didn't get one, and I didn't get a box of paints which I wanted. I raised sand, till my mother said, "My saints, if you don't behave yourself, party'll be laid on the shelf." So I did behave, and played with little girls and boys who just stayed and stayed and stayed. Played with me and with my toys, broke some too, but never mind, had the best time of its kind. Had the dinner when, I bet you never saw a finer sight. A big birthday cake was set, thick with icing, round and white in the center of the table, looking all that it was able. On it 4 pink candles burned, and we had a lot of fun. A little girl, when turned, blew them out, yes, everyone, and I kissed her for it, yes, and she liked it too, I guess. And as for my father, why all the children were gone, only child around was I was playing on the lawn by myself, and father came and he kissed me just the same. And I asked my father, where do the birthdays come from, while he sat in his rocking chair, looking at me with a smile. When I asked him where they go when we're gone, he didn't know. The Bluebird by Madison Julius Cawein. From morn till noon, upon the window pane the tempest taped with rainy fingernails, and all the afternoon the blustering gales beat at the door with furious feet of rain. The rose near which the lily bloom lay slain, like some red one dripped where the garden rails, on which the sullen slug left slimy trails. Meseemed the sun would never shine again. Then in a drench, long, loud, and full of cheer, a sky-eye herald temperate and blue, a bluebird bugged, and at once a bow was bent in heaven, and they seemed to hear God's sapphire spaces crystallizing through the straight-out clouds in azure tremolo. The Boy Columbus by Madison Julius Cawein. And he had mused on lands each bird, that winged from realms of Valerina, with seas of the enchanted sword, and Roman sang him till he heard a vague foam on islands of Alcina. For which Levant and old Castile let other seamen freight their galleys, with Polohy and Mandeville through stranger seas the dreamy keel sailed into wonder-peopled valleys. Far continents of flower and fruit of everlasting spring, the fountains mid flowers of human faces shot, where rays drill both man and brute, in cities under golden mountains, where cataracts their thunders hurl, from heights the tempest has at mercy, vast peaks that touch the moon and whirl their torrents down of gold and pearl, and forests strange as those of silk. At rap he had love loot in the shade of royal gardens to the palace and court, would haunt the balustrade of terraces and still parade the vanity and guile and malice. Him something calls diviner yet than love, or mighty when a lover, heroic truth what when a lad deed lack, a purpose westward set and eyes far seeing to discover. The Boy in the Rain by Madison Julius Cawein. Sodden and shivering in mud and rain, half in the light that serves but to reveal the blackness of an alley and the real homeward of wretchedness and tattered train. A boy stands crouched, big drops of drizzled rains, low from a wreck that was ahead. No steel is harder than his look that seems to feel more than his small life share of woe and pain. The pack of papers huddled by his arm and pulp, and still he hugs the worthless lot. A door flies open to let out a curse and drag him out of a night and storm. Out of a night you say, you know not what, to blacker night, God knows, and hell or worse. The Boy on the Farm by Madison Julius Cawein. Out in Oldham County once met a boy who showed me how he could milk an old red cow. Yes, he wasn't any dunce, put me on an old grey mare, rode me to an old mill where we were grinding corn. He filled a big sack and when we sat by the dam and where he killed a black snake as long as wet. When he showed me how to row in an old float boat that leaked where the dam was stained and streaked with big lilies, white as snow. When he showed me how to swim, jumping from a squirm or limp, while he splashed around, while I waded up and down the shore. When he was dressed and dry, mounted that old mare once more. And he took the bag of meal, that's for corn cakes, so he said, and it makes the grandest bread, cornbread, I'd it heavy feel. And he slung it on across that old mare, who with a toss of a tail turned right for home. On the way he showed me where hornets had their nest, like some football made of paperware. And he showed me how to catch bumblebees and how to keep them from stinging. Made a leap, caught one in a clover patch, and he showed me where they stow the honeybags away. Caught 2 bees and wasn't stung, took one's back and gave it me, and I put it on my tongue. Sweet, yes sir, and smelt of bee. When he caught a locust, took its 2 wings like some queer toys, showed me how it made its noise, held it up and shook till it rattled, and that night showed me with a lantern light how the pond toads puffed their throats, each one like a toy balloon, swelling, piping reedy notes, making music for the moon. No, he wasn't any dunce, no sir, waited till the time by the sun he could, and climbed a great tall poplar once, 100 feet or more, and straight as the flagpole at our gate, when he's up there, took his hat, tossed it up and cried, hooray! Yet no man could do it, no, not even my own pa. Lose him? Why, he'd tell his way in the darkest night. He could in the deepest, darkest wood by the stars, he said. By day he knew it by his lesion on trunks of trees. When I am grown, he's a-going to teach me all, everything he knows, and I'm going where again this fall, live there, may be all the time. The Child at the Gate by Madison Julius Cawein. The sunset was a sleepy gold, and stars were in the skies, when down a weedy lane he strode in vague and thoughtless wise. And when he saw near a wood an old house, gabled brown like some old woman in a hood looking toward the town. A child stood at its broken gate, singing a childish song, and weeping softly as if fate had done a child's heart wrong. He spoke to her, "Now tell me, dear, why do you sing and weep?" But she did not seem to hear, but stared as if asleep. And suddenly she turned and fled, as if with soul of fear. He followed, but the house looked dead and empty many a year. The light was wan, the dying day grew ghostly suddenly, and from the house he turned away, wrapped in its mystery. They told him no one dread there now, it was a haunted place. And when it came to him somehow the memory of a face, a child's like hers, whose name was Joy, for whom his heart was fain, the face of her whom, when a boy, he played with in that lane. The Christmas Tree by Madison Julius Cawein. Christmas is just 1 week off, and old Santa's in the house, and we had heard a cow the other day when not a mouse nor a rat I know was there. Mother said, "You'd better be good, or else it declare there won't be a Christmas tree." Christmas is next week, and I'm so excited, and the night hardly ever sleep. One time woke and heard strange footsteps right in the hall, go down the stair. When I cried to Mother, she said, "Lie down now. I declare if you don't, no Christmas tree." Yes, next week is Christmas, and I heard someone laughing sure, low, half smothered by a hand in the parlor where the door's always locked, and my hair fairly crept. And suddenly hear a hoarse voice say, "Take care, or you get no Christmas tree." Mother was a-lying down, 'twasn't she, and when the cook and my nurse had gone on town, Father he was at a book. Must have been old Santa there, just a-lying aloud to see if I'm good, or I declare, trimming up my Christmas tree. One night the kitchen door banged wide open. 'Twasn't wind, and 3 knocks, or was it 4, shook the window. I just skinned out away and up the stair where my mother was, and she smiled. 'Twas Santa, I declare, bringing in your Christmas tree. and I never pout or cry when I have to go to bed. Just get in my gown and lie quiet, and listening for the tread of the foot upon the stair, or a voice, it seems to me, Santa saying, I declare it's a lovely Christmas tree. Everyone just walks a hulk, now it's near to Christmas. Yes, I'm as careful in my talk as a boy could be, I guess. For it's Santas everywhere, Mother says, mysteriously. And unless you're good, declare you won't have a Christmas tree. The City of Darkness by Madison Julius Cawein. White-walled it stands in heathen lands, beside a mystic sea, with streets strange trod of many a god, temple blasphemy. Far in the night a rose of light that shines beside the sea, but overhead an unknown reed impends eternally. There's a sound above, a round of music by the sea, and weird and white the torches glide of pagan revelry. There's a noise as of a noise, that courts beneficy, and all the deep grows pale with sleep and vague expectancy. Then slowly up, as from a cup, seethest poison lifts the sea, wild mass on mass as in black glass the town glows fiery. Red-lit it glowers like hell's dark towers set in the iron sea, and monster swarms of awful forms will through it cloudily. Still overhead the unknown dread, whose shadow dyes the sea, and wrath-winged wait behind its gate till God shall set it free. A taloned flash, an earthquake crash, and low upon the sea, black wall on wall, a giant pale night seals hideously. And where it burned, arose inurned, red in the vasty sea, the phantasm of a tree above sits in immensity. The Closed Door by Madison Julius Cawein. Shut it out of her heart with grief of love, with the years grown old and hoary, and let her enjoy that life is brief, and give God thanks for the end of a story. The bound of the flesh is transitory, and beauty goes with the lapse of years. The brows white rose and the hair's dark glory, God be thanked for the wearying shears. Of the past heart waste no tears, of the past and all its madness, its wine and wormwood, hopes and fears, but never a word for a moment's sadness. Here she lies, who was part of its gladness, wife and mistress, and shared its woe. The good of life as well as its badness, look on her face and see if you know. Is this the face? Ye ask it slow. The hair, the form, that we used to cherish? Where's the glory of long ago, the beauty we said would never perish? Like a dream we dream, or a thought we nourish, nothing of earth immortal is. This is the end, however we flourish, all that is fair must come to this. The Creaking Door by Madison Julius Cawein. Come in, old ghost, of all that used to be. You find me old, and love gone cold, and fortune fled to younger company. Departed as the glory of a day with friends, and you, it seems, have come to stay. 'Tis time to pray. Come sit with me here at life's creaking door, all comfortless. Think nigh, then guess what was the one thing that made me poor? The love of beauty that I could not bind, my dream of truth, of fate and humankind, but never mine. All are departed now with love and youth, whose stay was brief, and left but grief and grey regret to jades who tell the truth, whose children memories of things to be, and things that fade within my heart are me, cry constantly. None can turn time back, and no man delay death when he knocks. What good are clocks or human hearts to stay for us that day, when at life's creaking door we see a smile? Death's at the door of his old house of trial. Old ghost, let's wait a while. The Criminal by Madison Julius Cawein. Here's a tale for all who wish to listen. There was a thief who, in his cutthroat quarter, was hailed a chief. He had a way of barter, persuasion, masked behind the weapon's glisten, and made it cockroach of each good man's riches. At last he joined the brotherhood of murder, and rose in his profession, lived a herd of crime in some dark tavern of the ditches. There was a war, he went, became a gunner, and slew, as soldiers should, as many 100, in authorized and most professional manner. He advanced again, was starter, owner, was captain, pensioned, and nobody wondered, and lived and died respectably as a tanner. The Cross by Madison Julius Cawein. The cross I bear no man shall know, no man can ease the cross I bear. Alas, the thorny path of woe up the steep hill of care. There is no word to comfort me, no sign to help my bended head. Deep night lies over land and sea in silence dark and dread. The strife it seems that I was born, for which others shall obtain. The disappointment and the scorn alone for me remain. One half my life is overpast, the other half I contemplate. Meseems the past doth but forecast a darker future state. Sick to my heart of it which makes me hope and struggle and desire, the aspiration ye that ages with ineffectual fire. But inwardly I now lack the insufficiency of power. Each past day's retrospect makes black each morning's coming hour. Now in my youth would I could die, as others love to live, go down into the grave without a sigh, oblivious of renown. The Cry of Earth by Madison Julius Cawein. The season speaks this year of life, confusing words of strife, suggesting weeds instead of fruits and flowers and all earth's bowers. The fart of Joelle, face of roof, she goes away uncouth, through hills and fields where fog and sunset seem, while smoke and steam. Around her, spotted as a leopard's skin, she draws a cloak of wind, and through the dark hills sweeps Dusk, a last red galea wild on her hair. Her hands drip leaves like blood, and burn with frost her moony urn she lifts, where death, mid driving stress and storm, rears a gaunt form. And all night long she seems to say, "Come forth, my wind and slay," and everywhere is heard a wailing cry of dreams that die. The Dead Dream by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Between the darkness and the day, as lost and doped, I went my way. I met a shape, as faint as fair, with starlike blossoms in its hair. Its body, which the moon shone through, was partly cloud and partly dew. Its eyes were bright as if of tears, and had the look of long-gone years. Its mouth was piteous, sweet yet dread, as if of kisses of the dead. And in its hand it bore a flower, in memory of some haunted hour. I knew it for the dream I'd had, in days when life was young and glad. Why had it come with love and woe out of a happy long ago? Upon my brow I felt its breath, hard ancient, words of fate and death, sweet with the immortality of many a fragrant memory. And to my heart again I took its joy and sorrow in a look, and kissed its eyes and held it fast, and bore it home from out the past. My dream of beauty and of truth I dreamed had perished with my youth. The Death of Love by Madison, Julius, Cawein. So love is dead, the love we knew of old, and in the soul of our hearts' hushed halls a lute lies broken and a flower falls. Love's house stands empty and his hearth lies cold, alone in dim places where sweet woes were told, and walks grown desolate by ruined walls, beauty decays, and on their pedestals dreams crumble and the immortal gods are moaned. Music is slain or sleeps, one voice alone, one voice awakes, and like a wandering ghost haunts all the echoing chambers of the past. The voice of memory that stills to stone, the voice that hears the mind that utterly lost before its beautiful presence stands aghast. The Dedication by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Are not for us the heavens that hold God's message of Promethean fire, the flame that fell on bards of old to hollow and inspire? And let the soul dream on and dare, no less songs hide that we possess. We can but fail and may prepare the way to some success. The Desire of a Moth by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Woman's a star, a rose, man by the moth, a bee. High now as heaven she glows, low now as earth and sea. Star of a world in rose, clothed on with mystery, ever goal allure, man for his joy and woe strives to attain to her, beating wild rings below, dying to make him sure if she be flame or snow. The Devil's Racehorse by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Devil's racehorse seems to me strangest thing I ever saw. Up in our old maple tree, where at home stand rearingly, lean of neck and long of claw, strangest thing I ever saw. Always praying, father says, for some bucket made war. Insect that it grabs and slays, fly a moth that comes its ways, journeying from flower to flower, insect that it made war. And my nurse says, I suppose the little imps that devils sleep, tickle children on the nose, pull their hair and pinch their toes, write these things around the heap, little imps that devils sleep. Where their fly-by-nights, their steeds, doorknob-eyed and weird of wing, where they stable in the weeds of garden, where it feeds tiger-like on everything, doorknob-eyed and weird of wing. You can see the saddle there, ready on its ugly back, or sometimes the imps ride bar like a wind, with hair fluff from a midnight deep and black, straddle of its ugly back. And they fly where little boys lie asleep within their beds. Boys who all day make a noise, eat a lot and break their toys, fight and stand upon their heats, urchins safe now in their beds. And they come to little girls who lie sleeping in their cribs, so all they have tossed their curls, nibble like a lot of squirrels, torn their frocks and soiled their bibs, romps now safe within their cribs. And these imps just flutter around on their devil horses there, and though you are sleeping sound, you will hear them, I'll be bound, and so will feel them at your hair on their devil's horses wear. Sometimes on your face they lie, and you feel their long claws rake right across your nose. Right on your lip they prance and bite, and you ride and scream and wake when you feel their long claws rake. And your parents wake up too, turn the light on, come and say, "What's the matter now with you? Dreaming? Had a nightmare? Knew that you ate too much today?" That's what both the parents say. When I tell my nurse that I wish I was an imp and was with my horses, how that fly is right to the bed, oh my, and whiz around the head and nose, wish I was an imp like those. The Dream in the Wood by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The beauty of a day put joy unbounded in a woodland's breast, for which the wind, like some wild boy, ran on and took no rest. The little stream that made its home under the spicewood bowl and beech hummed to its heart a song of foam, or with a moss-held speech. And he whose heart was weighted with tears, and who had come to seek a dream, for dim while forgot his fears, hearkening the wind and stream. The wind for him assumed a form a child's with wildflowers in its hair. It seemed to take him by the arm to lead him far from care. The streamlet raised a hand of spray by every rock and waved him on, whispering, "Come, take this woodland way and find your dream long gone." And he who heard and followed these came on a secret place apart, and where, behold, the dream of peace he found in his own heart. The Dream by Madison Julius Cawein. This was my dream. I seemed the afternoon of some deep tropic day, and yet the moon stood round and bright with golden alchemy high in heaven, bluer than the sea. Long lonely lengths of perishable cloud hung in the west over a rolling forest boat. Clouds raining colors, gold and violet, that openings seemed for mystic worlds to let hints down the pale beauty and lost charms of dim immortals, young the floating forms. And all about me fruited orchards grew, pear, quince, and peach, and plums of dusty blue, rose apricots and apples streaked with fire, kissed into ripeness by the sun's desire, and big with juice. And on far-fading hills, down which it seemed the 100 torrent rails flashed rushing silver, vines and vines and vines of purple vintage swollen with cool wines. Pale pleasant wines, and fragrant as late June, the delicate tang drawn from the wine-white moon, and from the clouds over a sweet world they dripped, and odorous music, strangely feverish-lipped, that swung and swooned and panted in mad sighs. Investing at each drop the air with eyes and forms of sensual spirits, limpid white, clad under raiment as of starry night, fair, faint embodiments of melody, from out whose hearts of crystal one could see the music stream like light through delicate hands hollowing a lamp. And as in sounding sands the ocean murmur haunts the rosy shells, within whose convolutions beauty dwells, my soul became a vibrant harp of love, re-echoing all the harmony above. The Dreamer by Madison Julius Cawein. Even as a child he loved to frit the bowers, and mark the lofting sunlight's lazy laugh, or on each season spell the epitaph of its dead months repeated in their flowers. All is the music of strolling showers, whose vagabond notes strum through a twinkling staff, or read the day's delivered monograph through all the chapters of its daedal hours. Still the same child fate and child regard, he looks on nature, hearing at her heart, the beautiful beat out of time and place, for which no lesson of his life is hard, no struggle vain of science or of art, but dies with failure written on its face. The Elements by Madison Julius Cawein. I saw the spirit of the pines that spoke the spirits of the ocean and the storm. Against the tumult rose its tattered form, white rain and darkness round it like a cloak. Fearful it stood, limbed like some twisted oak, gesticulating with one giant arm, raised as in protest of a night's alarm, defiant still of some impending stroke. Below it, awful in its majesty, the spirit of the deep, with rushing locks, raved, and above it, lightning clad and shot, thundered the tempest, as they stood with free terror around them, while upon the rocks destruction danced, mocking at man and God. The End of All by Madison Julius Cawein. I do not love you, no, O narrow heart, that had no heights but pride. You whom mine fed, to whom you're still denied food when mine hungered, and of which love died, I do not love you, no. I do not love you, no, O shallow soul, with depths but to deceive. You whom mine watered, to whom yours did give no drop to drink to help my love to live. I do not love you, no. I do not love you, no, but did I love you in the old way, and knew you loved me, though the world should slay me in your love forever, I would say, I do not love you, no, I do not love you, no. The End of a Century by Madison Julius Cawein. There are moments when, as missions, God reveals to us strange visions, when within their separate stations we may see the centuries like a revolving constellation shaping our Earth's destinies. I have gazed in time's abysses, where no smallest thing Earth misses what was hers once, mid her chattels, where the past gigantic ghost sits and dreams of thrones and battles and the night of ages lost. Far before her eyes unhowled mist was spread, but darkly, slowly rolled aside, like some huge curtain hung above the land and sea, and beneath it, wild, uncertain, rose the wraiths of memory. First I saw colossal spectres of dead cities, Troy once Hector's pride, then Babylon and Tyre, Karnak, Carthage, and the grey walls of Thebes, Apollo's lyre built, and Rome and Nineveh. Empires followed. First, in seeming all Chaldea lost and dreaming, Egypt next, a bulk Menomnian starring from the pyramids, then Assyria, Babylonian, night beneath the hallowed lids, Greece in classic white sidereal armored, Rome in dark imperial purple, crowned with blood and fire, down the deep's barbaric strode, Gaul and Britain stalking by her, skin-clad and tattooed with woad. All around them, rent and scattered, lay the gods of features battered, brute and human, stone and iron, caked with gems and gnarled with gold, temples that did once environ these, and wreck around them rode. While I stood and gazed and waited, slowly night obliterated all, and other phantoms drifted out of darkness, paler stars, shapes with tyrant faces lifted, sultans, kings and emperors. Man and steed in ponderous metal upon a plight, they seemed to settle, condors gaunt of devastation. On the world, behind their march, desolation, conflagration, loomed before them with her torch. Helmets flamed like fearful flowers, chariots arose in moving towers. Captains passed, each fierce commander with his gauntlet on his sword. Agamemnon, Alexander, Caesar, each led on his horde. Huns and Vandals, wild invaders, Goths and Arabs, stern crusaders, each like some terrific torrent rolled above the ruined world, till a cataract abhorrent seemed the swarming spears uphurled. Banners and escutcheons, kindled by the light of slaughter, dwindled, died in darkness. The chimera of a past was laid at last. But behold, another era from a corpse rose, vague and vast, Demogorgon of a present, who in one hand raised a crescent, in the other, with submissive fingers, lifted up a cross. Reverent and yet derisive seemed she, robed in gold and dross. In the skeptic eyes professions of great fate I saw, expressions Christian and humanitarian, played around a cynic lip. Still I knew her a barbarian by the sword upon her hip, and she cherished the strong eidolons, pagans, shadows, Platos, Solons, from whose teaching she endured forms of law and sophistry, seeking still for truth she ventured just so far as we could see. When she vanished, I uplifted eyes to where the dawn was rifting darkness. Lo, behold a shadow towering on earth's utmost peaks, round to morning's Eldorades, river gold in blinking streaks. On her brow I saw the stigma, still of death and life's enigma, filled her eyes around the shimmering folds of silence, and afar faint above the forehead glimmered low in the light of one pale star. When a voice above or under earth against the sea met to thunder, questions vain was repeated, Christ or Cain, and God or beast, and a future shadowy sheeted turning pointed towards the east. The Father, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. There's a hall in every house, behind whose wainscot gnaws the mouse. Along whose sides are empty rooms, people with dreams and ancient dooms. And down this hall you take your light, and face, alone the hollow night, be like a child who goes to bed, for faltering and half adread of something crouching crookedly in every corner he can see, ready to snatch him into gloom, yet goes on bravely to his room, knowing above him, watching where his father waits upon the stair. The fathers of our fathers, the Madison, Julius, Cawein. The fathers of our fathers, they were men. What are we who now stand idle while we see our seamen slain, or behold our flag dishonored, and still pause? Are we blind to her duplicity, the treachery of Spain, to the rights, the scorns of nations and their laws? Let us rise, a mighty people, let us wipe away the stain. Must we wait till she insult us for a cause? The fathers of our fathers, they were men. The fathers of our fathers were men. Had they nursed their lay as we do, had they set us deaf and dumb with this coward compromising year by year, never hearing what they should hear, never saying what shall come, while the courteous mask of Spain still hid a sneer. No such news had rose their natures like a rolling battle drum. God of earth, God of heaven, do we fear? The fathers of our fathers, they were men. The fathers of our fathers, they were men. What are we who are so cautious, never venturing too far? Shall we at the cost of honor still keep peace, or receive a thousand starving and a struggling Cuban star, and the outreach form of freedom on her knees? Let us long steal ocean bloodhounds and adamant dogs of war, sweep the yellow Spanish panther from the seas. The father of our fathers, they were men. The first quarter, the Madison, Julius, Cawein. January. Shaggy with skins of frost-fueled grey and drab, harsh, hoary hair framing a bitter face, he bends above the dead year's fireplace, nursing the last few embers of its slab to sullen glow. From pinched lips, cold and crabbed, the starved flame shrinks, his breath like a menace shrieks in the flue, fluttering its sooty lace, piercing the silence like an icy stab. From rheum-gnarled knees he rises, loath of coat, and to the frost-bound window muttering goes with iron knuckles knocking on the pane. And lo, outside his minions manifold answer the summons, wolf-like shapes of woes, hunger and suffering trooping to his train. February. grey muffled, those eyes in rags of cloud, his whip of winds forever in his hand, driving the herded storms along the land, that shake the white sleet from white hair and crowd heaven with tumultuous bugs. He comes, low-browed and heavy-eyed, the hail, like stinging sand, whirls wide behind, swept backward by a span of wild-hoofed gales that over the world ring loud. All day the tatters of a star-clogged stream, congealing moisture, still in solid ice, the forests stand, and clang on thunderous clang, all night is heard as in the moon's gold gleam tightens his grip of frost, his iron wise, the boom of bursting bows that iceless fang. March. This is the tomboy month of all the year, March, who comes shouting over winter hills, waking the world with laughter as she wills. Oh, wild hellos, a windflower in her ear, she stops a moment by the half-taught mere, and whistles to the wind, and straightway shrills the hiller song, and hoots of the fodies crowd golden round her, leaning their heads to hear. And through the woods that drip of all their eaves, her mad hair blown about her, loud she goes singing and calling to the naked trees, and straight the oilets of little leaves open their eyes in wonder, rose on rose, and the first bloomer buggets to the breeze. The Fool by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Here's a tale for children and for grannies. There was a fool, a man who'd had his chances, but missed them somehow, lost them just for fancies, tack ends of things with which he crammed crannies of his cracked head, as paints are crammed with paper. Fragments of song and bits of worthless writing, which he was never weary of reciting, flooded his mind as night a windy taper. A witless fool who lived in some fair Venice of his own building where he dreamed of beauty, who swore each weed a flower, the soil pauper, which would not do. Men said he was a menace to all mankind, and as it was their duty, clapped him in prison where he died as proper. The Forest of Dreams by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Where was I last Friday night? Within the forest of dark dreams, following the blur of golden light that lead me over ugly streams, where on the scum of the spawn was spread, and the bliss in that slime and stagnant seams, where the weed and the moss swam black and dead, like a drowned girl's hair in the roby ouse, and the jack-o'-lantern light that lead flickered the foxfire trees overhead, and the owl-like things at the airy cruise. There was I last Friday night, within the forest of dark dreams, following a form of shadowy white, with my own white face it seems. Did a raven's wing just flip my hair, or web-ringed bat brush by my face, or the hand of something I did not dare look around to see in that absence place? Where the boughs with leaves the devil's dance, and the thorn tree bush, where the wind made moan, had more than a strange significance of life and of evil not their own. Where was I last Friday night, within the forest of dark dreams, seeing the mist rise left and right, like the lavery fog that heaves and steams from the rolling horror of hell's red streams, while the wind that tossed in the tattered tree, and danced alone with the last mad leaf? Or was it the wind kept whispering me, now buried here with its own black grief, and its eyes of fire you cannot brave? And in the darkness seemed to see my own self digging my soul a grave. The Forest Spring by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Push back the brambles, berry blue, the hollowed spring is full in view, deep tangled with luxuriant fern, its rock-embedded crystal urn. Not for the loneliness that keeps the Cawein way in its silent sleeps, not for wild butterflies that sway the pans and pinions all the day above its mirror, nor the bee, dragonfly that passing see themselves reflected in its spar, not for the one with liquid star that twinkles in its firmament, nor moon-shot cloud so slowly sent and watered when the kindly night beats all its grasses with the light, small jewels of a dimpled dew. Not for the day's inverted blue, nor the quaint, dimly coloured stones that dance within it where it moans. Not for always I love to sit in silence and to gaze in it. But now a nymph with merry eyes looks at me from its laughing skies, a graceful glimmering nymph, who plays all the long fragrant summer days with instant sighs of bees and birds, and speaks with them in water words, and for whose nakedness the air weaves moony mists, and on whose hair, unfiltered the night will set, that lone star is a coronet. The Forest Way by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I climbed the forest path and found a dim cave in the dripping ground, where dwelt the spirit of cool sound, wrought of crystal triangles, and hollowed foam of rippled bells, and music of mysterious bells. Where sleep a bubble jewels built of dreams, and silence twilight filled, an emerald bucket star instilled, with liquid whispers of lost springs, and mossy treat of woodland things, and drip of dew that greenly clings. Here by those servitors of sound, warders of that enchanted ground, my soul and sense were seized and bound, and in a dungeon deep of trees entranced, where lay the lazy ease with charge of woodland mysteries. The minions of Prince Drowsy had wood perfumes, with sleepy tree tiptoed around my ferny bed, and far away I heard report of one who down he rode to court, the fairy Princess Eve or Maud. A herald wind sang as we passed, and there her beauty stood at last, with wild god looks, a band held fast above blue eyes, as clean as bar, while from a curved and azure jar she poured the white moon and a star. The Fountain of Love, by Madison Julius Cawein. The source of laughter lies so near to tears, and pain to rapture, that one fountain flows, from forth the two loves, in whose deeps appears the image of the heaven each man knows. The Garden of Dreams, by Madison Julius Cawein. Not while I live may I forget that garden which my spirit trod, where dreams were flowers, wild and wet and beautiful as God. And while I breathe, awake a dream, shall life again for me was ours, when in its mystery and gleam I met her mid the flowers. Eyes talismanic heliotrope beneath mesmeric lashes, with the scorkeries of love and hope had made a shining lair. And day-dawn rose, where overhung the twilight of dark locks, wild birds, her lips that spoke with roses, tongue for fragrance vowed words. I will not tell of cheeks and chin that held me as sweet language hold, nor of the eloquence within her breast twin-moaned modes, nor of her body's languorous wind grace that glanced like starlight through her clinging robes, the fanous web of a mist and dew. There is no star so pure and high as was her look, no fragrance such as her soft presence, and a sigh of music like a touch. Not while I live may I forget that garden of dim dreams, where I and beauty born of music met, whose spirit passed me by. The Glory and the Dream, by Madison Julius Cawein. There in the past I see her as of old, blue-eyed and hazel-haired, within a room dim with a twilight of tenebrous gold, her white face sensuous as a delicate bloom night opens in the tropics. Fold and fold pale laces drape her, and a frail perfume as of a moonlight primrose brimmed with rain breathes from her presence drowsing heart and brain. Her head is bent, and red carnations glow, deep in her heavy hair her large eyes gleam. Bright sister stars her those twin worlds of snow, her breast through which a wan violet stream. I hold her hand, her smile comes sweetly slow, as thoughts of love that haunt a poet's dream. And at her feet once more I sit and hear wild words of passion, dead with many a year. The Grey Sisters, by Madison Julius Cawein. What is that which walks by night in flying tatters of leaves and weeds, when the clouds rush by like demon steeds, and the moon is a jack-o'-lantern light along the pool's dark reeds? What is that like a soulless scent? Is it a witch, or the autumn wind? What is that which sits and glowers under the trees by the forest pool, with a cloak of moss whence the raindrops drool, chilling the air with a sense of showers, and touch of a cold toadstool? What is that with its breath of gloom? Is it a witch of a fall perfume? What is that in a mantle of grey, with wrecks like water that reeve and wind, but groups of forest, as if to find a path long lost on its midnight way, shadowy, old, and blind? What is that so wide and whist? Is it a witch, or the autumn mist? You may have met them, you may have heard, as I have heard them, as I have met, the three grey sisters of wind and wet, each with a spell of a cryptic word, working a magic yet. The three grey sisters, witches old, daughters of autumn, who haunt the wold. The Haunted Garden, by Madison Julius Cawein. There tattered marigold and dead Esther's manifold showed him that the garden old of time bloomed. Briar and thistle overgrew corners where the rose once blew, where the flocks of every hue lay entombed. Here Coropes' flower pushed its disk above a bower, where once poured a starry shower of bronze and gold, and a twisted holyoke and the remnant of a stock struggled up mid boor and dock through the mould. Flower pots with mossy cloaks strewed the place beneath an oak, where the garden bench lay broke by the tree. And he thought of her, who her sat within but yesteryear, her whose presence now seemed near stealthily. And the garden seemed to look for a coming, petal shock on the spot where, with a book, oft she sat. Suddenly there blew a wind, and across the garden blind, like a cat through in the mind, stole a cat. Lean as hunger, like the shade of a dream, a ghost unlaid, through the weeds its way it made, gaunt and old. Once 'twas here, he looked to see if she followed to the tree, when he caught so long since she had been mowed. The Haunted Woodland, by Madison Julius Cawein. Here in the golden darkness and green night of the woods, a flitting form I follow, a shadow that eludes, or is it but the phantom of former forest moods? The phantom of some fancy I knew when I was young, and in my dreaming boyhood were wildwood flowers among, young face to face with fairies, spoke in no unknown tongue. Blue were her eyes, and golden the nimbus of her hair, and crimson as a flower her mouth had kissed me where, that kissed and bade me follow and smite away my care. A magic and a marvel lived in her word and look, as down among the blossoms she sate me by the brook, and read me wonder legends in nature's storybook. Laughed fairy tales forgotten she never reads again, of beautiful enchantments that haunt the sun and rain, and in the wind and water chant a mysterious strain. And so I search the forest, when my spirit feels, in tree or stream or flower, herself she still conceals, but now she flies to follow it whom earth no more reveals. The Headless Horseman by Madison Julius Cawein. On the black road through the wood as I rode, where the headless horseman stood, by the wild pool in the wood as I rode, from the shadow of an oak as I rode, a demon steed and rider broke, by the thunder-shattered oak as I rode. On the raised road through the plain as I rode, and my back you whirled like rain, on the tempest-blackened plain as I rode. 4 fierce hoofs shot red with fire as I rode, walked the wild rocks dark and dire, eyes and nostrils streamed with fire as I rode. On the deep road through the rocks as I rode, I could reach his horse's locks, through the echo-hurling rocks as I rode. And again I looked behind as I rode, dark as night and swift as wind towing, he rode behind as I rode. On the steep road down the dell as I rode, in the night I heard the bell, and the village in the dell as I rode. And my soul called out in prayer as I rode, lo, the demon went in air, leaving me alone in prayer as I rode. The Heart's Desire by Madison Julius Cawein. God made her body out of foam and flowers, and for her hair the dawn and darkness blend, and called the planets from their heavenly towers, and in a face divinely eloquent gave them a firmament. God made her heart of rosy ice and fire, of snow and flame that freezes while it burns, and of a starbeam and a moth's desire he made his soul, towards which my longing turns and all my being yearns. So is my life a prisoner unto passion, enslaved of her who gives nor sign nor word. So in the cage her loveliness thou fashion is love indulgent, like a golden bird that sings but is not heard. Could it but once convince her with beseeching, but once compel her as the sun the south? Could it but once for an arms around her reaching, upon the red carnation of her mouth, dew its eternal drought? Then might I rise victorious over sadness, over fate and change, and, with but little care, torched by the glory of that moment's gladness, breast the black mountain of my life's despair, and die or do and dare. The Heart's Own Day by Madison Julius Cawein. This is the heart's own day. With dreaming eyes, life seems to look away beyond the skies into some long-gone May. A May that cannot die, across whose hills youth's heart goes singing by, mid daffodils with laughter young and shy. Love of a slender form and elvish face, who with uplifted arm points to one place, a place of old-time charm. Where once where lilies grew, for love to twine, violets, white and blue and columbine, of gold and crimson hue. Gone is the long ago, gone like the wind, and love we used to know sits dumb and blind with locks of winter snow. And by a memory sits sketching back into the used to be in white and black, one flower on his knee. One rose whose crimson gleams like a youth's glad heart, and fills the day with dreams, and is a part of the old love it seems. It touches with the tints of fairyland this day, and makes a prince of Samarkand of him, whose hand has held in dreams long since. The Heaven-born by Madison Julius Cawein. Not into these dark cities, these sordid marts and streets, that the sun in his rising pities and the moon of sorrow greets, does she with the dreams and flowers for whom our hearts are dumb, does she of the golden hours, earth's heaven-born beauty come. Afar mid the hills she tarries, beyond the farthest streams, in a world where music marries with colour that blooms and beams, where shadow and light are wedded, whose children people the earth, the fair, the fragrant-headed, the pure, the wild of birth. Where morn with rosy kisses wakes ever the eyes of day, and winds in radiant tresses haunts every wildwood away. Where eve with her mouth's twin roses, her kisses sweet with balm, the eyes of her glad day closes, and crowned with stars sits calm. Where lost in contemplation of things no mortal sees, she dwells, the incarnation of idealities, of dreams that long are fired men's hearts with joy and pain, the far, the dear desired, whom no man shall attain. The Hills by Madison Julius Cawein. There is no joy of earth that thrills my bosom like the far-off hills, the unchanging hills, that shadowy beacon a mutability to follow and to gaze upon, foundations of a dusk and dawn. Meseems the very heavens are massed upon the shoulders, vague and vast of all the skyed burden of the winds and clouds and stars above. Lo, how they sit before us, seeing the laws that give all beauty being. Behold, to them, when dawn is near, the nomads of the air appear, unfolding crimson camps of day in brilliant bands, then march away, and under burning battlements of twilight plan their tinted tents, the truth of olden myths, the brood, the haunted stream and haunted wood, we see and feel the happiness of old, at which we only guess. The dreams the ancients laughed and knew, still as the rocks and trees are true, and otherwise than presences the tempest and the calm to wheeze, one shouting at them all the night, black-limbed and veined with lambent light, the other with a ministry of all soft things that company, with music and embodied form, given to solitude the charm of leaves and waters and the peace of bird-begotten melodies, and who at night clove still confer with a mild moon, a telleth a pale tale of lonely love, until worn images of passion fill that heights, with shapes that glimmer by clad on of sleep and memory. The hillside grave, by Madison, Julius Cawein. 1000 deep the drifted daisies break, yet the hill's foot. On its top the wheat hangs merged beard, and in vague retreat the whisper like blooms of the mouth mulleins shake. And the wild pink drops of crimson flake and morning glories like young lips make sweet the shaded hush. Low in the honeyed heat the wild bees hum, as if afraid to wait when sleeping there, with no white stone to tell the story of existence, but the steam of one white rose towering o'er brie and wheat, where on the day the wild bird's requiem, within both shade the timid violet's spell and epitaph only the stars can read. The House of Fear, by Madison, Julius Cawein. Vast are its halls, as vast the halls and lone, where death stalks listening to the wind and rain, and dark that house where I shall meet again my long-dead sin in some dread way unknown. For I have dreamed of stairs of haunted stone, and spectre footsteps I have fled in vain, and windows glaring with a blood-red stain, and horrible eyes that burn me to the bone, within a face that looks as that black night had looked when deep I dug for it a grave. The dagger wound above the brow, the thin blood trickling down slantwise the ghastly white, and I have dreamed not even God can save me and my soul from that rising sin. The House of Life, by Madison, Julius Cawein. They otherwise who look before nor fear to look behind, over darkness still ignore pale shadows of a mind, who, having lost, though loss be much, still dare to dream and do, for what was shattered at a touch, it may be mended too. The House of Life hath many a door that leads to many a room, and only they who look before shall win beyond its gloom. Who stand and sigh and look behind, regretful of past years, in a room of all those rooms shall find that is not filled with fears. 'Tis better not to stop or stay, but set all fear aside, fling wide the door, whatever the way, and enter at his stride. Who dares may win to his desire, or failing reach a tower, whereon life lights a beacon fire of one immortal hour. The Hunter's Moon, by Madison, Julius Cawein. Darkly October, where the wild fowl fly, utters a harsh and melancholy cry, and slowly closing a far sunset door, day wildly glares upon the world once more, where twilight with one star to lamp her by, walks with a wind that haunts the hills and shore. The spirit of autumn, with averted gaze, comes slowly down the wrecked garden ways, and where she walks she lays a finger cold in rose and aster, in lily and marigold, and at her touch they turn in mute amaze, and bow their heads assenting to the cold. And all around rise phantoms of the flowers, scans ghost-like gliding from the dripping boughs, and evermore vague spectral voices ring of something gone or something perishing. Joy's requiem, hope's tolling of the hours, love's dirge of dreams for beauty soaring. Another moon above the garden side lifts a pale face and looks down misty-eyed, as if she saw the ghost of yesteryear that once with happiness went wandering year, and the young loveliness of days that died, sitting with memory mid the sad and sere. The Intruder, by Madison, Julius Cawein. There's a smell of roses in the room, tea roses dead of bloom, an invalid she sits there in the gloom, and contemplates her doom. The pattern of the papers and the grain of carpet with its stain have stamped themselves like fever on her brain and grown a part of pain. It was been long, so long, since wed one died or sat there by her side. She felt so lonely, lost, she would have cried, but all her tears were dried. A knock came on the door, she hardly heard, and when a whispered word, and someone entered, at which like a bird her caged heart cried and stirred. And then she heard a voice. She was not wrong. His voice, alive and strong. She listened, but the silence filled with song. Oh, she had waited long. She dared not turn to see, she dared not look, but slowly closed the book, and waited for his kiss, could scarcely brook the very time he took. There was no one remembered by no one, but him beneficent, who when had entered but to shun her whose long work was done. She raised her eyes and no one, yet she felt a presence near, that smelled like faded roses, and that seemed to melt into a soul that knelt. She could not see, but knew what he was aware, smoothing her hands and hair, filling with scents of roses all the air, standing beside her chair. And so they found her, sitting quietly, her book upon her knee, staring before her as if she could see, what was it, death or he? The Iron Age, by Madison Julius Cawein. And we are Christians, God, the horror of it! How long, O Lord, how long, O Lord, how long wilt thou endure this crime? And where both it look down on earth, nor sweep away the wrong? Are these thy teachings? Where is when that pity that bade the very suffering come to thee? War takes its toll of life in field and city, and thou must see, O Christianity. And when the children, O thou art a never, not God, but fiend, whom God has given release, the prayer avail not, tears of father, mother, to give at last the very world the keys from butchery, that back again have brought her into that aged barbarian that pierced hate above love, and short of steel and slaughter, stamped on the cross and on the face of Christ. The Iron Cross, by Madison Julius Cawein. They pass with heavy eyes and hair before the Christ upon the cross, the nations stricken with her loss and lifting faces of despair. What is the prayer they pray to him, Christ Jesus on the iron cross? The Christ neglected, dug with moss, whose hands are pierced, whose face is grim. Is it forgiveness for great sin that plead before the iron cross? Or for some gift of gold or dross, or battle lost, that they would win? With eyes where hate and horror meet, they pass before the iron cross, the cross with ancient words embossed, where hangs the Christ with nail-pierced feet. His hair has fallen on his face, his head hung sidewise from the cross, the crucified, who knows all loss, and had on earth no resting place. O world of man, he seems to say, behold me on your iron cross. To me why kneel and tell your loss? Why kneel to me and weep and pray? Have I not taught you to forgive, and bade you for my iron cross? Believe and bear your grief and loss, that after death you too may live? You have not followed my call, you keep me on this iron cross, and pray me keep you from all loss, and save and comfort you withal. You ask for love and hate for more, you keep me on this iron cross, restore me to my greater loss, the brotherhood of rich and poor. We pass with very eyes and hair before Christ upon the cross, the nations wailing of their loss, lifting faces of despair. The Lady of the Hills, by Madison Julius Cawein. Through red my blood hath left its trail for 5 miles, I shall not fail, as God in heaven wills. The way was long through that black land, with sword on hip and horn in hand. At last before the walls I stand, O Lady of the Hills. The seneschal shall put to scorn the summons of my buglehorn. No man at arms shall stay, yea, God hath helped my strength to far, my bandit cavern wood and scar, to give it pause now, to bar my all-avenging way. This hope still gives my body strength to kiss her eyes and lips at length, where all her kin can see. When, mid her towers of crime and gloom, sin haunted like the haunts of doom, to smite the dead in that white room red-lit with revelry. Madly I rode, nor once did slack, before my face that world wrought black, with nightmare wind and rain. Witch lights mocked at me on the fen, and through the forest followed went gaunt eyes of wolves, and ghosts of men moaned by me on the plain. Still on I rode, my way was clear, for what wild time when, spear to spear, deep in the wind-torn woods, I met him. Dead he lies, beneath a thrusting oak. I clenched my teeth and rode. My wound scarce let me breathe, it filled my eyes with blood. And here I am, the blood may blind my eyesight now, yet I shall find her by some inner eye. For God, he hath his deed in care, yea, I shall kiss again her hair, and tell her of her leman wear, when smite her dead and die. The Lamplight Camp, by Madison Julius Cawein. Whenever on the window pane I hear the fingers of the rain, and in the old trees near the door the wind whispers more and more, bright in the light made by the lamp I make myself a hunter's camp. The shadows of a desk and chairs are trees and woods, the corners lairs where wolves and wildcats lie in wait for anyone who walks too late. Upon my knees with my toy gun I hunt and slaughter many a one. And now I rescue Riding Hood from the great wolf within the wood. Now little Silverlocks, who flies from the 3 bears with angry eyes, and many a little girl who dwells in storybooks as mother tales. So up and down and all around my wildwood camp I prowl abode, from corner to corner, till I reach the door on the windows still, where jack-o'-lantern hides, and now outside the lamplight's steady glow. And he, the goblin fiend, my nurse, once scared me with, and I was worse than naughty, would not go to sleep, but keep awake and cry and creep out of my bed, the goblin black, the fool fiend, flibberty, gibberty jack. And when I think perhaps that beast may catch me, on my father's knees I climb and listen to the rain and wind outside the window pane, and feel so safe with him that I go right to sleep and never cry. The Lesson, by Madison Julius Cawein. This is the lesson I have learned of beauty. Who gathers flowers findeth flowers fade. Who sets love in his heart above his duty misses the part for which that love was made. And passion hardly wears nothing matter. Who plucks its red rose, plucks with it the thorn. More than soul's pain what hurt can make us sadder, and yet of his immortal things are born. The Little Boy, the Wind and the Rain by Madison Julius Cawein. Sometimes when I'm gone to bed and it's all dark in the room, seems I hear somebody tread heavily rustling through the gloom. And then something there goes boom, and I cover eyes and ears, never dare to once look out, but just cry till mother hears, says there's naught to cry about. Old Miss Wind is at her capers, shut your eyes and go to sleep. She is got among those papers in the attic where her sweep, shut your eyes and go to sleep. Sometimes when the lamplight's flame flickers, fingers tap the pane, knuckled fingers just the same, rapping with long nails again. Bony hands then seem to strain, pulling at a window frame, and I cry, who's there? And then sit bolt up in bed and call till my father drops his pen, saying to me from the hall, Old Man Rain is at his nonsense, close your eyes and go to sleep. Makes a lot of noise, my conscience, what a fuss his fingers keep, close your eyes and go to sleep. The Long Room by Madison Julius Cawein. He found the long room as it was of old, glimmering with sunset's gold, that make the tapestry seem full of eyes, strange with a wild sunrise. Glaring upon a psyche where she shone, carven of stainless stone, holding a crystal heart where many a sun seemed sterilely bound in one, and near her a crimson rigged metal stood an old knight in a wood. Groping his way the bony wreck that was his steed at very paws, never weeds a canvas one made flesh of chrysoprase tints of flesh, and breasts bohemian cups whose glory gleamed for one who brutish seemed the hideous troll, and whose lustful arms she yielded glad to charms. Then he remembered all his shame, and knew the thing what he must do. These were but records of his life, the whole portrayed to him his soul. So drawing forth a slim Bithynian file, he drained it with a smile, and twixt the night and Psyche fell and died. Where Russ, evil-eyed, glared grimly at him, where all night he lay, and where a stealthy ray pointed her to him, her, but nimble both, who gave a troll a laugh. The Lost Dream by Madison Julius Cawein. The black night showed its hungry teeth, and gnawed with sleet at roof and pane. When at the door I heard it breathe, a beast that growled and waned. The hunter wind stalked up and down and crashed his eye spears through each tree. Before the rage and it had gone, I saw the May moon flee. There stole a footstep to my door. A voice cried in my room, and where a shadow cold and gaunt and hoar, Death leaned above my chair. He beckoned me, he bade me rise and follow through the madman night, and my heart's core pierced his eyes and lifted me with might. I rose, I made no more delay, and followed where his eyes compelled, and through the darkness far away where lit me and then sped, until it reached an ancient wood that flung its twisted arms around, as if in anguish where it stood on dark, unhallowed ground. When I saw it cold and blind, the dream that had my heart to share, that fell before its feet could find its home and perished where. The Lost Garden by Madison Julius Cawein. Roses, briar on briar, like a hedge of fire, walled from the world and rolled, crimson rounded, manifold, blossoms mid which once of old awoke my heart's desire. There the golden hours trailed, and mid the bowers beauty wandered like a maid, and the dreams that never fade sat within its haunted shade, gazing at the flowers. Where the winds that vary melody and merry perfume unto perfume, went whispering to the buds that bent messages whose wonderment made them sweet to carry. Where the waters hurry, murmured many a story to the leaves that leaned above, listening to their tales of love, where the happiness wore flushed their green with glory. Where the sunset shimmer mid the bowers dimmer, when the woods were fabled rails, and romance or legends tales, wrought dim dreams and dimmer spells filled with golden glimmer. There at night the wonder of the moon would sunder foolish deeps with breast of pearl, wandering like a glimmering girl, fair of form and bright of curl, through the trees and under. Where the stars would follow over hill and hollow, spirit shapes would dance the dew from frail cups of sparry hue, firefly forms that fleet flew than the fleetest swallow. Where my heart made merry, where mid bloom and berry dreamed the dreams that are no more in that garden lost of yore, set in seas without a shore that no man may ferry. Where perhaps a lyre, reft with serious briar, soil strike snow, set its gold, sighing where mid roses old, fair of face and dead and cold, lies my heart's desire. The Love of Loves by Madison Julius Cawein. I have not seen her face, and yet she is more sweet than anything of earth, than rose or violet that May-day winds and sunbeams bring. Of all we know, past or to come, that beauty holds within its net, she is the high compendium, and yet I have not touched her robe, and still she is more dear than lyric words and music, or than strains that fill the throbbing throats of forest birds. Of all we mean by poetry that rules the soul and charms the will, she's the deep epitome, and still she's my world, a pity me, a dream that flies whom I pursue, whom all pursue, whoever they be, who toil for art and dare and do. The shadow love for whom they sigh, the far ideal affinity, for whom they live and gladly die, are me. The lust of the world, by Madison Julius Cawein. Since man first lifted up his eyes to hears and saw a vampire beauty, which is lust, all else is dust within the compass of the universe. With heart of jail and the face of roof, she sits upon the tomb of time, and quaffs heart's blood and laughs, and all life calls most noble and the truth. The fire of conquest and the wine of dreams are in her veins, and in her eyes the lure of things unsure, urging the world forever to extremes. Without her life would stagnate in a while, a touch it is puts pleasure even in pain. So life attain her end, she cares not if the means be vile, she knows no pity, mercy or remorse. Hers is to build and then exterminate, to slay, create, and twixt the two maintain an equal course. The Magic Purse, by Madison Julius Cawein. What is the gold of mortal kind to that man find deep in the poet's mind? That magic purse of dreams from which God builds his universe, that makes life rich with many a vision, taking the soul from out its prison of facts with the precision a wildflower dance when spirit comes knocking at the door of earth across the windy lawns, calling to joy to rise and dance before her happy feet, or with the beat and bright exactness of a star hanging its punctual point afar. The night comes dripping over heaven's floor, leaving a gate ajar. But lead the heart from all its aching, far above the day's breaking, out of the doubts, the agonies, the strife, and sin, to join with peace, hope, and beauty, and joy that build the golden walls of sunset where the spirits fill, the presence calls, and points at land, where love walks silent, hand in hand with the Spirit of God, and leads man right out of the darkness into the light. The Manhunt, by Madison Julius Cawein. Their swords stretch deep to the mountain's side, and the brush is wild where man may hide. They have brought the bloodhounds up again to the roadside rock where they found the slain. They have brought the bloodhounds up, and they have taken the trail to the mountain way. 3 times they circled the trail and crossed, and thrice they found it, and thrice they lost. Now straight through the trees and the underbrush they follow the scan through the forest's hush, and their deeper mouthed bale is a pulse of fear in the heart of the wood that the man must hear. The man who crouches among the trees from the stern-faced man who followed these. A huddle of rocks that the ouse has mossed, and the trail of the hunted again is lost. An upturned pebble, a bit of ground, a heel has trampled, the trail is found, and would re-echo the bloodhound's bay as again they take to the mountain way. A rock, a rim of road, a ledge, with a pine tree clutching its crumbling edge. A pine with a lightning long since clave, whose hugs roots hollow a wrecked cave. A shout, a curse, and a face aghast, the human quarry is laird at last. A human crow with clay-clocked hair and eyes of terror who waits on there, but glares and crouches and rising when herds, clothes and curses at dogs and men. And with a blown of a gun but lays him stunned and bleeding upon his face. A rope, a prayer, and an oak tree near, and a score of hands to swing him clear. A grim black thing for the setting sun and the moon and the stars to gaze upon. The Mermaid, by Madison Julius Cawein. The moon in the east is glowing, it sit by the moaning sea. The mists down the sea are blowing, down the sea all dewily. The sands at my feet are shaking, the stars from the sky are one. The mists for the shore are making, with the glimmer drifting on. From the mist comes a song, sweet wailing, in the voice of a lovelorn maid, and I hear her gone, soft trailing as she doth lightly wait. The night hangs pale above me upon a starry throne, and I know the maid that doth love me, who maketh such a sweet moan. From out the mist comes tripping a mermaiden full fair, across the white sea skipping, with looks of tawny hair. Her looks with sea ooze dripping, rings with a snowy hand, her dress is thinly clipping, to breast with perfect stand. How she was fair as the heaven on an autumnal eve, and my love to her was given when I saw how she did grieve. The mortar of the sea came speeding, and the sea spirits made glad. My heart for love was bleeding, but its beating I forbade. On the strand where the sand was rocking, she stood and sang in air, and the winds in her hair kept looking, their fingers cool and bare. Soft in arms did she fold me, while sweet and low she moaned. Her love and her grief she told me, and the ocean sighed and groaned. But I stilled my heart's wild beating, for I knew her love was dim. Full coldly received the greeting, though my life burned in each limb. In my ear right sweet she was sighing, with the voice of a pink-winged shells. Her arms around my neck kept tying, and gazed in mine eyes' deep wells. With kisses coldly did she woe me, but I dimmed my heart's wild beat. With the stars of her eyes did she sue me, but the passion did mine defeat. With a cloud of her sea-dipped tresses she veiled her beautiful face. face, and oh, how I longed for kisses and sighed for a soft embrace. But on the mist she went wailing, when the dawn be silvered to night, with her robes of summer trailing, the foam flowers sad and white, like a spirit grief and moaning in the twilight over the sea. And it seemed the night was groaning, and my heart beat wild in me. But I hushed my heart's fierce beating, for a mermaid false was she. It had sighed at her faintly fleeting across the dim dark sea. The moon all vivid is glowing, the mist and she are gone. My heart to ice is growing in the sob and the coming dawn. The Miracle of the Dawn by Madison, Julius, Cawein. What it would mean for you and me if dawn should come no more. Think of it, cold along the sea, its rose above the shore, that rose of awful mystery our souls bowed down before. What a wonder that the Inca kneeled, the Aztec prayed and pled, and sacrificed to it, and seared with rites that long are dead, the marvels were at once revealed to them it comforted. What a wonder, yea, what awe behold, what a rapture and what tears were ours, if wild as rivered gold, that now each day appears, burst on the world, and darkness rode once every 1,000 years. Think what it means to me and you, to see it even as God evolved that when the world was new. When light rose, earthquake shot, and slow its gradual splendor grew, our deeps the whirlwind trod. What shoutings went and cymbalings arose from depth and height, what worship solemn trumpetings and thunders burning wide, of winds and waves and anthemings of earth received the light. Think what it means to see the dawn that comes each day. What if the east should never grow wan, should never more grow grey, that line of rose no more be drawn above the ocean's prey. The Mirror by Madison, Julius, Cawein. An antique mirror with, I like it not at all, in this lonely room where the goblin gloom scowls from the airiest wall. A mystic mirror framed and even, wildly carved, and the prisoned air and the creases where moans like a man that's starved. A truthful mirror where, in the broad, chaste light of day, on windows arches like fairy torches, red roses swing and sway. They blush and bow and gaze, proud beauties desolate, in the tresses cold with sunlight's gold, in the hearts a jealous hate. A small green wormlet gnaws, for the nightingale that low each eve doth rave, the passionate slave of the wild white rose below. The night-bird waits below, the stars creep out above, and roses soon in the sultry moon shall palpitate with love. The night-bird sobs below, the roses blow and bloom, through the diamond panes the moonlight reigns in the dim unholy room. Ancestors grim with star, stiff, starched, and haughty down, on the oaken wall of a noble hall, put on a sterner throne. The old bleak castle clock blooms midnight overhead, and the roses wan and the bird is gone when walk the shrouded dead. And grim ancestors gaunt in smiles and tears faint flit, with the mirror where they stand and stark and weep and sigh to it. And rare rich ermine earls with rapiers jewelled rare, with the powdered throng of courtiers long pass with stiff and stately air. With diamonds and perfumes and rough and golden lace, tall ladies pass by the looking-glass, each sighing at her fate. An awful mirror which I like it not at all, in this lonely room where the goblin glow scolds from the airest wall. The Moon in the Wood by Madison, Julius, Cawein. From hill and hollow, side by side, the shadows came like dreams to sit and watch, mysterious sunset-eyed, where wool-winged moths and bats aflit, and the lone owl cried and cried. And when the forest rang a gong, her rose toad-like, and from out the gate of darkness came a sound of song, as of a gnome that called his mate, who answered in his own strange tongue. And all the foes leaned to hear, and saw, from forth entangling trees, a naked spirit drawing near, a glimmering presence, whom the breeze kept whispering, "Forward, have no fear." The woodland seeming at a loss, afraid to breathe or make a sound, poured where the silvery feet should cross a dripping pathway on the ground, and hedged it in with ferns and moss. And when the silence sharply shook a cricket tambourine, and night from out her musky bosom took a whippoorwill flute, and lost a sigh, sat piping to wildwood brook. And from out the shadows came a further foot, a gleam, a glow, and with a lamp of crystal flame the spirit stole as white as snow, and put the firmament to shame. When up and down vague movements went, as if a fairy soared on herb, and here and where a bush was bent, a white flower raised, a woodput's curve was circled with a scarf of scent. And deep within a house of weeds, old mystery hung a glow-warm lamp, and decked her hair with firefly beads, and sate herself mid dew and damp, and crooned a love song to the reeds. And through the gates of solitude, where witchery her shuttle plied, the spirit entered, wide and nude, and where she went, on every side, dreams followed through the solitude. The Moon Spirit by Madison, Julius, Cawein. One night I lingered in the wood, and saw its spirit form that stood among the white flowers. Like the dew it twinkled, partly wind and scant. when down a moonbeam there it blew, and like a gleam of water went? Or was it but a dream that grew out of the wind and dew and scent? Could I have seized it, made it mine, as poets have a thought divine of nature, when I too might know, like them who once were magic bound into the rhymes of long ago, such ecstasy of earth around as never yet held heart before, or language for its beauty found? The Moon Man by Madison Julius Cawein. I stood in the forest on Howard Hill when the night was old and the world was still. The wind was a wizard who muttering strode in a raven cloak on a haunted road. The sound of water, a witch who crooned her spells the rocks the rain had ruined, and the gleam of the dew on the fern-screened tip was a sylvan passing with a robed drip. The light of the stars was a glimmering maid who stole, an elfin, from glade to glade. The scant of the woods in the delicate air, a white flower shaved with chilly hair. And silence, a spirit who sat alone with a lifted finger and eyes of stone. And it seemed to me we six were met to greet a greater who come not yet. And the speech they spoke, that I listened to, was the archetype of a speech I knew. For the wind clasped hands with the water's rush, and I heard them whisper, "Hush, oh hush." The light of the stars and the dew's cool gleam touched lips and murmured, "Dream, oh dream." The scant of the woods and the silence deep sighed, bosom to bosom, "Sleep, oh sleep." And so for a moment the six were dumb, and exulted together, they come, they come. And they stood expectant and seemed to hear a visible music drawing near. And the first who came was the Captain Moon, bearing a shield and God's house hewn. When an army of glamour, a glittering host, beleaguered the night from coast to coast, and the world was filled with serried fire from the palpitant court of many a lyre. As out of the east the Moon Men came, smiting the harps of silver and flame. Their beauty and grace did their forms express in the queen of love's white nakedness. More chastity to her faces held, and the snowy breast of Diana swelled. Translucent limbed I saw the beat in the hearts of pearl of a golden heat. And the hair they tossed was a crystal light, and the eyes benefit were burning white. The hands that lifted, the feet that fell, made the darkness blossom to asphodel. And the heavens, the hills, and the streams that shot shone pale with the communicated God. A placid frenzy, a waking trance, a soft auricular radiance, wrapped forms that moved as melodies move, laureled with gaunt heat and haloed with love. So there in the forest on Harrenhell the moon men camped and the world was still. What wonder would they who have looked on we are lost to the earth's realities? If they sit aside with a far-off look, dreaming dreams that are written in no book, whether they walk alone till the day they die, even as I, yea, even as I. The Morning Glories by Madison Julius Cawein. They bloom up the fresh green trellis and airy vigorous ease, and their fragrance sensuous honey is best beloved of the bees. How the rose knows the dainty secret, how the morning glory blows, how the rose told me the secret, and the jessamine told the rose. And the jessamine said at midnight, o'er rare the woken crew, with the face of Queen Titania came there to bath in the dew. And the merry moonlight glistened on wet long yellow hair, and their feet on the flowers rosy trod softer than any air. And their petticoats, gay as bubbles, they hung up every one on the morning glory's tendrils, till their moonlight bath were done. But the red grew too early, and the face left hurriedly, and this is why in the morning their petticoats wear you see. The Name on the Tree by Madison Julius Cawein. I saw a name carved on a tree, Julia. A simpler name there could not be, Julia. But seeing it, I seemed to see a Devon garden, pleasantly, about a personage, the bee made rosy sweet, the rosemary and pink and phlox and peony bowed down to one, whom Herrick made to bloom in poetry. A moment where I saw her stand, Julia, a gillyflower in her hand, Julia, and then, kind-faced and big and bland, as raised by some magnificent wand, Herrick himself passed by, sun-tanned and smiling, and the quiet land seemed to take on and understanding a dream long dreamed, and for the lives of two some gladness planned. And when I seemed to hear a sigh, Julia, and someone softly walking nigh, Julia, the leaf shook and the butterfly trailed past, and through the sleepy sky a bird flew, crying strange its cry. When suddenly before my eye two lovers strolled, they knew not why. I looked amazed, but I had seen old ghosts of long dead loves go by. The New Year by Madison Julius Cawein. Lift up thy torch, O year, and let us see what destiny hath made we here to add nativity. Doubt some call fate, and ancient wrong and might, whom some name right, and darkness that the purblind world calls light. Despair with hope's brave form, and hate who goes in friendship's close, and happiness the mask of many woes. Neglect who merit serves, lust to whom sea love bends the knee, and selfishness who preacheth charity. Vice in whose dungeon virtue lies in chains, and cares and pains that on the throne of pleasure hold their reigns. Corruption known as honesty, and fame that's but a name, and innocence the outward guise of shame. And folly men call wisdom here forsooth, like a youth fair falsehood, whom some worship for the truth. Abundance sewer, famines, house and lease, and high midwees, war, blood black on the spotless shrine of peace. Lift up thy torch, O year, assist our sight. Deep lies the night around us, and God grant us little light. The New York Skyscraper by Madison Julius Cawein. The Woolworth Building. Enormously it lifts its tower against the splendor of the west, like some wild dream that drifts before the mind, and at the will's behest enchantment-based, gigantic steel and stone is given permanence, a concrete fact complete, alone, glorious, immense, such as no nation here on earth has known, epitomizing all that is American, that stands for youth and strength and truth, that's individual and beautiful and free, resistless strength and tireless energy. Even as a cataract, its superb fact suggests vast forces nature builds with joy and power and thought. She to her aid was brought, for eons past, will bring for eons yet to be, shaping the world to her desire. The free, her consolers constantly, her architects, for whom her dreams come true, a workman bringing forth toil that shall not cease, mountains and plains and seas, that make the earth the glory that it is. And on the these such works of man as this building, towering into the blue a beacon, round which like an ocean wide circles and flows the restless human tide. The Night Rain by Madison Julius Cawein. Tattered in wrecked raiment of rain when night arrives. Outside a window where he stands and, streaming, taps upon the pane, or, crouching down beside the stellar stair, letting his head-brimmed rain mutters, black gazing through his trickling hair. When on the roof with cautious feet he treats, whispering a word into the windy flues, and all the house huddling its flower beds looks dark of face, as if it heard strange news, hugging the musky heads of all its roses to its sides of oaths. Now in the garden with a glowworm lamp night searches, letting his black mantle pour, treating the poppies down with heavy tramp, thudding the apple sodden to its core into the dripping damp from boughs so wet loads, dragging more and more. Then at the barn he fumbles, gropes his way through splashing pools, and seeping enters in the stalls and creeps among the bedding hay, burying him moistly to his clammy chin. By near him, brown and grey, the dozing cattle make a drowsy din. The martin box, piled high above the gate, he pushes till the fluttering fledglings wake, wondering what bird it is that comes so late. When to the henhouse door he gives a shake, or like a thief await, leans a listening softly with black heart a quake. When with his ragged cloak flung back he goes, the flickering lantern, with a stream overflowed breathing, wet scans of wayside wet and rose, and guttural music of a frog and toad. A firefly light that glows green as his hand to guide him on his road. And doffing then upon the wooded hill, his head of cloud, a little while he stands, hearkening in silence to the leaping rill, when stopping low, he lifts in his new hands the great gold defoldy, the moon, and pins it in his cloak's blown bands. The Night Wind by Madison Julius Cawein. I have heard the wind on a winter's night, when the snow-cold moon looked icily through my window's flickering firelight, where the frost his witchery drew. I have heard the wind on a winter's night, a wandering race of the frozen white, wail in my chimney flue, and its voice was a voice, so it seemed to me, the voice of a world's vast misery. I have heard the wind on a night of spring, when the leaves unclasped their girdles of gold, and the bird on the bough lay slumbering in the lilyk's fragrant fold. I have heard the wind on a night of spring, shaking the musk from its dewy wings, sigh in my garden old, and it seemed that it said, as it sighed above, I am a voice of the earth's great love. I have heard the wind on a night of fall, when the devil's dance was the rain's downpour, and the wild woods reeled to its demon call, and the carpet fluttered the floor. I have heard the wind on a night of fall, heaving the leaves by the garden wall, reap at my close-shut door, and its voice, so it seemed as it sought where, was the old, old voice of a world's despair. I have heard the wind on a summer night, and the mirrored stars stormed heaven with fire, and the moon-moth glimmered in phantom flight, and the crickets creaked in choir. I have heard the wind on a summer night, rocking red roses in the white, murmur and bloom and briar, and its voice was the voice, so it seemed to me, of earth's primordial mystery. The Old Barn by Madison Julius Cawein. Lo, swallows sweep in grey between the orchard and the spring, all its wide windows overflowing hay and craning doors a-swing. The old barn stands today. Deep in its hay the leghorn hides a round white nest, and, humming soft on roof and rafter, or its log-root sides, black in the sun-shot loft, the building hornet glides. Along its corn crib cautiously, as thieving fingers skulks the rat. On wrapped stalls a fragrant timothy gnaws at some loosened slat, or passes shadowy. a dream of drought made audible before its door, hot, smooth and shrill, all day the locust sings. Whatever spell shall hold a lazier still, when the long days no tell. Dusk and the cricket and the strain of tree-toad and of frog, and stars that burn above a rich west-ribbed stain, and dropping pasture bars and cowbells up the lane. Night and the moon uncatted and leafless with the wind-touched boughs, and mazy shadows where the fireflies flit, and sweet breaths of the coast and the lone owl here hid. The Old Creek by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The frogs still cry knee-deep among its starlit pools, when darker woodland lies asleep and dusk its water cools. The fireflies around its bank of ferns hang willow wisps for lamps, when a place no eye discerns enchantment's host encamps. The beds above it go and come in reeling rigadoons, while elfin beats a beetle drum or cricket-fiddle tunes. And in and out and all about the pixie people dance, the cat-eared song and green frog gone that how the woods enchants. The moon looks listening through its trees, as if to hear its calls, or with long arms of light to seize its twinkling waterfalls with witchcraft, who, a foam-white hand, its glimmering banks between, beckons from sand-riffled sand to something far unseen. A ghost that leans beside it still, the phantom of a boy, who followed once its wide-road will with barefoot troops of joy. The soul of him who yearns so far to see in dusk and dew, if still it dances with the star that once his boyhood knew. The Old Dreamer by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Come, let's climb into our attic in our house that's old and grey. Life, you're old and I'm rheumatic, and it's close of day. Lay aside your rags and tatters, shirt and shoes are soiled with clay. We are no use, no, nothing matters, it is close of day. Let's to bed, it's cold, no fire and no lamp to make it ray. With our servant, young Desire, gone at close of day. Oft she served us with fine glances, helped us out at work and play. She's gone now, better chances and it's close of day. Where's hope who flaunted scarlet, hope who led us oft astray? Has she proved herself a harlot at the close of day? What's become of dream and vision? Friends we thought were here to stay. Has life clapped for two in prison at the close of day? They are gone, and how we miss them. They who made our garret gay. How we used to hug and kiss them, but it's close of day. Where's friend Love now, who supposes, has he flung himself away, left us for a wreath of roses at the close of day? And where's Song, the soul elected, has he quit us too for aye? Was it poverty he suspected near the close of day? Our attic rang the laughter, with echoed laugh and lay. None may take the places hereafter, is it close of day? We have done the best we could do, let us kneel a while and pray. Now no matter what we would do, it is close of day. Let's do bad when it's December, long enough since it was May. Let's forget it and remember, now 'tis close of day. The Old Farm by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Adorned and verandaed, cool, locust girded on the hill, stained with weatherware and dull streaked with lichens, every sill fresh holding the beautiful. I can see it standing there, brown above the woodland deep, wrapped in lights of lavender, by the warm wind rocked asleep, violet shadows everywhere. I remember how the spring liberal leapt, the wild at its arched orchard, murmuring kiss to blossom, budded bits where the wood thrush came to sing. Barefoot spring, at first a trot like a beggar maid, adown the wet woodland, where the god with the bright sun for crown and the firmament for rod, met her, clothed her wedded hair, her carpet to her, when lo, all the hill, one briefing blur, bursts in beauty, gleam and glow, blend with pearl and lavender. Sackle, blackbird, palpatine, rain the bleaching strays, and white snout the damson, blend as land, rainbow tree and Roman night seemed beneath deep drifts to pant. And it stood there brown and grey in the bee-boom and the bloom, in the shadow and the ray, in the passionate perfume, grave as age among the gay. Wild with laughter roamed the clear boyish voices around its walls. Rare wild roses were the dear girlish faces in its halls. Music haunted all the year. Far before it meadows full of green pennyroyals sank, clover dotted as with wool, here and where with now a bank, hot of colour and the cool. Dark blue shadows unconfined of the clouds rolled overhead, clouds on which the summer wind blew the rain, and freshly shed dew upon the flower kind. Where from mine and Jessup lily runs a rocky brook away, musical among the hill solitudes, its flashing spray, sunlight dashing or forest stilly, buried in deep sassafras. Memory follows up the hill, still some cowbell's mellow brass, where the ruined watermill looms, half hid in cane and grass. Oh, the farmhouse, is it set on the hilltop still, mid musk of the meads? The violet deepens of a dreaming dusk, and the locust trees hang wet, while the sunset far and low on its westward windows dashes, primrose or pomegranate glow, and above in glimmering splashes, lilac stars the heavens sow. Sleeps it still among the roses, all-time roses, while the crier of the lonesome insects dozes, and the white moon drifting higher o'er its mossy roof reposes? Sleeps it still among its roses? The old garden by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Spurge and sea pink, hyssop blue, dragon-head of purple hue, catnip frosted green and grey, with blue butterflies asway. These may point you outward way. These in summer's oculates, crickets singing days and nights, till you the old road again, and the down the tangled lane lead you to a window pane. Golden road and golden glow, crowd the gate in which you go. To your arm they cling and catch, kiss the hand that lifts the latch, guide you through her garden patch. Our fence the holyoke leans to greet you, and the stock looks as if it thought, I knew you were coming, gave the cue to the place to welcome you. And the crumbled marigold and the dahlia, big and bold with sweet williams, white and red, nod at you a drowsy head from the sleepy flower bed. Where all day the brown breeze croon, honey-drunken stars and moon, all night long lean down to hear, and the silence far and near, whippoorwills a calling clear. While adown the dewy dark flits a flame, a firefly spark, leading to a place of myrrh, where in lace and lavender awaits the loveliness of her. The Old House in the Wood by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Weeds and their leaves the autumn stains with hues of rust and rose whence moisture weeps, canaled thrones on which a knotted hoar-fruit rains on paths the grey moss heaps. One golden flower like a dreamy thought in the sad mind of age makes bright the wood, and near it like a fancy childhood fraught with toadstool's jaunty hood. Webs in whose snarls the nimble spiders crouch, waiting the prey that comes, moon-winged with night. Slugs and the snail which trails the mushroom's pouch that marks the wood with white. An old gaunt house around which the trees decay, its porch fallen and its windows gone, starts out at you as if to bar the way or bid you hurry on. A picket fence, grim as a skeleton arm, is flung around the weed-wild garden place. The gate o'er which a rose once hung its charm gapes in an empty space. Here nothing of those beauties now remains. Old death and sorrow have made all their own, and life and love roared here, for their pains have nothingness alone. I stand before the shattered fence and gaze. All is silent now where once was noise of household duties, gossip of kind days and little children's joys. Then suddenly I see a shadow slip from out the house, a ghost of bygone years. One finger lifted to its pallid lip, it passes me with tears. It passes me, mid whirling leaves and rain. Between the trees I see it gleam and glide. I know it for the dream which once in vain my heart had made its guide. Was it for this that I had come the blind old ways of life back to love's house again, the house of memory, where again to find the dream that proved in vain? A will-o-wisp, a fairy fire, a spark that led me where I knew not, and at last would leave me lost within the woodland dark mid shadows of the past. Again I followed, and again it failed. Night come on, and when once more it seemed that all was lost, that nothing more availed, when lo, a window gleamed, and I was home. Thank God for love, and light set in the window of the days that were, and for the dream, the way that through the night leads back to home and her. The Old House by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Quaint and forgotten by an unused road, an old house stands. Around its door the dense blue iron weeds grow high. The chipmunks make a highway of its fence, and on its sunken flagstones slug and toad silent as legions lies. The timid snake upon its half-schooled sand slips undisturbed. The squirrel haunts its roof, and in the clapboard sides of closets, dim with many a spider woof, like the uncertain tapping of a hand, the beetle borer hides. Above its lintel, under mossy eaves, the mud walls build their cells, and in the floor of its neglected porch the black bees nest. Through each deserted door, vague as a phantom's footsteps, steal the leaves and dropped corns of a larch. But come with me when sunset's magic all transform the ruin of that ancient house, when windows one by one, like age's eyes, but youth's love dreams arose, coalers of fire and glad mouths of gold, its white doors in the sun. Or let us wait until each rain-stained room is carpeted with moonlight, patterned oft with the deep bows overhead, and through the house the wind goes rustling soft, as might the ghost, a whisper of perfume, of some sweet girl long dead. The Old Man Dreams by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The blackened walnut in its spicy hull rots where it fell, and in the orchard where the trees stand full the pear's ripe bell drops, and the log house in Rebamble Lane, from whose low door stretch yellowing acres of the corn and cane he sees once more. The catbird sings upon its porch of pine, and o'er its gate, old slender podded, twists the trumpet wine a leafy weight, and in the woodland by the spring, mayhap with eyes of joy, again he bends to set a rabbit trap a brown-faced boy. when whistling through the underbrush she goes out of the wood, where with young cheeks red as an autumn rose beneath a hood, his sweetheart waits, his schoolbooks on her arm, and now it seems beside his chair he sees his wife's fair form, the old man dreams. The old remain, the young are gone, the Madison Julius Cawein. The old remain, the young are gone, the foundling is lonely on the hill, from early eve to early dawn, a cry goes with the whippoorwill, the old remain, the young are gone. They run the roads they wander on, the young, whose hearts roam shouting here, whose feet thrill rapture through his lawn, where sadness walks now all the year. The old remain, the young are gone. To what far glory are they drawn, and do they worry of a crest, and serve they now a king or pawn, where in the cities of unrest, the old remain, the young are gone. They found the life here grey and wan, too kind, too poor, too full of peace, the great mad world of brain and brawn, caught to the young hearts without cheese. The old remain, the young are gone. They left us to our Avalon, the ancient fields, the house and trees, where we at sunset and at dawn may sit with dreams and memories. The old remain, the young are gone. Dear heart, draw near and lean upon my heart, and gaze no more through tears. We have our love, our work well done, to help us face the wistful years. The old remain, the young are gone. The old spring, by Madison Julius Cawein. Under rocks where on the rose, like a streak of morning glows, the azure-throated newt drowses on the twisted root, and the brown bees, humming homeward, stop to suck the honeydew. Fern and leaflet gleaming gloamward, drips the viral spring I knew, drips the spring my boyhood knew. Myrrh and music everywhere haunt its cascades, like the hair that Danae tosses cool, swimming strangely beautiful, with white fragrance for her bosom, and her mouth a breath of song. Under leaf and branch and blossom flows the woodland spring along, sparkling, singing flows along. Still wet one morning's touch its grey rocks, perhaps, and such slender stars as dusk may have, pierce the rose that roofs its wave. Still the thrush may call it noontide, and the whippoorwill at night. Nevermore by sun or moontide shall I see it gliding white, falling, flowing, wild and wide. The Other Woman, by Madison Julius Cawein. You have shut me out from your tears and grief, of the man laid low and hoary. Listen to me now, I am no thief. I have shut me out from your tears and grief. Listen to me, I will tell my story. The love of a man is transitory. What do you know of his past? The years he gave to another is manhood's glory. The love of a man is transitory. Listen to me now, open your eyes. Over the dead have done with tears, over the man who loved to madness, me the woman who meet with sneers. Over the dead have done with tears, me the woman so sunk in badness. He loved me ever and with his gladness, whereby the dead know it, tell her so, whereby the dead where she boasts in sadness, he loved me ever and with his gladness. Mine the gladness and his the woe. The best of his life was mine. Now go, tell her this, that her pride may perish, her with his name, his wife, you know. The best of his life was mine. Now go, tell her this, so she ceased to cherish. Bear him in with pomp and flourish, bear him now without a kiss. He is a thing for your heart to nourish, bear him in with pomp and flourish, bear him now I have told you with. The Owl, by Madison Julius Cawein. Here's a tale for ladies with romances. There was an owl, composer and musician, who looked as wise as if he had a mission, and at all art cast supercilious glances. People proclaimed him great because he said it, and like a great he never played nor printed his compositions. Though it was whispered, hinted he'd written something, but no one had read it. Owl-eyed, he posed at functions of position, hirsute and eye-glanced, looking analytic, opening his mouth to worshipping female knowledge, and when he married a woman of ambition, a singer, teacher, and a musical critic, just what he wanted, he became a college. The Parting, by Madison Julius Cawein. She passed the thorn trees, whose gaunt branches tossed the spider shadows round her, and the breeze beneath the ashen moon was full of frost, and mouthed and mumbled to the sickly trees, like some starved hag who sees her children freeze. Dry-eyed she waited by the Skyr, some stars made misty blotches in the sky, and all the wretched willows on the shore looked faded as a jaundiced cheek or eye. She felt the pity and could only sigh. And when his skiff ground on the river rocks, whistling he came into a shadow made by the dead tree. He kissed her dark brown locks, and round her form his eager arms were laid. Passive she stood, her secret unbetrayed. And when she spoke, while still his greeting kiss aged in her hair, she did not dare to lift her eyes to his, her anguished eyes to his, while tears smote crystal in her throat. One rift of weakness, humored might, set all adrift. Fields over which a path, overwhelmed with burrs and ragweeds, noisy through grasshoppers leads, lost, irresolute, as paths or coasts, where through the woods and a woodshed went with wrecks of windows twaddled hosts where men have murdered men. A house whose tottering chimney, clay and rock, it seemed and craned, whose lame door and lock, a bullet board, around which, where and here, are sinister stains. One dreads to look around. The place seems thinking of a time of fear, and dares not breathe a sound. Within its emptiness the sunlight falls on faded journals papering the walls, an advertisement crimson torn with time around the hearth where wasps and spiders built. The house is dead, meseems with night of crime it, too, was shot and killed. The Passing Glory by Madison Julius Cawein. Slow sinks the sun, a great Coverland's ball, red in a cavern of a sombre cloud, and in a garden where the dense weeds crowd among a dying Esther stands the fall, like some lone woman in a ruined hall, dreaming of desolation and the shroud. Or through these saying woodlands goes, down bowed, hugging the tatters of a gypsy shawl. The gaunt wind rises like an angry hand, and sweeps the sprawling spider from its web, smeets frantic music in the twilight's ear, and all around, like melancholy sand, rains deed leaves down with leaves that mark the ebb, and earth's dark hourglass of another year. The Picture by Madison Julius Cawein. Above her, pearl and rose the heavens lay, around her, flowers flattered earth of gold, or down the path and insolence held sway, the cavaliers ride the king's highway, scarlet and buff within the garden old. Beyond the hills, faint heard through belts of wood, bells, Sabbath sweet, swoon from some far-off town. Gamboge and gold, broad sunset colours strewed the purple west, as if, with God imbued, her mighty pallid nature were laid down. Amid such flowers, underneath such skies, embodied on life a nose of sweet and fair, she stood. Laughs, dreams, and girls of face and eyes, fair as a star that comes to empathize the mingled beauty of the earth and air. Behind her seen fruit vines and orchard trees, grave with its twinkling windows like the face of calm old age that sits and dreams at ease, porch of old roses, haunts of honeybees, the homes that loom within a lilied space. For whom she waited in the afterglow, star-eyed and golden mid the poppy and rose. I do not know, I do not care to know, it is enough, I keep her picture so, hung up like poetry in my lifestyle prose. A fragrant picture where I still may find her face untouched of sorrow or regret, unspoiled of contact, ever young and kind, the spiritual sweetheart of my soul and mind. She had not been, perhaps, if we had met. The Place by Madison Julius Cawein. Therein is it so beautiful, and all things dim and all things cool, and silence that is built of leaves and wind and spray of waterfall, and golden is for half-ripe sheeps, and light that is not light at all. Wherein is it like joy in spring, and beetle musk and singing wing, and dreams that come like butterflies, and moths dim winged with downy grey, and moths that watch with dark brown eyes beauty who sleeps beside the way. Wherein heart is it all in all, and what to meet it there before? The echo of a word once said, that haunts it still like some sweet ghost, youth's rapture, bright and gold of head, and the white love of a found and lost. The Purple Valleys by Madison Julius Cawein. Far in the purple valleys of illusion, I see her waiting, like the soul of music, with deep eyes, lovelier than cerulean pansies, shadow and fire, yet merciless as poison, with red lips, sweeter than Arabian storks, yet bitter than myrrh, our tears and kisses, our eyes and lips that haunt my soul forever. Again spring walks transcendent on the mountains, the woods are hushed, the vales are blue with shadows. Above the heights, steeped in a thousand splendors, like some vast canvas of the gods, hangs burning the sunset's wide geography, and slowly the moon treats heaven's proscenium, night's stately white queen of love and tragedy and madness. Again I know forgotten dreams and longings, ideals lost, desires dead and buried beside the altar's sacrifice erected within the heart's sanctuary. Strangely, again I know the horror and the rapture, the utterless awe, the joy akin to anguish, the terror and the worship of a spirit. Again I feel her eyes pierce through and through me, her deep eyes, lovelier than imperial pansies, velvet and flame, with which a fierce will hold me, powerless and tame, and draws me on and onward to sad, unsatisfied and animal yearnings, wild unrest net abroad within the human, to fling me panting on her mouth and bosom. Again I feel her lips like ice and fire, her red lips adorous as Arabian storks, fragrance and fire, within whose kiss destruction lies serpent-like, intoxicating, languorous, resistlessly embrace me, soul and body, and we go drifting, she's laughing, outcasts of God, into the deep's abysm. The Crest by Madison Julius Cawein. First I ask the honeybee, busy in the balmy bowers, saying, Sweetheart, tell it me, have you seen her honeybee? She's cousin to the flowers, of the sweetness of a south, and a wild rose face and mouth. But the bee passed silently. When I asked the forest bird, warbling by the woodland waters, saying, Dearest, have you heard her, forest bird? She's one of music's daughters, never sings so sweet by half as the music of her love. But the bird said not a word. Next I asked the evening sky, hanging out its lamps of fire, saying, Loved one, passed she by? Tell me, evening sky, she the star of my desire, sister whom the pleats lost, and my soul's high Pentecost. But the sky made no reply. Where is she? Ah, where is she? She to whom both love and duty bind me, ye immortality. Where is she? Ah, where is she? Symbol of the earth's soul's beauty, I have lost her. Help my heart find her, her who is a part of a patient soul of me. The Raid by Madison Julius Cawein. Rain and black night, beneath a covered bridge, the rushing fog that roars among its rocks. Nothing is out, nothing? What's wet which blocks the long grey road upon a rain-swept ridge? A horseman? No. A mask? As hewn from jet with ready gun he waits and sentinels the open way. Far off he hears white bells, and our signal shrills through wind and wet. Was with the thunder of a rushing stream? The tunnel of a bridge throbs with mad hoofs. Now its black throat pulls out a midnight cloud riders. Behind whom steadily a gleam grows to glare with silhouettes dark roofs, whence armed pursuit gathers and gallops loud. The Rain by Madison Julius Cawein. We stood where the fields were tawny, where the redolent woodland was warm, and the summer above us, no lawny, was alive with the pulsed winds of storm. And we watched the weak weed waves lighten, and winds that hiss at each gust, and the turbulent maples whiten, and the lane grow grey with dust. White flakes from the blossoming cherry, pink snows of the peaches were blown, and star-fair blooms of the berry and the dogwood's flowers were strewn. And the luminous hillocks grew sullied, and shadowed, and thrilled with alarm, when the body of the blackness was gilded with the rapid, keen flame of a storm. And the birds to cry coverts had hurried, and the musical rillet ran slow, and the buccaneer bee was worried, and the red lilies swung to and fro. Till the elf cuirassiers of the showers came, bright with slant lances of rain, and charged the bare heads of the flowers, and trampled the grass of the plain. And the armies of the leaves were shattered, their standards drenched, heavy and lank, and the ironweed's purple was spattered, and the lily lay broke on the bank. But high in the storm was the swallow, and the rain-strong voice of a fall, and the bow could through dinges sing hollow to the sky-blue flags on its wall. But the storm and its clouds passed over, and left but one cloud in the west. Wet wefts were fragrant with clover, and the sun low sunken to rest. Soft spices of rain-studded poppies, and honey unflinched of a bee, and balm of mead in the coppice, and musk of rain-breathed tree. And the cloud in the west was riven, and bubbled and bursten with gold, blown out through deep gorges of heaven, and spilled on the wood and the woad. The Redbird by Madison Julius Cawein. Among the white haw blossoms where the creek droned under drifts of dogwood and the fall, the redbird, like a crimson blossom blown against the snow-white bosom of a spring, the chaste confusion of a lawny breast, sang on, prophetic of serener days, as confident as June's completer hours. And I stood listening like a hind who hears the wood nymph breathing in a forest flute among the beach boats of nymph-haunted ways. And when it ceased, the memory of the air blew like a strings in my brain. I made a lyric of the notes that man might know. Here flies the flirt and fluting, as flies a crimson star, from flaming starlight shooting from where the roses are. Wings past and sings, and 7 notes, wild as fragrance is, that turn to flame in heaven, float round him full of bliss. He sings, each burning feather thrills throbbing at his throat, a song of firefly weather and of a glow-worm boat, of elfland and a princess, who born of a perfume his music rocks, a winces with rosebud's cradle bloom. He sings, each burning feather thrills, throbbing at his throat, a song of firefly weather and of a glow-worm boat, of elfland and a princess, who born of a perfume his music rocks, a winsome with rosebud's cradle bloom. No bird sings half so airy, no bird of dusk or dawn, for masking king of fairy, or red-crowned Oberon. The Rising of the Moon by Madison Julius Cawein. The day brims high its oeuvre of blue with starry light, and crowns its kinglit hoor of clouds which take their flight across the sky all night. And tempest ware who houses within them like a cave, lies down and dreams and drowses upon the earth's huge grave, with wandering wind and wave. The storm moves on, and winging from out the east a bird, the moon drifts, calmly bringing a message and a word of peace and heaven had heard, of peace in times called golden, whose beauty makes it glow with love like that of olden, which mortals used to know in the long ago. The Road Back by Madison Julius Cawein. Come walk with me in memory, and let us see what we shall see. A wide green lane of stones and reeds that to wilder woodland leads, an old board gate where legends crust, whose ancient hinges crook with rust, a whale, a creek, and a bridge of plank, and the wild sunflowers that wall its banks, a path that winds through shine and shade, to a fern and white-flowered forest glade, where out of a grotto a voice replies, with a faint hollow to your voice that cries, and every wind that passes seems a foot that follows from lands or dreams. A voice afoot and a shadow or two, and whispers of things your childhood knew. A girl that waited, a boy that came, and an old beech tree where he carved her name, where still he sees her, whom still he hears, bidding him come through the long gone years. Oft she beckons your heart and mine from the farmer's window trail deep with wine, and porched with roses, where almost now she used to live in the long ago. The farmhouse where at the end of the lane, with the sunset twinkling its window pane, where she smiles as she smiled in the long ago, the farmer's daughter you used to know, who has not changed to your heart for years, of our face you often see through tears, who wears a youth as did she of old, as a princess read a crown of gold. My little sweetheart, you know for truth, who lives for aye in the land of youth, who never dies, who is always fair, with eyes of mischief and tomboy hair, whom your heart still follows and worships, it seems, forever and aye in the land of dreams. The road home by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Over the hills as a fury flies under the blue of the southern skies, over the hills with the red-bird wings like a scarlet blossom, or sits and sings, under the shadow of rock and tree, where the warm wind drones with a honey-bee, and the tall wild carrots around you sway, where lace like flows of cloudy grey, where the black cahoosh with its pearly bloom, and not in the woodland odorous gloom, where the old rail fence and the elder shade, at the myriad hosts of the weeds and wait, where the butterfly weed like a cooler fire blurs orange-red through bush and briar, where the pennyroyal and mint smell sweet, and blackberries tangle the summer heat. The old road leads, and crosses the creek, where the minnow dartles a silvery streak, where the cows wade deep through the blue-eyed grass, and the flickering dragonflies gleaming past. That the road is easy, however long, which wends with beauty as toiled with song, and the road we follow shall lead us straight past creek and wood to a farmhouse gate. Past hill and hollow, whence scents are blown of dewwood clover that skiffs have mown, to a house that stands with porches wide and grey-low roof on the green hillside, colonial stately mid shade and shine of the locust tree and the southern pine, with its orchard acres and meadowlands stretched out before it like welcoming hands, and gardens where in the myrrh-sweet June magnolias blossom with many a moon of fragrance, and in the feldspar light of August roses bloom red and white. In a woodbine arbor, a perfumed place, a slim girl sits with a happy face. A bonnet by her sunbeam lies on her lovely hair, in her earnest eyes. Her eyes as blue as the distant deeps of the heavens above, where the high hawk sleeps. A book beside her wherein she read, till she saw him coming, she heard his tread. Come home at last, come back from the war, in his eyes a smile, on his brow a scar. To the south come back who wakes from a dream, to the love and peace of a new regime. The Road by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Along the road I smelled a rose, a white rose in its veil of rain, and how it was, God only knows, but with its scent I saw again a girl's face at her window pane, gazing through tears that fell like rain. 'Tis 12 years now, so I suppose, 12 years ago. 'Twas when I thought, love is a burden bitter sweet, and he who runs must not be fraught. Free must his heart be as his feet. Again I heard myself repeat, love is a bitter burden sweet. Yet all my aims had come to naught. I smelled a rose, I felt the rain, lonely I stood upon the road. Of one thing only was I fain, to be delivered of my load. A moment more, and on I strode. I cared not whither I led the road, but lead not back to her again. The Rock by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Here at its base in dingled deeps of spice bush, where the ivy creeps, the cold spring scoops its hollow, and where three mossy steeping stones make ripple murmurs, undertones of foam that blend and follow the voices of the wood with drones. The quail pipes here when noons are hot, and where in coolness sunlight shot bends the roof of briars, the red fox skulks at close of day, and here at night the shadows grey stand like Franciscan friars with moonbeam beds whereon they pray. Here yawns the groundhog's dark Dutch hole, and where the tunnel of a mole heaves under weed and flower, and sandy pitfall here and where the antlion digs and lies a lair, and here for sun and shower the spider weaves a silvery snare. The poison oaks ring tendrils twine, the rock's south side the trumpet whine, with crimson buckets sprinkled makes green its eastern side. The west is rough with lesions, and grey pressed into an angel wrinkled, the hornets hang an oblong nest. The north is hid from sun and star, and here, like an inquisitor of fairy inquisition, wait roots of elfland hersey, deep in the rock with mystery, cold for its grave commission, beholds its magisterially. The Rose by Madison, Julius, Cawein. You have forgot it once was red, with life as rose to which you said, when happy days gone by, you plucked it on her breast to lie. Sleep where, O rose, how sweet a bed is wine, and heart be comforted, for, though we part and roses shed, where leaves and fade, love cannot die. You have forgot. So by those words of yours I'm led to send at you the stay you wed. Look well upon it, you as I should ask it now without a sigh. If love can lie as it lies dead, you have forgot. The Rose of Hope by Madison Julius Cawein. The rose of hope, how rich and red it blooms, and will bloom on, 'tis a said, since Eve and Eden days gone by, plucked it on Adam's heart to lie, when out of paradise they fled, with sore and overwhelming dread, it was his flower that comforted, with the rose of hope that cannot die. God's a rose of hope. When darkness comes and you are led to think that hope at last is dead, take down your Bible, read and try to see the light, and by, hope's a rose will lift again its head, God's a rose of hope. The Rose's Secret by Madison Julius Cawein. When down the west the new moon slipped, a curved canoe that dipped and tipped, when from the rose that Europe dripped, as if it shed its heart blood slow, as softly silent as a star that climbed the lattice that I know, a window lattice held ajar, a one slim hand as white as snow, the hand of her who set me here, a rose to bloom from year to year. I who have heard the bird of June sing all night long beneath the moon, I who have heard the sapphire croon soft music mid spring's avenues, heard when a sweeter sound runs among the shadows and the dews, a heart that beat like any beast, sweet with a name, and I know whose, her heart that, leaning, pressed on me as rose she never looked to see. O star and moon, O wind and bird, you hearken at it too, but never heard the secret sweet, the whispered word I heard, when by her lips his name was murmured, when she saw me there, but what I heard was I to blame, when with the darkness of her hair she thrust since I had heard the same, condemned within its deeps to lie, a rose imprisoned till I die. The Seeking by Madison Julius Cawein. In green sea caverns dim, deep down, a monarch pale and slim, whose sides a throne, a rule of coated grim and foamy crown, in green sea caverns dim, deep down. He hears the mermaid sing, so sad, far off like some cursed thing that never has glared, a vague wild murmuring that drives men mad. He hears the mermaid sing, so sad. Strange monster bulks are there that yawn, or roll huge eyes that glare, and when are gone, weird foliage passing fair, where clings the spawn, strange monster bulks are there that yawn. What cares he for wrecked hulls these years, red gold the water dulls, grim dead man jeers, one drawn of 1,000 skulls of mariners. What cares he for wrecked hulls these years? Man's tears are laughed for him deep down, set in the foamy rim of his frail crown, to pearls the teardrops dim freeze at his throne. Man's tears are laughed of him deep down. Here be the halls of sleep full mute, chill, shadowy and deep, where hangs no lute to make the still heart leap of man or brute. Here be the halls of sleep full mute. The Sea's Spirit by Madison Julius Cawein. Ah me, I shall not waken soon from dreams of such divinity, a spirit singing 'neath the moon to me. Wild sea spray driven of a storm is not so wildly white as she, who beckoned with a foam-white arm to me, with eyes dark green and golden green, long locks that rippled drippingly out of a green wave she did lean to me, and sang till earth and heaven seemed a far, forgotten memory, and more than heaven and her who gleamed on me. Sleep sweeter than love's face a home, and death's immutability, and music of a plague and foam for me. Sweep over her with all thy ships, with all thy stormy tides, O sea, the memory of immortal lips for me. The Sleeper by Madison Julius Cawein. She sleeps and dreams, one milky white, lawny arm pillaring her heavy hair, as might cold night meeting her sister day, with glory warm subside and linger on her bosom's white. The naked Avon, the damask cloth, white, smooth, and light as the light thistledown of a pink fairy fluffy evening moth, on June-drunk beds of roses red, lies thrown, and one sweet cheek kissed with the enamored moon, grown pale with anger at the liberty, while dusk and darkness at the favour shown the pouting other thrones still enmity. Hangs fallen and folds a rich, dark covering, the fretfulness thrust partly from her breast, as through storm-broken clouds the moon might spring from a wispy orb of one pure bosom pressed. She sleeps, and where the silent moonbeams sink through diamond panes soft as a ghost of snow, in wide, white jets the lion fur seems to drink with tawny jaws its wasted, winy glow. Lilac sleep and holy dreams to her, unborn of feverish sorrow or of care, soft as the gust that makes the air stir, tangling gold moonbeams in the fragrant hair. The Soul by Madison Julius Cawein. An heritage of hopes and fears and dreams and memory and vices of 10,000 years God gives to me, a house of clay, the home of fate, haunted of love and sin, where death stands knocking at the gate to let him in. The Spirit of a Forest Spring by Madison Julius Cawein. Over a rock she trails her locks, her mossy locks that drip, drip, drip. Her sparkling eyes smile at the skies, in friendship wise and fellowship. By the gleam and glance of contenance, a lull in a trance of wooden places. As over a rock she trails her locks, her dripping locks that the long fern graces. She pours clear oaths from her heart's cool curse, its crystal curse that drips, 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 and all the day its limpets prey is here to play from the fingertips, and the slight soft sound makes haunted ground of the woods around that the sunlight laces. She pours clear oaths from her heart's cool curse, its dripping curse that no man traces. She swims and swims with glimmering limbs, with lucid limbs that drip, drip, drip. Where beechen boughs bid a leafy hose, where eyes met rose of beauty trip, and the liquid beat of her rippling feet makes 3 times sweet the forest mazes, as she swims and swims with glimmering limbs, with dripping limbs through the twilight hazes. When wrapped in deeps of her wild she sleeps, she whispering sleeps and drips, 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 where moon and mist reef neck and wrist, and star wrist through the dark she slips, where the heavenly dream of her soul makes gleam, the thorns that stream and the foam that races, as wrapped in the deeps of her wild she sleeps, she dripping sleeps or starward gazes. The Spring by Madison Julius Cawein. Push back the brambles, berry blue, the hollowed spring is full in view, deep tangled with luxuriant fern, its rock-embedded crystal urn. Not for the loneliness that keeps the cornway in its silent sleeps, not for wild butterflies which sway their pendant pinions all the day above its mirror, nor the bee, the dragonfly which passing see themselves reflected in its bar, not for the one white liquid star that twinkles in its firmament, nor moonshot clouds so sweetly sent athwart it when the kindly night beats all its grasses with a light, small jewels of a dimpled dew, not for the daisy-flecked blue, nor the quaint, dainty-colored stones that dance within it where it moans, not for all these I love to sit in silence and to gaze in it. But now a nymph with merry eyes meets mine within its laughing skies, a graceful naked nymph who plays o'er the long fragrant summer days with instant sighs of bees and birds, and speaks within underwater words. One for whose nakedness the air weaves moony mists, and on whose hair unfiltered the night will set, but lone star is a coronet. The Stars by Madison Julius Cawein. These, the bright symbols of man's hope and fame, in which he reads his blessing or his curse, are syllables with which God speaks his name in the vast utterance of the universe. The Swashbuckler by Madison Julius Cawein. Squat-nosed and broad, of big and pompous port, a tavern visage, apoplexy haunts, or pimpled puff, the falsive like resort of fat debauchery, whose vein cheek flaunts a faby purple, rusty spurty stance, and rakel boots and belt, and hanging up a claps when, with greasy gauntlets on his hands, he swaggers past in cloak and slouch-plumed hat. Aggression marches armies in his words, and in his oaths great deeds red-capped. As looks his gestures breathe the breath of swords, and in his carriage camp all wars to be. With him of battle there shall be no lack, while bucks and wenches are in stoops of sack. The Three Elements by Madison Julius Cawein. They come as couriers of heaven, with feet sonorous sandaled with majestic awe, in raiment of swift foam and wind and heat, blowing the trumpets of God's wrath and law. The Town Witch by Madison Julius Cawein. Crab-faced, crab-toothed, with deep-set eyes that glared unfriendly and unfriended lived the crone upon the common in a hut, alone, past the which by seldom any villager fared. Some said she was a witch in the road, white hair to devil's revels, on a heart's rough stone, affianced ever with gaunt eyes that shone, a shaggy hound whose fangs at all were barred. So one day when a neighbor's cow had died, and someone's infant sickened, good men shut the crone in prison, dragged to court and tried, then hung her for a witch and burnt her hut. Days after, on a grave all skin and bones, they found the dog, and him they killed with stones. The Universal Wind by Madison Julius Cawein. Wild son of heaven, with laughter and alarm, nor east, nor west, nor north, nor south he goes, being in one harsh hand dark death and storm, and in the other sunshine and a rose. The Vampire by Madison Julius Cawein. A lily in a twilight place, a moonflower in the lonely night, strange beauty of a woman's face of wildflower white. The rain that hangs the star-screen rays, limn on the leaf point's restlessness, is not so glimmering green and grey as was her dress. I drew her dark hair from her eyes, and in their deeps beheld a while such a shadowy moonlight as the skies of hell may smile. She held a mouth up redly wan and burning cold. I bent and kissed such rosy snow as some wild dawn makes of a mist. God shall not take from me that hour, when round my neck her white arms clung, beneath my lips like some fierce flower her white throat swung. Or words she murmured while she leaned, which words she holds me softly by, the spell that binds me to a fiend until I die. The Water Maid by Madison Julius Cawein. Where she roses right as step, stars above and stars beneath, where ripples break in splendor to a million starlets, twinkling on lake lilies tender, rocking to her ripple ballads. She, brow-belted with white lilies, rose and awed a shining shoulder to a downward purpling boulder. With slim fingers soft and milky, hailed her from the spray-sprent lilies to a ledge, and sitting silky, sang unto the listening lilies, sang and sang beneath the heaven, belted, reft with lilies 7, falsely sang a wild ditty to the whole white moon. Till a child, both frail and pretty, found a singing on the boulder, dark locks on a milky shoulder, 'neath the whole white moon, and the creature's singing there strangled him in her long hair. The white evening, by Madison Julius Cawein. From grey, bleak hills, 'neath stealthy skies, through beards of ice the forest roar, along the river's humming shore, the skimming scatter bird-like flies. On windy meads, where wave-white breaks, the fettered briars, glistening hands reach to the cold moon's ghastly lands, hoods the lone owl and crouching quakes. The frozy snow blanches the world, stiff sweeps the wind through murmuring pines, when fiend-like, deep entangled winds through the dead oak where dragon trod. Phantoms the cliff over wild wold, ghost-vested willows rim the stream, low-hanging lank limbs, where in a dream the houseless hair leaps over the cold. On snow-dressed cracks the twinkling flash, like champions mailed for clanking war, glass down large phosphor's curring star, that heave of foam the fierce seas gnash. Slimmer over tree-tops, weighted with white, the country church spire doth swell, and scintillating icicle, while fitfully the village light, and solar stars zaps the grey dark. Homeward retreating wagons strain through knee-deep drifts, the steeples wane, of flitting ghost worlds in its arc. Down from the flaky north of clash, swathered in a spear of flashing sleet, with steeds of winds that jangling beat, lie from the world in roaring dash. Loud winter, ruddy as a rose, blown by the June's mild, musky lips. The high moon dims a horn that dips, and fold rolls down the snows. The wind at night, by Madison Julius Cawein. Not till the wildman winter shrill howling upon the hill, and every wolfish tree whose boisterous boughs like separate arms gesture and beat the night, and down huge clouds and chasm of stormy white the frightened moon hurries above the house, shall I lie down and deep, letting the mad wind keep at shouting and revel around me, fall asleep. Not till its dark hello is hushed, and where wild waters are rushed, like some hoofed terror underneath its whip, and spur of foam remains a ghostly glass, hill-framed, whereon stains of moony mists and rains and stealthy starbeams, like vague spectres slip, shall I the thoughts that take unto themselves the ache of silence as a sound from sleep awake. The Wind, by Madison Julius Cawein. The way of a wind I read in the Forevermore, the blithe, the mad, and the dreary, spring, winter, and fall. When it tells to the waiting crocus its beak to show, and hangs on a wayside locust bloom bunches of snow, and it comes like a balmy blessing from a musky wood, the half-grown roses caressing till their cheeks show blood. When it roars in the autumn season and winds with rain, or sleet like a mind without reason or soul in pain. And the woodways, once so spicy with bud and bloom, are desolate, sere, and icy as the icy tomb. When the wild, uncrouched, and frozen rotten tree waits dolorous, cold, and rosy, his shuddering melody. When I love to sit in December, where the big half sinks, and dreamy forget and remember a host of things. And the wind, I hear how it strangers, and gasps and sighs, on the roof sharp, shivering angels that front the skies. How it groans and drums and tumbles in attics overhead, and the great-throated chimney rumbles when all at once falls dead, till it comes like footsteps slipping of a child on the stair, or a quaint old gentleman tripping with heavenly powdered hair. My sorrow's anxious heart for those once dear, the long-lost loves departed in the wind draw near. And I seem to see their faces, not one estranged, in their old accustomed places, round the wide hearth ranged. And the wind that waits and poises, where the shadows sway, makes the visionary voices seem calling me far away. And I wake in tears to listen again to the sobbing wind, far out on the lands that glisten like the voice of one who sinned. The Wind of Spring, by Madison Julius Cawein. The wind that breathes of columbine and calendines that crowd the rocks, that shakes the balsam of pines with lava from its airy locks, stops at my city door and knocks. It calls me far, a forest, between the leaf and the blood-root moon, encircled by the amber air, life sits with beauty and perfume weaving a new web of the loom. He calls me where the waters run, through frowning ferns where waits the hern, and sparkling in the equal sun, song leans above a brimming urn, and dreams a dream that love shall learn. The wind has summoned, and I go to read God's meaning in each line. The white flowers right, and walking slow, God's purpose, of which a song is sign. The wind's great, gusty hand is mine. The wind of winter, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The winter wind, the wind of death, who knocked upon my door, and with a keyhole entereth invisible and hoar. He breathes around his icy breath, and treats the flickering floor. I heard him, wandering in the night, tap at my window pane, with ghostly fingers, snowy white. I heard him tug and wane, until the shuddering candlelight had it cringe with fear and strain. The fire, awakened by his voice, leapt up with frantic arms, like some wild babe that greets with noise its father home, who storms with rosy jesters that rejoice, and crimson kiss that warms. Now in the hearth he sits, and, drowned among the ashes, blows, or through the room goes stealing round on cautious creeping toes, deep mantled in the drowsy sound of night that sleets and snows. And oft, like some thin fairy thing, the stormy hush amid, I hear his captive treble sing beneath the kettle's lid, or know a harp of elfin string in some dark cranny hid. Again I hear him imp like wine, crumpled in the gusty flue, or nutted in resinous pine, raise goblin cry and hue, while through the smoke his eyeballs shine as sooty red and blue. At last I hear him nearing dawn, take up his roaring broom, and sweep wild leaves on wood and lawn, and from the heavens the gloom, to show the gauntlet lying one, morn's gold rose the blue. The wind witch, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The wind that met her in the park came hurrying to my side, and ran to me, and leapt to me, and nowhere would abide, and whispered in my ear a word, so sweet a word I swore, it smelled of honey, and the kiss it stolen from her hair. When shouted me the flower way whereon she walked with dreams, and bade me wait and watch her pass among the glooms and gleams. It ran to meet her as she came, and clasped her to its breast. It kissed her throat, her chin, her mouth, and laughed its merriest. And to my side it leapt again, and took me by surprise. The kiss I'd stolen from her lips, it blew into my eyes. Since then it seems I have grown blind to every face but hers. It haunts me, sleeping or awake, and becomes my curse. The spell that kiss has laid on me shall hold my eyes the same, until I give it back again to lips from which it came. The Window on the Hill, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Among the fields the chamomile seems blown mist in the lightning's glare. Cool, rainy odors drench the air. Night speaks above, the angry smile of storm within a stare. The way that I shall take tonight is through the wood whose branches fill the road with double darkness, till between the boughs a window's light shines out upon the hill. The fence, and then the path that goes around the trailer-tangled rock, through puckering pink and hollyhock, unto a latch gate's unkempt rose, a door whereat I knock. Bright on the autumn flower place, the lamp streams through the foggy pane, the door is opened to the rain, and in the door her happy face, and outstretched arms again. The winds, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Those hooers of the clouds, the winds, that lay at the four compass points, are out tonight. I hear their sandals trample on the height, I hear their voices trumpet through the air. Builders of storm, God's workmen, now they bear up the steep stair of sky, on backs of might, huge tempest bulks, while sweet that blinds the sight, the rain is shaken from tumultuous hair. Now sweepers of the firmament, they broom, like ever dust, rolling mists along heaven's floors of sapphire. All the beautiful blue of sky corridor and celestial room, preparing, with large laughter and loud song, for the wild moon and stars to wander through. The winter moon, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Deep in the dell I watched her as she rose, a face of icy fire over hills, with snow-set eyes to freeze the forest rills, and snow-set feet to bleach the meadow snows. Pale as some young witch who, a listening ghost, to a first meeting with a fiend, whose fears fix demon eyes behind each bush she nears, stops yet must on, fearful of following foes. And so I chased her, startled in the wood, like a discovered Oread, who flies the fawn who found her sleeping, each note limb glittering betrayal through the solitude, till in a frosty cloud I saw her swim, like a drowned face, blur beneath the eyes. The Witch, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. She gropes and hobbies, where the droop-side rocks are hairy with her lesions and the twist of knotted wolfsbane, mumbling in the mist, hawk-nosed and wrinkle-eyed with scrawny locks. At her bent back the sick-faced moonlight mocks, like some lewd evil whom the fiend hath kissed. Thrice at her feet the slipping serpent hissed, and thrice the owl called to the forest fox. What Zebuf brood does no intent, what root dost see for what satanic spell of incantations and demonic fire, from thy root hut, hill huddled in the briar, what dark familiar points thy sure pursued with burning eyes, gone with the glow of hell. The Woman, by Madison Julius Cawein. With a fair face she made my heaven, beneath whose stars and moon and sun I worshipped, praying, having striven for wealth for which she might be won. And yet she had no soul, a woman as fair and cruel as a god, who played with hearts as nothing human, and tossed them by and on them trod. She killed a soul, she did it nightly, luring it forth from peace and prayer, to strangle it, and laughing lightly, cast it into the gutter where. And yet not for a purer vision would I exchange, or paradise, possess instead of hell, my prison, where burns the passion of her eyes. The woman speaks, by Madison Julius Cawein. Why have you come, to see me in my shame, a thing to spit on, to despise and scorn, and to ask me, you by whom was torn and when cast by, like some vile wreck, my name? What shelter could you give me, now that blame and loathing would not share, that wolves of wise would not besiege with eyes of glaring eyes, when sin sat not with a face of flame? You love me? God, if yours be love, for lust hell must invent another synonym. If yours be love, and hatred is the way to heaven and God, and not with soul but dust, must born the faces of a cherubim, or lie of lies. If yours be love, I say. The Wood Path, by Madison Julius Cawein. Here dove white spring, white violet show, broadcast of white, frail wind flows so, through starry mosses, amber fairs, delicate as ferns that grow, heart's tongue and maiden hair. Here fungus life is beautiful, white mushroom and the thick toadstool, as various colored as wild blooms, existences that love the cool, distant and rank perfumes. Here stray the wandering coast to rest, the calling catbird builds her nest in spicewood bushes dark and deep. Here raps the woodpecker his best, and here young rabbits leap. Tall butternuts and hickories, the pawpaw and persimmon trees, the beech, the chestnut and the oak, wall shadows huge, like ghosts of bees, for which gold sunbits soak. Here to pale melancholy moons, and haunted nights of dreamy Junes, wails wildly the weird whippoorwill, whose mournful and demonic tunes wild woods with phantoms fill. The Bird in the Wood, by Madison Julius Cawein. The acorn oak sullens the sombre crimson all its leaves, and where it hugely heaves a giant head, dark as congested blood, the gum tree towers, against the sky a stroke of purple and gold, and every blur of wood is colour on the palet which she drops, the autumn dreaming on the hazed hilltops. And as I went through golden forests and a golden land, where magic waved her wand, and dimmed the air with dreams my boyhood knew, enchantment met her, and again she bent her face to mine, and smiled with eyes of blue, and kissed me on the mouth, and bade me heed all tales again, from books no man may read. And at her word the wood became transfigured, and behold, the fair of very gold, a presence walked there, and its beauty was a beauty not of earth. When I heard within my heart vague voices, murmurous and multitudinous as the leaf itself of firmament when winds of autumn blow, and I perceived the voices were but one voice made of sighs, that sorrowed in this wise. I am the child soul that grew up and died, the child soul of a word that once believed in me, but long ago denied. The fairy fate it needs no more today, the folklore beauty long since passed away. The World's Desire, by Madison Julius Cawein. Her roses of voluptuousness wreath her dark locks and hide her eyes. Her limbs are flower like nakedness, where through the fragrant blood of press, the blossom blood of paradise. She stands with lily fingertips, with lily hands, and gathers up the wild wine of all life, and sips with lily laughter lightened lips the soulest from a crystal cup. What vow she casts the cup away, the empty bowl it flashes with wine. Her cold lips kiss that stained the clay, her fingers touch, shall not we stay that made its nothingness divine? Through one again shall live the glow, immortalizing of her touch, and for the other sweet to know, her life stood flame once neath the snow of her moon breasts, and this is much. Then and Now, by Madison Julius Cawein. When my old heart was young, my dear, the earth and heaven were so near, that in my dreams I oft could hear the steps of unseen races. And woodlands where bright waters ran, on hills God's rainbows used to spin, I followed voices not of men, and smiled in spirit faces. And now my old heart is old, my sweet, no longer earth and heaven meet, all life is grown to one long street, where fact with fancy clashes. The voices now that speak to me are prose instead of poetry, and the faces now I see is less of flame than ashes. There was a rose, by Madison Julius Cawein. There was a rose in Eden once, and grows on earth now, sweeter for its rare perfume, and paradise is poor by one bloom, and earth is richer. And this blossom glows more loveliness than all Sarah glories, so courts of kings did ever yet illume, more purity than ever yet had her room, and soul of none a saint. For human race, so art initial and sweet period of my heart's divinest sentence, I read love, first and last, and in the pauses love. Who art the dear ideal of each deed my life aspires by to some high goal, set in the haunted garden of my soul. Three Things, by Madison Julius Cawein. There are three things on earth that help us more than those of heavenly birth that all implore, when love or fate or hope for which we strive and grope. The first one is desire, who takes our heart and fills our hearts with fire none may withstand, for whom we are lifted far above both moon and star. The second one is a dream, who leads our feet by an immortal gleam to visions sweet, for whom our forms put on dim attributes of dawn. The last of these is toil, who maketh true within the world's turmoil, the other two, through whom we may behold ourselves with kings enrolled. Time and Death and Love by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Last night I watched for death, so sick of life was I, when in the street beneath I heard his watchman cry the hour while passing by. I called, and in the night I heard him stop below his owlish lanthorn light, blurring the windy snow, how long the time and slow. I said, "I dozed for cover where at my door and knock. Come in, it is the hour, she's fumbling at the lock. Nord's well, 'tis now o'clock." Black through the door with him swept in the winter's breath. His cloak was great and grim, but he who smiled beneath had the face of love, not death. Time to get up by Madison, Julius, Cawein. There's nothing to do in the morning but stew, till it's time to get up and dress. So my nurse comes in to button and pin and dress me more or less. When it's time to get up, you see, and I'm as happy can be. For where's my drum a-calling, come, my clown shouting, hooray, my dishes on table and little toy stable just clattering, come and play. My little wood soldiers with foot to foot seem ready to fire a toy salute. And my spade and rake just seem to ache for me to handle and use. And the pile of sand it seems to expand with joy when it feels my shoes. And the gladdest of all, the maddest of all, when leaps to my hand is my little red ball. I bound and ran and everyone is happy almost as I. With my whistle and whip I hop and skip and make my rocking horse fly. I take my horn and I make it say, good morning to all, it's a very fine day. There's nothing to do in the morning but stew until it's time to rise. Then my nurse comes in to button and pin, and rubbing the sleep from my eyes. And it's time to get up and hurry, you see, where all of my toys are waiting for me. To a Critic by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Song of a catalogue of lovely things, thy kind have oft defied, whose spite misleads the world too often. Where the poet reads as in a fable of old envyings, crows such as thou, which hush the bird that sings, or kill it with their cawings, thorns and weeds such as thyself, midst which the wind sows seeds of flowers, these crush before one blossom's wings. But here and where the wisdom of a school, unknown to these have often written down, fame in white ink the future have turned brown. When every beauty heaved with ridicule, in the ignoble prose proved their renown, making each famous as a fool. To a Windflower by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Teach me the secret of thy loveliness, that being made wise I may aspire to be as beautiful in thought, and so express immortal truths to earth's mortality. Vow to my soul ability be less than 'tis to thee, O sweet anemone. Teach me the secret of thy innocence, that in simplicity I may grow wise, asking of art no other recompense than the approval of her own just eyes. So may I rise to some fair eminence, or less than wine, or cousin of the skies. Teach me these things, for whose high knowledge I when death have poured oblivion through my veins, and brought me home, as all are brought, to lie in that vast house. Come on deserves and wanes, I shall not die, I shall not utterly die, the beauty born of beauty that remains. Tomorrow by Madison, Julius, Cawein. A Lorelei full fair she sits, throned on the stream that dimly rolls, still hope-thrilled with a wild harp knits to her from year to year men's souls. They hear her harp, they hear her song, led by the wizard beauty high, like blind brutes maddened rush along, sing with their cold feet, gasp and die. To my brothers by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Not while I live may I forget that garden which my spirit trod, where dreams the flowers, wild and wet and beautiful as God. Not while I breathe awake a dream shall live among for me those hours, when in its mystery gleam I met her amid the flowers. Eyes talismanic heliotrope, and of mesmeric lashes, where the sorceries of love and hope had made a shining lair. And day-dawn brows, where overhung the twilight of dark locks, and lips whose beauty spoke the rose ton of fragrance of old drips. I will not tell of cheeks and chin that held me as sweet language holds, nor of the eloquence within her bosom's moony modes, nor of her large limbs the languorous wind grace that glanced like starlight through her island robes diaphanous, web of a mist and dew. There is no star so pure and high as was her look, nor fragrance such as her soft presence, and no sigh of music like her touch. And while I live may I forget that garden of dim dreams, where I and song within the spirit met, sweet song who passed me by. To my little son Preston by Madison, Julius, Cawein. You who are 4 years old, you with the eyes of blue, you with the age of gold, young in the heart of you, boy with the eyes of blue. You with the face of fair, innocent uttered words, all the glad sunlight wear, music of all the birds, boy in your face and words. Take you my sheaf of rhymes, sung for your childish ear, rhymes you have laughed at times, begged for and said to her, lending a loving ear. Since you have listened, sweet, wait till some worth attained, since in your heart's young beat way for a while remained, wait too some worth attained. Too late, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I looked upon a dead girl's face and heard what seemed the voice of love call unto me out of her heart, whereon the character of her lost dreams I read were word for word. On her soul no soul had touched, or stirred her life's sad depths to rippling melody, or made the image longing where to be the realization of a hope deferred. So in her life had love behaved to her, between your lonely chapters of her years, and her young eyes making a golden blur with god-bright face and hair, or led me to his side at last, and bade me through my tears with death's dumb face, too late to see and know. Touches, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. In heavens of riveted blue, that sunset dies with glacious flame, deep in the west where day stands Midas-like, or wading on his way, touches with splendor all the twilight skies. Each cloud that like a stepping stone he tries with rosy foot, transforms its sober grey to burning gold, while ray on crystal ray within is awake the stars like bubbles rise. So should the artist in his work accord all things with beauty, and communicate his soul's high magic and divinity to all he does, and hoping no reward, toil onward, making darkness aureate of the flight of worlds that are and worlds to be. Transformation, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. It is the time when, by the forest folds, the touch-me-nots hang fairy folded caps, and fern and flowers fill the lesions laps of rocks with colour, rich as orange shawls. And in my heart I hear a voice that calls me woodward, where the hamadryad rubs her limbs and bark, and bubbling in the steps, sings the sweet creak of pens out madrigals, where the gleamer lures me up a stream, and may I swim with limbs of light? Perfume that leads me on from dream to dream, on aureate footprints fragrant with a flight, and allow me seems I am a fawn again, part of the myths that I pursue in vain. Treasure, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Here's a tale for infants and old nurses. There was a man who gathered rags and peddled, who lived alone, with no one ever meddled, and this old man was very fond of verses. His host a June, so the tale rehearses, a hovel overrun of rats and vermin, not fit for beast to live in, like a sermon, embodying misery and hell and curses. Where one grey dawn of rain and windy weather we found him dead, starved, on a written paper. Beside a dim and half-expired taper, it was a play, the poor fool put together, of gnomes and fairies, for his own sad pleasure, and folks destroyed it, saying, we seek for treasure. Trees, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Trees, so he said and laid him lovingly at a great beech tree's root, are my best friends. And when their love it seems my life depends, no dog or woman for me, give me a tree. In winter saying, courage, hold to me, and spring, look up, hope's here and winter ends. In summer, come, here's peace that naught transcends. In autumn, see the dreams they bring to we. Why, I have loved a tree until for me it had a soul. And as a Greek believed, so I believe, that in each dwells a life, lovely, aesthetic, that some man may see take on material form, and so perceiving, hold him for I. That's why I have no wife. 2 lives, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. There is no God, once said, and love is lust. When I am dead, and all is dust. Be merry while you can, before you're grey, with some wild courtesan, drink care away. Once said, a God where is, a God is love, death is not death, but bliss and life above. Above all flesh is mind, and fate and truth, God's gift to poor mankind, that make alive youth. One from a herald side arose at morn, when crossing God had died, but night forlorn. Unanswered, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. How long ago it is since we went Maying, since she and I went Maying long ago. The years have left my forehead lined, I now have thinned my hair around my temples graying. And time will change us, yeah, I hear it saying. She too grows old, the face of rose and snow has lost its freshness. In the hair's brown glow some strands of silver sadly too are straying. The form you knew, whose beauty so unspelled, has lost its liveness of its loveliness. And all the gladness that her blue eyes hailed, the tears in the world have hardened with distress. True, true, I answer, or your years that part. These things are chained, but is her heart, her heart. Uncalled, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. As one who journeying westward with the sun, beholds the length from the up-towering hills, far off, a league unspeakable beauty fills certain peaks and vales of Avalon. and sinking weary watches one by one with big seas beat between, and knows its skills no more to try, that knows heaven wills. This is the helpless end, that all is done. So 'tis with him whom long a vision led in quest of beauty, and who finds at last she lies beyond his effort, all the ways of all the world between them, where the dead, the mirror dead, to people all the past with failure, hail him from forgotten graves. Under the Hunter's Moon, by Madison Julius Cawein. Right from a crystal lease of cloud, the moth-like moon swings upward through the night, and all the bee-like stars that crowd the hollow heath of heaven wane in the light. Along the distance folds of mist hang frost-pale, rigging all the dark with grey, tinting the trees with amethyst, touching with pearl and purple every spray. All night the stealthy frost and fog conspire to slay the rich rock weeds and flowers, to strip of wealth the woods, and clog with piled up gold of leaves the creek that cowers. I seem to see their spirits stand, moulded of moonlight, faint of form and face, now reaching high a chilly hand to pluck some walnut from its spicy place. Now the fine fingers phantom cold, spitting the whose pods of rose, and thin the bitter-sweet spawns of gold, to show the cold-red berries packed within. Now in threads of gossamer, stringing pale pearls of moisture, necklacing the flowers, and spreading copper with fur, crystalled with stardew over everything. While, neath the moon with moon-white feet, we go and chill, a moon-soft music draw, from one-leaf cricket flutes the sweet, sad dirge of autumn dying in the shore. Under the Rose, by Madison Julius Cawein. He told a story to her, a story old yet new, and was it of a fairy folk that dance along with you. The night was hung with silence as the room is hung with cloth, and soundless through the rose-sweet hush swooned dim the down-white moth. Along the east a shimmer, a tenuous breath of flame, from which, as from a bath of light, nymph-like the girl moon came. And pendant in the purple of heaven like fireflies, bubbles of gold the great stars blew from windows of the skies. He told a story to her, a story full of dreams, and was it of the elfin things that haunt the thin moonbeams? Upon the hill the thorn tree, crooked, gnarled and grey, against the moon seemed some crushed hag dragging a child away. And in a vale or runnel that dripped from shelf to shelf, seemed in the night a woodland witch who muttered to herself. Along the land is a fire whose breath was wild perfume, which seemed a songstress who wove sweet spells of beam and bloom. He told a story to her, a story young yet old, and was it of the mystic things man's eyes shall never behold? We heard the dew drip faintly from out the green-carpet leaf, we heard the petals of a rose unfolding from their sheath, we saw the windlight footing the waters into sheen, we saw the starlight kiss asleep the blossoms on the green. We heard and saw these wonders, these things we saw and heard, and other things within the heart for which there is no word. He told a story to her, the story men call love, whose echoes fill the ages past and the world never tires of. Under the Stars and Stripes, by Madison Julius Cawein. High in the world did our fathers of old, under the stars and stripes, blazon the name that we now must uphold, under the stars and stripes. Vast in the past they have builded an ark, over which freedom has lighted a torch. Follow it, come let us march under the stars and stripes. We whose bodies the blood of them runs, under the stars and stripes, we will acquit us as sons of their sons, under the stars and stripes. Ever for justice, our heel upon wrong, we in the light of our vengeance thrice strong, rally together, come tramping along, under the stars and stripes. Out of our strength and the nation's great need, under the stars and stripes, hear us again, as of old we shall breed, under the stars and stripes. Broad over winds be our banner unfurled, straight in Spain's face let defiance be heard. God on our side we will battle the world, under the stars and stripes. Unforgotten, by Madison Julius Cawein. How many things that we would remember, sweet or sad or great or small, do our minds forget, and how one thing only, one little thing endures o'er all. For many things have I forgotten, but this one thing can never forget, the scent of a primrose, woodland wet, long years ago I found in the far land, a fragile flower that April set, a rainy pink and a forehead's garnet. How many things by my heart have forgotten, sad or sweet or little or great, and how one thing that could mean nothing stays knocking still at the heart's red gate. For many things has my heart forgotten, but this one thing can never forget, the face of a girl, a moment met, who smiled in my eyes, whom I passed in pity, a flower-like face with weeping wet flung to the streets of a mighty city. Unheard, by Madison Julius Cawein. All things are wrought of melody, unheard yet full of speaking spells. Where the rock within the tree a sort of music dwells, a mute symphonic sense that thrills the silent frame of mortal things. Its heart beats in the ancient hills and every flower sings. To harmony all growth is set, each seed is but a music mode, from which each plant, each violet evolves its purple note. Compact of melody, the rose oozes with soft wind with strain on strain of crimson, and the lily blows its white bars to the rain. The trees their pains, and the grass one long green fuge span of the sun. Song is their life, and all shall pass, shall cease when song is done. Unto what end, I ask, by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Unto what end, I ask, unto what end is all this effort, this unrest and toil, work that avails not, strife and math, turmoil, ambitions, vain that wreck our hearts and rend, that labour but a wail, that defend the soul from its despair, or recoil from sweet endeavour when, work that were oil, to still the storms that in the heart contend, but still to see all effort valueless, to toil in vain year after very year, at song, beholding every our art, considering more than song's high holiness, the difficult, the beautiful and dear. Doth break my heart, O God, doth break my heart. Visions by Madison, Julius, Cawein. When the snow was deep on the flower beds, and the sleet was caked on the briar, and the frost was down on the brown bulbs' heads, and the ways were clogged with mire. Then the wind to syringa and bare rose tree brought the phantoms of vanished flowers, and the days were sorry as sorry could be, and time lent cursing his father of hours. I had another book and the locks, and I swore that I wasn't mistaken, but I heard the frogs croaking and far off bows, and the brush sparrows sung on the brake. And they struggled by paths which the springtide knew, in her mossy dales, by the ferny passes, where the ground was holy with flowers and dew, and the insect life in the grasses. And I knew the spring is a lover who knows a sweetheart, to whom he has given a kiss on the cheek which warmed its white rose, and her eyes brought the laughter of heaven. For a poem I'd read, the simple thing, a little lyric that had the power to make the brush sparrow come and sing, and the window woodlands flower. Wasteland by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Briar and fennel and chinquapin, and rue and ragweed everywhere. The field seemed sick as a soul with sin, or dead of an old despair, born of an ancient care. The crickets cry and the locusts whir, and the note of the bird's distress, with the rasping sound of a grasshopper, clung to the loneliness like words to a ragging dress. So sad the fields, so waste the ground, so cursed of an old despair. A woodchuck's burr, a blind mouse's moan, and a chipmunk's stony lair seemed more than it could bear. So solemn too, so more than sad, so droning alone with bees, I wondered what more could nature add to the sume of its miseries, and when I saw the trees, skeleton gnowned, the gnarled the place, twisted and torn they rose, the tortured bones of a perished race, of monsters no mortal knows. They startled the mind's repose, and a man stood there, as still as moss, a legion form that starred, and an old blind hound that seemed at loss, forever around him far, with a snarling fang half bared. I looked at the man, I saw him plain, like a dead weed, grey and wan, of a breath of dust. I looked again, and man and dog were gone, like wisps over greying dawn. Were they a part of a grim death-ware, ragweed, fennel and rue? Or forms of a mind, an old despair, what there into semblance grew, out of a grief I knew? Waves by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I saw the daughters of the ocean dance, with wind and tide, and heard them on the rocks. White hands were waved me, tossing sunlit locks, green as the light, and emerald holes in trance. Their music bound me as with necromance of mermaid beauty that forever mocks, and lured me as destruction lures the white flocks of light-lit gulls and storm-tossed cormorants. Near my feet they crept, I felt their lips, their hands of foam that courted me, to press as once they pressed Leander, and straightway I saw the monster ending of the hips, the cruelty hidden with soft caress, the syren passion evermore to slay. What Little Things by Madison, Julius, Cawein. What little things are those that hold our happiness? A smile, a glance, a rose dropping from a hair or dress, a word, a look, a touch. These are so much, so much. An air we can't forget, a sunset gold that gleams, a spray of mignonette will fill the snow with dreams, more than all history says, or romance of all days. For of a human heart, not brain, is memory. These things that makes a part of its own entity. The joys, the pains whereof are the very fruit of love. What the flowers saw by Madison, Julius, Cawein. She came through shade and shine, by scarlet trumpet wine, and fragrant buttonbush, that heaved the wayside hush, and oh! The orange red of a butterfly weed, and pink of a milkweed's plum, nodded as if to give her heed, as she passed it through gleam and gloom, hey-ho, as she passed it through gleam and gloom. Merry but gold her hair, and deep as it was fair, her eyes a cherry-cope blue, to white flowers bright with dew, and oh! The flowers knew as flowers know the one she'd come to find. They read the secret she hid below in a maiden heart and mind, hey-ho, a maiden heart and mind. All day with hearts elate they watched him from the gate, where in the fields he mowed at the end of the old hill road, and oh! They seemed to see with her petaled eyes the thing he was thinking of, and whispered the wind in secret wise, all that they knew of love, hey-ho, all that they knew of love. No matter what befell, not one wildflower will tell, not one will linger to look and see the kiss he took. And oh, the things they said in woodland rare, you must ask for a wandering breeze, whispers or news of earth and air, and its gossip of the trees, hey ho, all gossip of the trees. What the trees said to the little boy, by Madison Julius Cawein. Once, when the park was very dark, I slipped out and went walking, and heard the trees to the summer breeze and to each other talking. And I heard them say, we have stood all day in one spot here, and worried to keep the sun from each little one who laughed at our feet or hurried. Now every boy and girl and toy is safe at home, my patience, while I and you, as their parents do, can talk of our relations. What You Will, by Madison Julius Cawein. When the season was dry and the sun was hot, and the hornets sucked gaunt on the apricot, and the ripe peach dropped to its cedar rod with the lean red wasp that stung and clung, and the hollyhocks ranked in the garden plot, more seed pods had than blossoms, I what a weariness waited on the ton that the drought of the season begot. And the black grape bulged with the juice that burst through its thick blue skin that was cracked with thirst, and the round gold pippins the summer had nursed in the following leaves of the orchard hungs, when the reapers their lips with whistling pursed, to where sun-tanned browns and the corn were immersed, a lightness came over the ton, and one sung as much as one durst. When the skies of December grey dripped, and icicles eaves of the big barn tipped, and loud hens flew over the snow or slipped, and the northwind hooted and bit and stung, and the ears of the milkmaid Miriam nipped, and the shabby cheek of the farm boy whipped, a goddess unloosened the ton, and one's mouth with wild honey was lit. When Ships Put Out to Sea, by Madison Julius Cawein. It's sweet goodbye when pennants fly and ships put out to sea. It's a loving kiss and a tear or two, in an eye of brown or an eye of blue. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. It's friend or foe when signals blow, and ships aside, ships at sea. It's clear for action, and man the guns, as the battle nears or the battle runs. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. It's deck to deck, and raft and wreck, when ships meet ships at sea. It's scream of shot, and shriek of shell, and hull and turret, a roaring hell. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. It's doom and death, and pause and breath, when ships go down at sea. It's hate is over, and love begins, and war is cruel whoever wins. And you'll remember me, sweetheart, and you'll remember me. When Spring Comes Down the Wildwood Way, by Madison Julius Cawein. When spring comes down the wildwood way, a crocus in her ear, sweet in her train, returns with May. The love of yesteryear will follow, colouring as lay, as lyrically whose music she will hear. The crowfoot and the grass shall glow, and lamp wave of gold. The snowdrop toss its bells of snow, the bluebells blue and fold, to glad the path that love shall go, high-hearted go as often in the days of old. The way you went, when hope was ken, was high in girl and boy, before the sad world came between their young hearts and their joy. Their hearts that love has still kept clean, kept whole and clean, for the years annoy. How long it seems until the spring, until his heart shall speak to hers again and make it sing, and with its great joy weak, when on her hand he'll place the ring, the wedding ring, and kiss her mouth and cheek. Where the battle passed, by Madison Julius Cawein. One blossoming rose tree like a beautiful fort, nursed in a broken mind with weights and sheams, so wives were shattered in the bold court with strangling daughters' dreams. Gaunt weeds, and here bayonet or pouch, rusting, watching where men fought and slew, bald, trampled paths that seemed with fear to crouch, feeling a bloody dew. Here nothing but those beauties once remains, war left the garden to its dead alone, and life and love were toiled here, for the pains of nothing once their own. Death leans upon the battered door, at gates of houses silent, where once was stir of husbandry, that lead laborious days of love to comfort her. Now in love's place, deaf, old and halt, and blind groups, searching everywhere for what may live, while left it empty as his vacant mind, it has no more to give. Which, by Madison Julius Cawein. Wind was on the forest, and silence on the wold, and darkness on the waters, and heavens was very cold, when sleep with mystic magic bade me this thing behold. Beside an iron woodland, beside an iron raised, and heaven a tower of iron, wherein the one moon paced, still as a phantom woman, ice-eyed and icy-faced. And through the haunted tower of silence and of night, my soul and I went only, my soul, whose face was white, whose one hand signed me, listen, one bore a taper light. For lo, a voice behind me kept sighing in my ear, the dreams my flesh accepted, my mind refused to hear. Of when I laughed and laughed not, whose spirit now spake anear. And lo, a voice before me kept calling constantly, the hopes my mind accepted, my flesh refused to see. Of when I laughed and laughed not, whose spirit spake to me. This one, the one would bid me, this way the other safe. Sweet is the voice behind me, of life that followed, and sweet the voice before me, of life whose name is death. Why, by Madison Julius Cawein. Why smile like stars the happier after rain? Why strong love is strongest after pain? I me, but wotest not nor I. Why sings the wild swan heavenliest when it dies? Why spake the dumb lips sweeter with we prize for maddening memories? Oh why, oh why? Why are dead kisses dear and we're dead? Why are dead faces lovelier vanished? And why this heartache? None can answer why. Will you forget? By Madison, Julius, Cawein. In years to come, will you forget, dear girl, how often we have met, and I have gazed into your eyes, and where we held no sad regret to cloud the gladness of the skies, while in your heart, unheard as yet, love slept, oblivious of my sighs? In years to come, will you forget? Ah me, I only pray that when, in other days, some man of man has taught those eyes to laugh and weep with joy and sorrow, hearts must ken. When love awakens in their deep, I only pray some memory when, or sad or sweet, you still will keep of me and love that might have been. Winter Days by Madison, Julius, Cawein. These winter days, my father says, when mornings blow and bite and freeze, and hen sits cackling in the straw, stiff of a frost as gates at wheeze, remind me of my youth when, raw, the day broke, and beneath the trees the wild winds would tryst. I went to work with axe and saw, or stopped to blow my midnight fist. These winter noons, my father croons, when the eggs the hens have hardly laid, crack open with a coat, and cows drink through the hole a heel has made. Some rustic in his huddle blows, bring back the noons when, with a spade, down on the farm I path the snow from barn to house, and beat my arms to keep me warm. These winter nights, so he recites, with those old nights are right in tune, when crew out the hours till dawn, and all night long the owlets croon, quivered and quivered, far withdrawn, and cold beneath a freezing moon the old foxhound bayed where the icicles glittered wan, and all the old house slumbered sound. Winter by Madison, Julius, Cawein. A flute when summer's dreamy fingertips drew music, ripening the pinched kernels in the blurry chestnut and the chinquapin, red rounded out the oval horse and hips. Now winter crushes to his stormy lips, and surely song whistle around his chin. Now the white days and whiter nights begin, when at the east the crooked icicle drips. Thy songs, O summer, are not lost so soon, still dwells the memory in the hollow flute, which unto winter's masculine airs doth give thy own creative qualities of tune, for which we see each bow bend with white fruit, each bush with bloom, in snow commemorative. Winter Rain by Madison, Julius, Cawein. White clouds roll up, slack dark and sleddy grey, and in the oaks the sere wind sobs and sighs, weird as a word a man before he dies mutters beneath his breath, yet fears to say. The rain drives down, and by each forest way each dead leaf drips, and murmurings arise as fantastic footsteps, one who flies, whispering the dim eidolon of the day. Knows the wooded place, the phantom's house. Around each tree one ghost of flowers crowed, and spectres of sweet weeds that once were fair, rustling. And through the bleakness of bare boughs a voice is heard, no low, no stormy loud, as if the ghosts of all the leaves were bare. With the Seasons by Madison, Julius, Cawein. You will not love me, sweet, when this fair year is past, or laugh now at my feet, at others' feet to be cast. You will not love me, sweet, when this fair year is past. Now 'tis the springtide, dear, where crocus cups hot flame brimmed to the pregnant year. Who crimsons as with shame, now 'tis the springtide, dear, where crocus cups hot flame. A heart, the summer's queen, at a brown throat one rose, or poppies now are seen, with seed pods frost and rose. Dear heart, the summer's queen, at a brown throat one rose. Now autumn reigns, a prince fierce, gypsy dark, live goat ways down the fruited quince, the last shade of violets toad. The autumn reigns, a prince, a despot crowned with gold. Alas, rude winter's king, snow-driven from chin to head. No wild birds pipe and sing, the wild winds sing instead. Ah me, rude winter's king, snow-driven from chin to head. Weep no, you once who smiled, sweet hope that had few fears, and this thee and my child, myself, my shame and tears. Weep no, you once who smiled, sweet hope that had few years. Witnesses by Madison, Julius, Cawein. You say I do not love you. Tell me why, when I have gazed a little on your face, and when gone forth into a world of men, a beauty neither of the earth or sky, a glamour that transforms each commonplace, attends my spirit when. You say I do not love you, yet I know when I have heard you speak and dwelt upon your words a while, my heart was gone away, filled with strange music, very soft and low, a dim companion, touching with sweet tongue the discords of a day. You say I do not love you, yet it seems when I have kissed your hand and said farewell, a fragrance, sweeter winded flower yet bloom, accompanies my soul and fills with dreams the sad and sordid streets where people dwell, dreams of spring's wild perfume. Woman's Love by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Sweet lies, the sweetest ever heard, to her he said. Her heart remembers every word, though he is dead. I ask, if thus his lies can make your young heart grieve for his false sake, had it been true, what had you done for true love's sake? Upon his grave, then the sun avoided now of all but one. I'd lay my heart with all its ache, and let it break, and let it break. On falsehood, fair never was seen than he put on. Her heart recalls each look and mine, now he is gone. I ask, if thus his treasury can hold your heart with lie on lie, what had you done for manly love, love without lie? Then the grass would cross above his grave, where all could know wealth, and lay me down without a sigh, and gladly die, and gladly die. Words by Madison, Julius, Cawein. I cannot tell what I would tell thee, what I would say, what woe shouldst hear. Words of soul that should compare thee, words of a heart to draw thee near. For when thou smilest, woe fills my life with joy, and I would speak, 'tis when my lips and tongue are stillest, knowing all language is too weak. Look in my eyes, read their confession. The truest love has least of art, nor needs it words for its expression. When soul speaks soul and heart speaks heart. Work by Madison, Julius, Cawein. What though the heart be tired, the heart that long aspired, and one high dream desired beyond attainment's scope, beyond our grasp, above us, the dream we would have loved us, but will know nothing of us, but merely bids us hope. Still it behooves us never from love and work to sever, to hold to one endeavour, and make our dream our care. For work, at dawn and even, shapes of a soul a heaven, wherein as strong as seven can enter no despair. Work that blows high the fire of hope and heart's desire, and sings and dreams of higher things with the world's regard. Work which no long endeavour and patient love, but never seems recompensed, for ever gives, in its way, reward. Youth by Madison, Julius, Cawein. Morn's mystic roses reddening on the hills, dawn's iris nautilus makes glad the sea. There's a lyre of flame that throbs and fills far heaven and earth with hope's wild ecstasy. With lilied field and grove, haunts of a turtle dove, here's the land of love. The chariot of the noon makes blind the blue, as towards the coldest burning exile glares. There is a fiery trumpet thrilling through white heaven and earth with deeds of one who dares. With peaks of splendid name, wrapped round of astral frame, here is the land of fame. The purple priesthood of the evening waits of golden pomp within the tempered skies. With a harp of worship at the gates of heaven and earth that bids the soul arise. With column cliffs and long vales music breathes among, here's the land of song. Moon-crowned, the epic of the night unrolls its starry utterance o'er height and deep. There's a voice of beauty at the soul of heaven and earth that lulls the heart asleep. With storied woods and streams, where marble glows and gleams, here's the land of dreams. Zero by Madison, Julius, Cawein. The gate on ice horace hingans, stiff with frost, croaks open, and harsh wagon wheels are heard, creaking through cold. The horse's breath is furred around their nostrils, and with snow-deep mosses heart is barely seen, from which up-tossed the wood-smoke pillars the icy air unstirred. And every sound, each X-stroke, and each word comes as through crystal, then again is lost. The sun strikes bitter on the frozen pane, and all around there's a tingling, tense as is a wire stretched upon a disk, vibrating without sound. It is the strain by the winter place, to which each tree and fence, it seems, is strung, a whir of ringing bisque.